On the brink of collapse, the supreme deity finds humanity in such dire straits, and yet is struck by lightning. In his initial encounter with zombies and aliens, a tragic figure, reduced to ashes, enters the crumbling realm of the supreme deity. With a stroke of fortune, he summons real-life heroes to mend the fractured space. Will he manage to harness the greatest energy and acquire the divine treasures? Can he lead his comrades to create astounding miracles? Chapter 1. The Supreme Deity on the Edge of Collapse. Ling Fei was rather unfortunate in a certain sense. He was a bona fide recluse, and on one fateful summer night, he turned on his computer and launched a media player, only to be met with a torrential downpour outside his window. He grimaced and, adhering to the international custom, indulged in a moment of solitary pleasure. However, amidst the darkness, a bolt of lightning surged from the ominous clouds, piercing through the window and striking Ling Fei, who was in the midst of donning his trousers. In an instant, his vision faded to black, and he felt his entire body slump helplessly onto the floor. Almost immediately, a warm sensation enveloped him. Damn, can indulging in solitary pleasure really attract lightning? What kind of luck is this? Ling Fei found himself shrouded in darkness, surrounded solely by a peculiar warmth. Strangely, he was still capable of thought and imagination. After a moment of bewilderment, a voice echoed within him. Oh, I'm not dead? Or is this some sort of underworld? Then, the dark expanse suddenly illuminated, as if a colossal lamp had flicked on a blue luminescent screen materialized before his eyes, gradually revealing a series of runes. These runes flickered momentarily, transforming into various languages such as English and Japanese, before ultimately settling into Chinese characters. Ling Fei felt no sensation in his limbs, yet he could perceive the luminous screen before him. Reluctantly, he began to read the details presented. Name: Ling Fei. Gender: male. Strength: 7 average adult. 8. Intelligence: 6 average adult. 8. Nerve reaction: 9 average adult. 8. Cellular regeneration: 9 average. Adult: 8. Soul ability: Soul card unlocked. Bonus points: 2,500. Cube evaluation: overindulged in solitary activities. An ordinary homebody. Anticipation surrounds the soul ability. Welcome to the main god space. Overindulged in solitary activities? How absurd. Ling Fei chuckled bitterly. One moment of indulgence, and I find myself in this legendary main god space. I would rather enjoy a carefree life on Earth. With a wry smile, he continued to examine the screen, which now displayed a confirmation option encircled by 4 blue lines, distinctly deeper in hue than the surrounding background. However, without hands or mouse, how could he confirm? Shall I simply glare at it? Ling Fei scrutinized the blue screen once more, only to despair upon realizing there were no options for decline or cancel. Helplessly, he fixed his gaze upon the word confirm. After approximately 2 seconds, the blue screen finally dissipated, and Ling Fei exhaled in relief. Before long, he observed a cluster of blue luminescence gradually outlining a humanoid figure beneath his line of sight. The figure began to materialize, revealing Ling Fei's previous form, clad in the attire he wore when struck by lightning. As he witnessed his body being reconstructed, an odd sensation washed over him. Ling Fei gradually took control of this body, yet he remained ensnared by a peculiar energy, immobilized to the slightest degree. Before him, a small black suddenly emerged in the expanse of white space. From this, slender black lines began to unfurl, saturating the entire area, as though the very fabric of this realm was on the verge of collapse. What's happening? In an instant, Ling Fei felt an unsettling sensation of falling, and inexplicably he sprang up from the ground. Wait, I was just in that white world. How'd I end up here? Ling Fei glanced around, realizing he was in a narrow alleyway, surrounded by buildings. A canopy overhead obscured the sun, lending the place a damp and dim atmosphere. He had just been lying beside a blue trash bin. Ahead, a figure stood at the exit, cloaked in shadow, observing the vehicles and pedestrians passing outside the alley. After a moment of scrutiny, Ling Fei recognized him. Upon noticing Ling Fei had regained consciousness, the figure rose and slowly approached. "Hello," he said, extending a hand, his hawk-like gaze fixed sharply upon Ling Fei's face. Ling Fei felt a chill run down his spine under that intense scrutiny as he reached out to shake the offered hand, lifting his gaze to meet the stranger's visage. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. He appeared to be a young man, perhaps only slightly older than Ling Fei, dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit, with a hairstyle typical of an otaku and a trace of stubble on his chin. Ling Fei quickly deduced that this individual was akin to him, in some manner. Yet, how did he cultivate such a profound voice and piercing gaze? Ling Fei. He introduced himself. Wang Qianshang, he said, ruffling his disheveled hair and gesturing towards two gleaming metallic boxes nearby. Over there, take one of the boxes and don the protective suit inside. Ling Fei nodded and approached the boxes. Just as he was about to grab one, he noticed several AK-47s and a few boxes of ammunition behind them. Pausing for a moment, he turned to ask, "Why not take a gun? Having a firearm feels much safer that I can get you a gun if you want, but even if you had one now, you wouldn't be able to hit anything. It's wiser to wear the protective gear first." Ling Fei pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable. He picked up the metallic box and flipped open the safety latch, only to be startled by a line of translucent blue letters that suddenly materialized in the air. Number of items available for claim. 0. Swiftly shedding his outer shirt, he awkwardly pulled out the black protective suit and began to put it on while listening to Wang Qiansheng's incessant chatter behind him. "You should be aware of the main God space." "Of course I am," he replied. As an avid reader, particularly of novels, he was well acquainted with the concept. In essence, it was a realm that transcended ordinary logic, overseen by a main god. Those summoned into this space could acquire numerous extraordinary abilities, but they had to exchange points and other resources for them. Periodically, the main god would initiate a cycle game, thrusting participants into perilous worlds where survival was a mere whisper of chance that by completing tasks, one could earn points and safely return, though the odds of survival were exceedingly slim. In essence, is a life-and-death game that pertains to one's very existence. The objective of these individuals is to accumulate 50,000 points to redeem their passage back to the real world, to return to the beginning. Ling Fei donned his outer garment and was about to pose some inquiries to Wang Qiansheng when, unexpectedly, a car soared into the air outside the alley, crashing down with a resounding thud. Shortly thereafter, several more vehicles sped by, creating a cacophony of jarring noise upon the ground. The cycle has commenced. There is much left unsaid, but time is of the essence. We must first seek refuge. A world of reincarnation with only two individuals is undoubtedly less formidable, Wang Qiansheng remarked, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes as he patted Ling Fei on the shoulder and dashed out of the alley. Ling Fei followed closely behind. Just as he emerged from the alley, he collided with a stranger sprinting past, and both were sent sprawling. The street was teeming with panicked individuals fleeing in disarray, and such collisions were not uncommon. Ling Fei observed that the street was filled with golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Was this place abroad? "Hurry up and keep up," came Wang Qiansheng's urgent shout. Ling Fei hastily picked himself up from the ground, only to be startled by a piercing scream behind him. Upon hearing that vaguely familiar wail, a thunderous realization struck Ling Fei's mind. It was the lament of the undead. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he dared not look back, sprinting forward in pursuit of Wang Qiansheng. It was evident that Wang Qiansheng was no novice like Ling Fei. His composed demeanor indicated that he had traversed the cycle of this world before. Thus, in Ling Fei's subconscious, remaining by his side felt like the safest course of action. Catching up with Wang Qiansheng, Ling Fei was about to inquire about his destination, when he observed Wang Qiansheng extracting a bronze compass from his pocket. The compass oscillated erratically before ultimately pointing towards a solitary, isolated bungalow to the right. The windows of the bungalow were boarded up, and the entrance was secured by a formidable steel door, as if it had been meticulously prepared for this apocalyptic scenario. "Let us proceed there," Wang Qiansheng indicated towards the bungalow, leading Ling Fei to the iron door. Ling Fei stood at the threshold, turning to gaze down the street where, in the distance, the zombies indistinguishable from ordinary people and their movements relentlessly attacked civilians, bringing them to the ground for a brutal feast. Countless crimson stains splattered across the scene, painting a picture of utter savagery. The city was engulfed in chaos, filled with the cacophony of honking cars and the piercing screams of humanity. His mind was a blank slate, although he had mentally prepared himself. The surreal horror of a scenario that seemed only possible in films sparked an uncontrollable panic within him. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of zombies devouring fleeing pedestrians, he turned to hasten Wang Qiansheng. Wang Qiansheng rammed his shoulder against the iron door, yet it remained immovable. Subsequently, he retrieved a gleaming silver revolver from his waist and aimed it at the lock. Ling Fei was taken aback. He had not noticed the hidden revolver. Hastily, he covered his ears as Wang Qiansheng pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, the gunfire rang out and the lock fell to the ground. Wang Qiansheng pushed open the iron door, ushered Ling Fei inside, and secured it behind them. Leaning against the wall, Ling Fei exhaled in relief, only to discover he was pressing against something on his back. In the darkness, he reached to explore and found it was a switch. As the switch was pressed, the dimly lit bungalow was illuminated, startling both Ling Fei and Wang Qiansheng. The room was filled with crates of ammunition, and various weapons were displayed upon racks against the walls, with some cold weapons even hanging from hooks. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to describe this place as a warehouse, as it lacked a second floor, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. I suppose we need not worry about the weaponry, Wang Qiansheng casually remarked, carelessly tossing a chair to the ground before seating himself and addressing Ling Fei. What exactly is the nature of this mission? Why was I not notified? Ling Fei inquired, having dragged a wooden chair from the corner of the room to sit by the door. You would naturally be unaware, Wang Qiansheng replied, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Because the main god space is on the brink of destruction. Chapter 2. The Food Crisis, the Realm of the Master God. Is it to be destroyed? Ling Fei pondered. For the Master God's domain is one where anything can be created at will. How could such an astonishing space be on the brink of ruin? Wang Qiansheng sighed deeply, having lit a cigarette without realizing it. He inhaled deeply and nodded, stating, indeed, on that day, the Master God suddenly issued a task. Each reincarnation world possesses a reincarnation seed. Obtaining that seed will help the Master God regain energy. When the Master God is fully restored, the one who contributes the most energy will be rewarded with the divine treasure. The Master God's abilities have been diminished, restricting certain powers while introducing new elements to assist newcomers in their survival. Thus emerged a seemingly renewed Master God space. The divine treasure? Ling Fei mused. Could it be the authority over the Master God space? Yet, anything bearing the name of a god must be extraordinary. Having fortuitously arrived in this world, he resolved to strive for survival and carve out a path for himself. From that moment on, countless teams, driven by the singular goal of survival, also engaged in fierce battles to seize the reincarnation seeds, fearing the Master God, yet yearning to become one, hoping to acquire that divine treasure. Ling Fei observed Wang Qiansheng, whose fingers trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. He continued, consequently, each newcomer thereafter would typically awaken a soul ability based on their unique characteristics. However, those lacking any distinctive traits would find themselves unable to awaken anything at all. Moreover, there are numerous unexpected occurrences, such as the intersection of two reincarnation worlds. Soul ability? I recall that my soul ability is something called soul cards. Ling Fei was reminded of that frustrating evaluation and that soul ability. Oh, you actually possess a soul ability? Wang Qiansheng remarked, astonished, as he scrutinized Ling Fei once more. Ling Fei smiled faintly and replied, although I am unaware of what it truly is. Subsequently, he patted his pant legs, rose to his feet, and approached the boxes laden with weapons and ammunition, rummaging through them while keeping his head down. I've discovered that this is nothing but a weapons depot. There is not a morsel of food in sight. Wang Qiansheng discarded his cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, before moving to the weapon rack to retrieve an M4A1 along with a box of ammunition, returning to his seat to inspect them. Ling Fei glanced up, perplexed, and inquired, didn't you possess that powerful revolver? Why do you need a gun? That one should not be used lightly, Wang Qiansheng chuckled, chambering around and gesturing at the wall before engaging the safety. Ling Fei also decided to test the firearm. He realized that with his slender arms and legs, handling a rifle was quite arduous, and running consumed an astonishing amount of stamina. Thus, he opted for a Desert Eagle, being a pistol. It was portable, yet boasted power comparable to that of a rifle. He then grabbed a few magazines and stuffed them into his pockets. Observing Wang Qiansheng's actions, It was evident that he intended to venture out in search of food. Ling Fei had no desire to hinder him, as he had yet to ascertain the nature of his soul ability. It seemed prudent to wield a smaller, more manageable weapon, relying on his legs for swiftness. I surmised that this task may involve surviving for a certain number of days or slaying a specific number of zombies. Ling Fei mused as he adjusted the Desert Eagle in his hands before securing it at his waist, for he considered himself a seasoned gamer, well-versed in numerous FPS games. Indeed, if the objective is to exterminate zombies, each kill would provide a notification of how many remain. Conversely, if the goal is to survive for a set number of days, surviving a single day would prompt a reminder of how many days are left. Wang Qianqing approached the door and spoke. Ling Fei pondered this, nodding in acknowledgement, signaling Wang Qianqing to open the door. One must admit, the soundproofing of this dwelling is remarkably effective. Upon entering, the cacophony from outside was entirely muted. As Wang Qianqing opened the door, Ling Fei was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. A vivid expanse of red greeted his eyes. The road they had just traversed, as well as the intersection before the door, was strewn with mangled flesh and pools of blood. Several vehicles lay overturned, some engulfed in flames, while others emitted thick plumes of black smoke. Corpses littered the roadside, and a few scattered zombies lingered near the residential buildings. In the span of merely a few minutes, the once bustling street had transformed into this grotesque tableau. It was as if the very sky had been painted crimson, a true manifestation of the apocalypse. Ling Fei swallowed hard and stepped outside, followed closely by Wang Qianqing, who deftly closed the door behind him. So, where shall we search for sustenance? The metallic scent of blood wafting through the air stirred an unsettling turmoil within Ling Fei's stomach, though he managed to suppress it. Wang Qianqing retrieved a compass-like object from his bag, prompting Ling Fei to finally inquire, "What is this?" A remarkable Grade A artifact, known as the pointer needle, possesses the extraordinary ability to indicate any structure. It was bestowed upon me by a seasoned veteran who had traversed 5 cycles of this world during our previous mission, in which I was the sole survivor. "Ah," Ling Fei exclaimed, observing Wang Qianqing tracing a few lines on its surface with his finger. Subsequently, the needle directed itself towards the exact rear of Ling Fei's position. Wang Qianqing then stowed the pointer needle into his bag, grasped his M4A1, disengaged the safety, and descended the steps before him, remarking, "There is a shop directly behind this bungalow." Given the frantic haste of these individuals, it is unlikely they would have locked the store or taken all the merchandise. "Let us proceed." Ling Fei nodded, following Wang Qianqing as they circumvented the left side of the bungalow. As Ling Fei surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the throngs of fleeing individuals had either escaped or succumbed to transformation into zombies. Presently, only a few stragglers lingered on the streets, a rather peculiar sight. If this group of zombies were to congregate in a location where food could be procured, lying in wait for unwary humans, Ling Fei pondered, suddenly chuckling to himself in self-mockery. Such a notion seemed implausible, did it not? After all, zombies lack intelligence. Lost in thought, Ling Fei turned a corner and beheld the shop. It bore a striking resemblance to other locales, resembling a convenience store. The entrance stood wide open. Shards of glass littered the ground, and a vehicle lay overturned in front. The two entered the shop, and despite the shelves being overturned and askew, the food section remained surprisingly well-stocked. Bloodstains adorned the interior, prompting Wang Qianqing to exhibit a demeanor of utmost caution. Ling Fei glanced around, and suddenly noticed an environmentally friendly bag at the cash register. Grabbing a few bags to hold food seemed like a splendid idea, so he hurried toward the counter. With one hand propped against the register and the other reaching for the bag, he realized that the eco-bag was hung on the wall behind the counter, requiring a bit of stretch to obtain it. Just as his fingers brushed against the bag, a chilling sensation surged from his back to his mind, prompting him to swiftly retract his hand. At that moment, a shadow of blood emerged from beneath the counter, accompanied by the stench of decay, lunging forth to seize Ling Fei by the shoulder and hurl him to the ground. A few drops of icy blood splattered onto his face, and he widened his eyes in terror, his gaze fixated on the face looming over him. The foul odor invaded his nostrils, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Before him stood a woman, her head nearly bitten off, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, and the remnants of her brain matter dripping down onto his visage. Suddenly, she emitted a ghastly shriek and lunged toward Ling Fei with the intent to bite. Bang! A gunshot rang out just as her teeth were about to sink into Ling Fei's neck. The already mangled head was obliterated, and her body was propelled backward, crashing violently against the cash register. Wang Qiansheng rushed over, helping the stunned Ling Fei to his feet, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ling Fei's face turned pale, and he suddenly rolled over to vomit, the horrifying scene replaying in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 3. The corpse tide. Are you feeling better? Wang Qiansheng leaned against a shelf, observing Ling Fei, who lay on the ground, with a faint expression. Ling Fei nodded, wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve as he stood up. Upon seeing the corpse that had been knocked down, his face paled, and he nearly retched. He glanced toward the cashier's area, where only a pool of dark blood remained. He then reached out to grab several bags. Your reaction just now was quite impressive. Otherwise, you would have lost a hand by now. Your reflexes must exceed those of an ordinary person, Wang Qiansheng remarked, shoving a handful of canned bread and similar items into the bags Ling Fei had prepared. Indeed, aside from his inferior strength and intellect, Ling Fei's reflexes and cellular regeneration speed surpassed that of the average individual, scoring a remarkable 9. Go inside and gather some more supplies. I checked earlier, and there are no zombies, not even a trace of blood. I'll keep watch at the door. Wang Qiansheng indicated the interior of the store, leaning against the entrance while gazing into the distance. Ling Fei grabbed a few bags and ventured inside. He stuffed anything of substantial weight into the bags. The store was well stocked, and he even discovered a section dedicated to pharmaceuticals. In the medicine area, Ling Fei collected some trauma ointments and similar first aid supplies, filling one bag to capacity. He then retrieved another bag to gather food and water. Bang! Bang! The eco-friendly bag was only half filled when the sharp sound of an M4A1's rapid fire echoed from outside the door. Startled, Ling Fei realized that Wang Qiansheng's marksmanship, though not particularly remarkable, was sufficient to send a bullet crashing through a zombie's skull. The relentless barrage of gunfire indicated that he was facing a horde of the undead. It was imperative to return and lend him support. With this thought in mind, Ling Fei secured the bag behind his waist and rushed towards the entrance. Upon arrival, he found Wang Qiansheng crouched low, his M4A1 raised, a distant gaze fixed on the door as he continued to fire, the sound of gunshots resonating incessantly. What was happening? Were there countless zombies? Ling Fei dashed to Wang Qiansheng's side, setting 2 bags down on the ground. The scene before him was indeed astonishing, compelling him to admire Wang Qiansheng's composure. The street was swarming with the undead, their bodies swaying as they ambled towards the store at a sluggish pace. Each gunshot resulted in a zombie collapsing to the ground. It seemed impossible to eradicate such an overwhelming number. Could it be that the earlier gunfire had attracted them? Ling Fei drew the Desert Eagle from his waist, swiftly disengaged the safety, and, with both hands gripping the weapon, aimed at the nearest zombie and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deep sound of the shot reverberated as Ling Fei's arm jolted, unable to contain the recoil of the Desert Eagle, causing the entire handgun to fly backward. The zombie staggered slightly, a chunk of flesh blown away from its shoulder, yet it remained undeterred in its advance. Suddenly, several zombies let out a guttural roar directed at the 2 men, their pace quickening from a slow shuffle to a frantic sprint. Wang Qiansheng remained remarkably composed amidst the chaos, the firing rate of the M4A1 escalating with each passing moment, its accuracy nothing short of impeccable. Go! We can't hold them off any longer. Close the store door, Wang bellowed, just as Ling Fei picked up the Desert Eagle. He hurried to the entrance and pulled the door shut. Almost immediately, several zombies collided violently against the transparent glass, their grotesque faces smeared against the surface, creating a terrifying sight. Ling Fei raised the Desert Eagle once more, gripping the handle firmly as he squeezed the trigger. The bullet pierced the glass and struck one of the zombies squarely in the head. The formidable power of the Desert Eagle obliterated the creature's skull in an instant. Wang Qiansheng stowed the M4A1 and rushed to push several shelves in front of the door. The relentless onslaught of zombies battered against the entrance, causing even the barricading shelves to tremble. He dashed to the back door of the shop, shouldered it open, and bolted outside, leaving Ling Fei alone inside. Hey, wait for me, Ling Fei exclaimed, momentarily stunned as he glanced at the quaking shelves blocking the entrance, before hastily following Wang through the back door. Upon surveying the surroundings, he discovered Wang unloading gasoline from the rear of a vehicle. Wang hoisted a canister of gasoline and began walking back toward the shop's entrance. What are you planning to do? Ling Fei asked, utterly perplexed by Wang's intentions. Ignoring Ling Fei's inquiry, Wang entered the store and poured the gasoline liberally across the floor in front of the main entrance. Shouldering the M4A1, he drew a revolver from his waist and fired 6 shots into the ceiling, addressing Ling Fei, "Clear the shelves away." Ling Fei complied, yet an air of perplexity enveloped him. His revolver, designed to accommodate merely 7 bullets, had been employed to breach the threshold of the cyclical realm, having expended 6 rounds. It seemed improbable that he possessed any ammunition left. As he pushed aside the shelf, a horde of zombies surged forth, shrieking as they advanced towards Wang Qianqing, who stood resolute at the center of the room. Amidst the chaos, Ling Fei noticed a subtle smile gracing Wang Qianqing's lips as he murmured, "Care to guess whether today brings fire or ice?" Indeed, it was fire. With a resounding bang, a vivid crimson streak erupted from the muzzle of the revolver, striking the gasoline-soaked floor. In an instant, a roaring inferno ignited, engulfing countless zombies in its searing embrace. Ling Fei retreated a step, distancing himself from the flames. Observing the thrashing zombies consumed by the conflagration, he pondered in astonishment. Did this revolver possess an 8th round? A unique incendiary round, no less. The flames intensified as a multitude of goods toppled from the shelves, including paper products and other flammable materials, fueling the fire's voracious appetite. Soon, thick smoke billowed, and Ling Fei glanced around, only to find Wang Qianqing's figure conspicuously absent. Resigned, he covered his mouth with his clothing and, clutching his Desert Eagle in his right hand, retreated towards the rear exit. Along the way, he dispatched several obstructive zombies with his firearm, emerging from the store unscathed. Raising his gaze, he beheld the entire establishment ablaze. The second floor, a storeroom brimming with inventory, now also ignited in a fiery spectacle. Bending his back, Ling Fei coughed a few times. Not only did he fail to locate Wang Qianqing, but he also stumbled upon a multitude of other entities, countless zombies. Along both sides of the street, innumerable zombies, drawn by the sound, surged forth from the sidewalks, buildings, and the distance, colliding directly with Ling Fei as he exited through the back door. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The zombies paused momentarily before suddenly charging towards him in a frenzied rush. This is hopeless. This handgun will never suffice. Am I destined to perish? Is there no other option? No alternative? Ling Fei retreated a few steps, contemplating once again plunging into the fiery chaos in a desperate bid for survival. Wait, there's my soul ability. The soul card, the card. A sudden realization struck him. He tossed the Desert Eagle to the ground and rummaged through his trousers. Yes, this is it. To his astonishment, he extracted a card from his pocket, one from Yu-Gi-Oh! Just before the strike of lightning, he had fortuitously stowed a few Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards in his pocket. At that moment, the card appeared entirely blank, devoid of any markings. Yet, Ling Fei was stirred by something manifesting before his eyes. It was the same azure luminescence, now shaped by 4 simple blue lines into a card, inscribed with the words, Soul Card Ability Unlocked, Current Level, LV1, Summonable Characters. 1. Summonable Character Level, 1. Please select the female character you wish to summon in your mind within 5 seconds. Countdown begins. 5 seconds? Ling Fei's head suddenly felt heavy, as a multitude of female heroes from both reality and the gaming world flooded his mind. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to whom to summon. All right. It shall be Akali. The shadows embrace Akali. A spark of brilliance flashed in Ling Fei's eyes. The champions from League of Legends were undeniably formidable, and he could quickly conjure the image of this female hero from the online game. Having made his choice, he designated the character as a growth type at level LV1. The shadows embrace Akali. Once again, the luminous screen flickered, and an alluring figure materialized upon the previously blank card. As the glow faded, the paper card in Ling Fei's hand had transformed into a metallic card, and an overwhelming torrent of information surged through his mind. Meanwhile, before him, a zombie had bared its grotesque maw, lunging towards Ling Fei. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his head, he hurled the metallic card forcefully to the ground, shouting, "Summon." In an instant, a radiant crimson light erupted among the zombies, a powerful force sending those near the illumination careening away. As the light dimmed, a fiery silhouette appeared before Ling Fei. Chapter 4. The Slaughter of the Shadow Fist. Ling Fei gradually discerned the figure before him, clad in a vibrant red robe. With porcelain skin and a red mask adorning her face, a cascade of black hair was tied back in a ponytail. Her exquisitely large eyes suddenly widened as she crouched on the ground, wielding 2 weapons reminiscent of sickles. rising slowly. Her crimson eyes betrayed no emotion as they fixated on Ling Fei. Just as her masked lips parted to speak, a zombie lunged at her with ferocity. Ling Fei wished to warn her, but the unfolding events rendered the words lodged in his throat. With a slight tremor of her delicate shoulder, the zombie was inexplicably hurled away. Her gaze shifted, fierce determination locking onto another zombie to her right. In an instant, she vanished and reappeared behind it, ensnaring its neck with her cross sickle. With a decisive pull, the zombie's head detached and fell to the ground. "You know what you must do, Akali," Ling Fei remarked, leaning against the wall, observing the graceful figure before him with a sigh of relief. If she truly wished to protect him, he need not fret for his own safety. Akali nodded and charged into the horde of the undead, her twin sickles whirling in a frenzied dance. Ling Fei could only watch as blood rained down from the sky amidst the chaos. The zombies, growing increasingly desperate, swarmed towards her position, culminating in a towering mass of corpses that enveloped her at the base, leaving him momentarily safe from their attack. Ling Fei picked up the metallic card lying on the ground, adorned with an official image of Akali. Below the illustration, a shimmering LV1 and 5 gray skills were displayed. He traced his finger over the third skill, and to his astonishment, the previously dim icon ignited with light. With a glimmer in his eyes, Ling Fei forcefully pressed the skill, exclaiming, "Half Moon Slash." Tear. As if responding to his call, a cacophony of flesh being torn apart erupted from the corpse tower, which trembled and then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Clad in fiery red garments, Akali leaped forth from the heap of bodies, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of zombies that had managed to survive. As the cooldown for Half Moon Slash concluded, Ling Fei smiled and once again pressed the glowing icon of Half Moon Slash with his thumb. Akali cast a fleeting glance in Ling Fei's direction, her gaze lowered slightly. With a swift motion, she twirled her scythe, channeling a surge of azure light from her arm into the weapon. She then twisted her waist and spun rapidly in place, causing the heads of the zombies to gradually detach from their necks, while dark crimson blood arced through the air once more. Ling Fei, astonished, glanced at the card. The first skill, a passive ability called Duality's Command, had been unlocked unbeknownst to him. At that moment, it was in a vibrant state alongside Half Moon Slash, which was still on cooldown. This must have corresponded to the azure light he had just witnessed. Beneath Akali's portrait, a green bar and a yellow bar appeared. As an adept of League of Legends, he recognized these indicators well. The green bar represented Akali's health, while the yellow bar indicated the resource required to unleash her skills. Energy had now been consumed halfway, yet the life force remained unchanged. Ling Fei silently marveled, truly impressive. Akali's experience gauge also displayed a shift. To reach level 2 required 10 points of experience, and she had already accumulated 2. Upon ascending to the next level, she should be able to acquire new skills. Akali gracefully emerged from the graveyard littered with corpses and blood. Approaching Ling Fei, she slowly crouched down, and from beneath her mask, a chilling voice emerged. "Mission accomplished, Master." Ling Fei was taken aback. Her demeanor was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Glancing at Akali's face, he noticed a splatter of fresh blood upon her otherwise pale and taut features. He let out a wry smile, pocketing the card and gently wiping away the bloodstain, murmuring, "Thank you, but please refrain from calling me Master. It makes me rather bashful." Akali's beautiful pupils suddenly constricted before returning to normal, as a melodious voice resonated from beneath her mask. "You are unlike others who possess summoning abilities." How so?" Ling Fei queried, bewildered. A faint blush crossed Akali's face as she hastily replied, "Their S.A. gentle, feeling. I must take my leave now." Before Ling Fei could fully comprehend her words, she was enveloped in a blinding white light, and when he regained his senses, she had vanished. Ling Fei touched the card in his pocket. It still felt metallic, signifying that he had finally unlocked the soul ability. At that moment, the street was unusually silent, the air seemingly frozen, with only the sound of burning houses echoing behind him. Ling Fei inhaled the metallic scent of blood, his thoughts momentarily derailed by the previous chaotic events. A sudden wave of confusion washed over him. The elimination of the zombies had yielded no notifications, indicating that the completion of the task required additional conditions. Was he to linger here for several days in hopes of returning directly to the main divine space? No, he couldn't allow himself to entertain such thoughts. What if Wang Qianxing were in peril? He must go to his aid. Ling Fei opened the back door and peered inside. Finding no trace of life, All the zombies that had surged in were now charred remnants sprawled across the ground. At that moment, Wang Qiansheng was either consumed by flames or had managed to escape. Just as he prepared to enter and inspect the bodies, a distinct gunshot from a revolver pierced the air, echoing like a hawk soaring through the sky. Stunned, Ling Fei discerned that the sound originated from an alleyway within the nearby residential building. Damn it, not another alley. He pivoted and sprinted toward the source of the gunfire. Navigating past several overturned vehicles, he soon spotted a massive corpse blocking the alley's entrance. Its body was covered in white muscle, devoid of human form. Ling Fei scrutinized it for a moment and realized, to his astonishment, that it was the infamous mutated creature known as the Climber. It was astonishing that Wang Qiansheng, along with his revolver, had managed to eliminate such a formidable foe. Ling Fei gave the enormous corpse a kick and inspected the bullet holes before leaping over it. He steadied himself against the wall of the alley and cautiously ventured inward. Upon reaching a bend, he slowly peeked around the corner. At the end of the alley, he spotted Wang Qiansheng, crouched against the wall, wielding two gleaming silver revolvers. As two agile climbers advanced swiftly towards him, Ling Fei let out a sigh, pressing down on his rapidly beating heart. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the metallic card from his pocket. The next summoning time was in just 10 minutes. As a mere novice, he had fortuitously awakened his soul ability during the first world, yet he had not purchased any enhancement points or skills in the main god space, rendering him quite vulnerable. He could only rely on Wang Qiansheng to resolve the situation. Ling Fei tightly gripped the summoning card, concealing himself in the corner with his Desert Eagle, hoping to deliver a decisive blow to the two crawlers at a critical moment. The two crawlers incessantly leaped between the ground and the wall, while Wang Qiansheng wielded two revolvers, firing continuously. Remarkably, each shot found its mark on the darting crawlers, striking their iron-like hides and splattering blood in arcs. Truly impressive, hitting every target? Moreover, what kind of handgun is this? A revolver does not possess such high performance. It must surpass even submachine guns equipped with armor-piercing rounds, Ling Fei mused. At last, one of the crawlers, after a few more jumps between the wall and the ground, suddenly lunged toward Wang Qiansheng. With his arms crossed, Wang Qiansheng fired both silver revolvers simultaneously, unleashing crimson fireballs that intertwined as they soared toward the airborne crawler. The crawler, unable to evade in midair, was struck squarely in the face by a fireball, its massive body propelled backward. Special rounds. This must be the last bullet, Ling Fei thought. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he chambered a round in the Desert Eagle. Wang Qiansheng flicked his hands, sending the circular magazine of the revolver flying away. He swiftly reloaded 2 magazines between his middle and ring fingers. A remaining crawler, seizing the opportunity, charged towards Wang Qiansheng. Now is the moment. Ling Fei's pupils contracted as he sprang to his feet, Desert Eagle in hand, unleashing a barrage of shots at the crawler's massive rear. The sharp crack of the Desert Eagle echoed through the narrow alley. The crawler staggered momentarily. Ling Fei had fired 5 rounds, but had only struck once. It turned its head towards Ling Fei, yet found no trace of him as he hastily fled the alley. I wonder whether today brings fire or ice. Before the crawler could comprehend, a cold voice, tinged with amusement, resonated from behind. Guess again, it's a world of both fire and ice. Bang, bang. Chapter 5. Spatial distortion and overlap. Wang Qiansheng rose from the ground, bewildered to find several charred remnants of flesh before him. He glanced quizzically towards the alley and murmured to himself, "Is that fellow still alive? What a resilient soul." Ling Fei, hearing the commotion, peeked out from behind the wall. Upon seeing Wang Qiansheng standing tall, he exhaled in relief, elegantly twirling the card in his hand before stepping forward to address him. Haha, my soul abilities are now activated. Is that so? I was wondering how you managed to survive. Do you wish for my demise? Essentially, yes. Go to hell. As they exited the alley, it was Wang Qiansheng's turn to be astounded. The sheer number of zombie corpses littering the back door was staggering. Ling Fei proudly showcased the Akali emblem on his metallic card, revealing his enthusiasm for the game. Akali? Not powerful enough. I suggest summoning Orochi Yushiro next time. With a 5-second limit, I can't think of much. But wait, it can only be female characters? The two continued their banter as they made their way to the convenience store, where the flames had subsided. They collected several unscathed items and retreated to their humble abode. Encountering no zombies along the way, it appeared that Akali had vanquished nearly a third of the undead. 100 points for a crawler, 5 points for a zombie. Check how many points you currently possess. Wang Qiansheng instructed, gazing into the void above. Ling Fei, feeling the weight of the crimson sky, was engulfed by a sense of oppression. He focused on querying his points, and a familiar blue holographic screen materialized before his eyes. That was the fundamental information he observed that day. The basic ability values remained unchanged, except that LV1 appeared next to the soul card, indicating a summoning capacity of 1. Furthermore, an additional line was added beneath the frustrating cube assessment. Points acquired from this mission: 300 points for defeating zombies, and 20 points for assisting in the elimination of crawlers, totaling 320, along with the points for aiding in the defeat of crawlers. I have a slight advantage over you. At that time, I didn't incinerate many zombies, as they were all drawn away by you. However, I did accrue a significant number of points from killing crawlers. Just as Wang Qiansheng was about to open the door, he felt a tremor beneath him. An earthquake? Ling Fei asked in a flurry. Wang Qiansheng suddenly looked up. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the sky. Ling Fei steadied himself against the nearby stone steps and followed Wang Qiansheng's line of sight. There, a conspicuous black dot emerged against the blood-red sky. Ling Fei realized this was the same black that had appeared when he was initially transported to this world. This is dire. Wang Qiansheng's voice trembled slightly. What is it? Do you remember what I told you? The main god space is about to be destroyed. Wang Qiansheng fixated on the black dot in the sky, while the ground continued to shake. Noticing Ling Fei nodding, he continued, when the main god space collapses, the reincarnators will suffer greatly. This is because two reincarnation worlds may collide with one another. In the past, the main god had the power to separate the two worlds, but now it is no longer possible. Therefore, if two worlds collide, they will merge and overlap, forming a single entity. What? It can happen like this? Ling Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Although our mission remains unchanged and we can return after a few days, we must confront the monsters of that world. Or rather, the reincarnation team. Suddenly, a sharp sonic wave reverberated through the sky, causing Ling Fei's head to spin, nearly rendering him unconscious. Covering his ears with his hands, he gazed upward. The very heavens trembled as straight black lines began to emerge endlessly from a dark point, multiplying and multiplying, until the entire sky was engulfed in these dark lines. The intensity of the sonic wave escalated, and upon witnessing the sky filled with black lines, Ling Fei's vision darkened, and he fainted, oblivious to Wang Qiansheng's fate. In his unconscious state, Ling Fei seemed to hear a faint electronic synthesizer sound, a tremulous noise that occasionally emitted a static-like sound, ZZZ. The world of biohazard, ZZZ. Overlapping with the alien world, ZZZ. Spatial distortions commencing. The sonic wave seemed to dissipate. Ling Fei sluggishly opened his eyes to find Wang Qiansheng standing before him. Rubbing his eyes, Ling Fei gradually rose from the ground, only to be astonished to discover two groups of people before Wang Qiansheng. One group exuded a formidable presence, consisting of 4 individuals, led by a robust African man. The others were equipped with either uniquely shaped melee weapons or firearms. Ling Fei even spotted one person wielding a pulse cannon as thick as an arm. Between this group and Ling Fei stood a throng of bewildered individuals, their faces etched with terror. They varied in age and resembled those who had just entered the reincarnation world, likely newcomers. Surveying the surroundings, it remains the same place, yet situated on the main street in front of the cottage. I have stated my desire for 2 newcomers. Afterward, let us remain undisturbed and peacefully navigate this cycle. Wang Qiansheng, wielding a revolver, addressed the formidable leader ahead with a nonchalant tone. These are our world's newcomers. Your concerns are irrelevant. Moreover, why should we refrain from interference? Slaying a reincarnator could yield 100 points. The arrogant captain, a man of African descent, observed Wang Qiansheng drawing his firearm and, without hesitation, patted a companion on the shoulder. The individual raised a pulse gun, aiming it at Wang Qiansheng as well. Let the newcomers decide for themselves. Wang Qiansheng's gaze turned even colder. Humph. The captain stepped forward, and the air crackled with the clash of 2 powerful presences. Captain. One of the more composed individuals among them, holding a rectangular device, addressed their leader. Those 2 possess formidable combat prowess. The leader among the black-clad figures has a strength rating of 275, while the one just awakened is at 220. Only our captain and the young man possess combat abilities that surpass theirs. Upon hearing this, a young man in casual attire among the newcomers brightened, resolutely stepping over to Ling Fei's side. Observing the youth, several others glanced at the device and joined Ling Fei as well. Damn it, The captain's face flushed with anger as he lifted his foot to kick the one who reported the combat ratings. Even Ling Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He had grasped the situation clearly. Two worlds were colliding, with another reincarnation team and a group of newcomers. Wang Qianxing seemed intent on recruiting several individuals with formidable soul abilities to enhance the success rate of this reincarnation world, which led to a confrontation with the opposing party. Furthermore, it appeared that Ling Fei possessed considerable combat strength. Ling Fei smiled, buoyed by Akali's support. He gathered the newcomers who stood by him and allowed Wang Qianxing to continue his verbal sparring with the opposing captain. While he took the opportunity to enlighten this group of novices about the circumstances of the main god space. The first to step forward was a young man in casual attire named Zhang Jun, an ordinary second-year high school student. He enjoyed reading novels in his spare time. And the others were not much different, each introducing their names and ages. To Ling Fei's astonishment, there was even an 8-year-old elementary school student among them. Once introductions were concluded, Wang Qianxing, with a sense of resignation, turned to Ling Fei and said, "There's no helping it. They let those newcomers go. Let us return to the small house." Ling Fei nodded, leading the 4 newcomers toward the small dwelling. Observing Ling Fei and his companions retreat, the opposing captain, a man of African descent, grinned broadly and quietly instructed the individual wielding the pulse cannon. "Once they enter, blow this house to smithereens." Chapter 6. The Eagle of the Long Sky. Ling Fei entered the small cabin with 5 companions. Upon seeing the myriad of weapons adorning the room, the 4 individuals could not contain their excitement and rushed forward to explore the various firearms. However, Ling Fei was perplexed by Wang Qianxing's behavior. Instead of closing the door immediately upon entering, he left it ajar, peering intently outside. Wang Qianxing gestured to Ling Fei, prompting him to withdraw and inquire about the attributes and soul abilities of the newcomers. Outside, a young man sneered as he raised the pulse cannon, aiming it at the cabin. Yet, his smile abruptly faltered, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "What's wrong?" "Fire the cannon," the black captain questioned. Observing the young man's demeanor, "Captain, he's looking at me," the youth stammered, feeling the piercing gaze of a hawk upon him, as if the slightest movement of his finger would result in a bullet striking him down with deadly precision. The burly captain turned his attention towards the cabin, noticing a pair of cold eyes observing them through the narrow opening of the door. "Good heavens, this is eerie," the black captain muttered, suddenly raising his voice to shout at the cabin, "My Demon Eye squad will not spare you." With that declaration, he led his teammates down a different street to depart. Upon hearing the roar, Ling Fei sighed in relief and turned to Wang Qianxing, who was in the process of closing the door. "I truly believe they were about to fire. You're quite impressive." Wang Qianxing seemed taken aback by Ling Fei's words and asked, "Did you know they were going to fire at the building?" Ling Fei chuckled softly, rising from his stool with an air of confidence as he proclaimed, "Do not underestimate me. I am the sort of extraordinary man who can discern the conclusion of an anime after merely 4 episodes. Oh, I require 15 episodes just to predict the ending after watching 20. Zhang Jun interjected from behind Ling Fei, expressing admiration. Among the group, there was a seemingly refined man adorned with spectacles, dressed in a work uniform that suggested an office occupation. Upon overhearing the exchange between Ling Fei and Zhang Jun, he nearly dropped the handgun he was handling, adjusting his glasses with a hint of exasperation as he remarked, "Can our team truly survive for such an extended period? Who knows?" However, Ling Fei seems remarkably dependable. Suddenly, an 8-year-old girl rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Ling Fei's leg, her voice sweetly coaxing. Ling Fei scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. He wondered how she would react if she knew the true reason behind his arrival in this world. Kneeling down, he gently patted the little girl's head, gazing into her innocent, wide eyes, while a twinge of concern crept into his heart. Such a young child would soon be confronted with the world's harshest realities. "What is your name?" "Tongsha." "Oh, what a lovely name. I shall call you Tong Tong." Tongsha nodded with a cheerful smile. "TCH. Disgusting." A nearby individual leaned against the gun rack, spitting disdainfully. Ling Fei glanced over and noted the unmistakable appearance of a nonconformist, adorned with tattoos, heavy makeup, strikingly red hair, and clad in black leather, complete with earrings. "And you? I believe you ought to join that other group over there? Perhaps their captain is more to your liking." Ling Fei remarked with a smile as he rose from his seat. "I merely believe that this team is rather formidable," he retorted, turning his head to fixate on the firearms displayed on the rack. "You seem to be getting along quite well with the newcomers," Wang Qianqing observed, taking a seat on a small stool and watching Ling Fei with keen interest. "Why not engage them in conversation?" "No," Wang Qianqing shifted his gaze to the boarded-up window, stating, "I am not adept at socializing." The moment the words left his lips, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ling Fei glanced around, scratched his head, and ultimately patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, leading him to a corner to discuss anime and games. The bespectacled youth was meticulously examining each firearm, clearly a gun enthusiast. The delinquent stared at the ceiling, lost in his thoughts, while Wang Qianqing opted to close his eyes and rest. Tong Xia joined Zhang Jun and Ling Fei, eager to listen to their idle chatter. Zhang Jun's fingers were incessantly drawing circles on the ground as he spoke to Ling Fei, saying, "Ling Go, I perceive the situation as follows. After the world's upheaval, our mission remains to survive for a few days. Although the arrival of newcomers has increased the difficulty, is it solely the alien attacks that heighten this challenge? Indeed, the team from Demon SI is in a dire predicament. Having lost so many newcomers to us, they must contend not only with the alien tasks, but also with hordes of zombies in the city. Without a shelter, survival will not be an easy feat furthermore. Whether we encounter aliens is still a matter of chance. So, our task is quite simple. We merely need to remain here for a few days." Zhang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Fei nodded and said, "Indeed, even with food for 4 people, it would last us 5 or 6 days without issue. However, we now face a significant dilemma." "What is it?" Ling Fei rested his chin on his hand, his expression one of melancholy. "What shall we name our team?" Tong Xia, intrigued by the discussion, removed her backpack and eagerly opened her textbook, reciting, "How about 2 eagles catching chicks?" Upon hearing this, she felt 2 resentful gazes directed at her and quickly fell silent. "Eagle? How about eagle of the vast sky? By the way, my sole ability is also eagle-eye." Zhang Jun mused, stroking his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "Eagle of the vast sky?" Ling Fei repeated the name with a smile. "Not bad at all. Let's go with that." Suddenly, a dull thud emanated from the window. Ling Fei turned to see the bespectacled man had strolled to the door at some point. Next to the iron door, a wooden board sealed the window, through which a long, twisted tongue protruded, glistening with a cold, sharp sheen reminiscent of a blade. The tongue swiftly thrust through the gap in the wooden board, piercing the bespectacled man's shoulder with brutal force. Thick, viscous blood erupted from the wound, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was yanked backward with tremendous strength. "Aye! Damn it!" Zhang Jun cursed, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Wang Qianqing, closest to the bespectacled man, had already risen, revolver in hand, yet found himself unable to fire. The bespectacled man found himself ensnared by the barbed tongue, his body repeatedly crashing against the window. Blood oozed from his shoulder, exposing a gruesome expanse of flesh, while the white garment beside him became saturated with crimson. "Alien! Everyone retreat!" Ling Fei paused momentarily, then shouted, covering Tong Xia's eyes with one hand, while the other frantically searched for summoning cards on his person. At this juncture, the bespectacled man was fully pinned against the window, the alien tongue merely a sharp tip protruding from his wound. His contorted face screamed in agony as he desperately gestured toward Wang Qianqing with his uninjured hand, the metallic scent of blood swiftly permeating the small room. With his back pressed firmly against the glass, Wang Qianqing retrieved a large machete from the wall and positioned the blade at the juncture of the bespectacled man's body and shoulder. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards the man's face. Eyewear and bloody teeth flew from the impact, and the bespectacled man collapsed to the ground, pallid and unconscious. Ling Fei, suppressing his revulsion, handed the medication he had procured from the store to Wang Qianqing, who silently tended to the man's wounds. Yet, Ling Fei could not shake the haunting image from moments prior. Wang Qianqing's fist striking the man's face to divert his attention, simultaneously severing his entire arm with unimaginable force. Perhaps the bespectacled man only felt a fleeting pain across his face and numbness in his arm before succumbing to darkness. The alien tongue relinquished its grip and gradually retreated through the window's crevice. Inside the room, silence enveloped them. "Is he all right?" The thug gazed in astonishment at the bespectacled man being bandaged by Wang Qianqing. Ling Fei scrutinized his face, noting that the thug displayed no signs of discomfort. Could it be that he was accustomed to the violence of brawls? Surely, he would not be so apathetic. Ling Fei replied coolly, "This is quite alarming, everyone. A trembling voice interrupted, revealing Zhang Jun, who had somehow scurried to the window opposite the door, peering through the crack. In a swift motion, Ling Fei dashed forward, seizing Zhang Jun by the collar and yanking him back, bellowing, "Shouldn't you be on the floor retching? Why are you attempting to do something akin to that bespectacled fellow?" I merely sought a breath of fresh air," Zhang Jun spluttered, struggling to catch his breath as Ling Fei released him in the center of the room, rubbing his throat. "We are surrounded by aliens." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room converged on Zhang Jun. He paused momentarily before hastily continuing, "Just now, I happened to glimpse several aliens crawling up towards the ceiling through the doorway." No sooner had he spoken than the chandelier above began to tremble, its light flickering erratically. Soon after, an eerie hissing noise emanated from the ceiling, accompanied by a noxious odor wafting down. Were they using their own blood to corrode the roof? But why the ceiling? Isn't it obvious? Ling Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. "It's to facilitate their entry and prevent our escape." In such dire circumstances, escape seemed the only viable option. Ling Fei contemplated that stealthily exiting through the front door was the wisest course of action, rather than remaining passive. It was preferable to gamble on the rumored chances of survival. "Let us proceed," Wang Qiancheng declared, hoisting the bespectacled man onto his back as he pushed open the door, revealing an absence of any lurking creatures. The group seized their chosen weapons and surged forth. In their haste down the staircase, they were met with the grim realization that their path was blocked. Ignoring the relentless xenomorphs on the rooftop, they sought refuge behind a wall, observing the chaos unfolding in the streets below. The convergence of two worlds appeared to have resurrected the slain monstrosities, and the streets teemed with zombies. Several xenomorphs that had been circling above, spotting the horde below, leapt down, initiating a fierce battle between dozens of xenomorphs and hundreds of zombies. Attempting to traverse this battlefield was undoubtedly a path to demise. Hissing, the xenomorphs atop the roof suddenly became aware of the group, their bodies, seemingly encased in black armor, straightened as they let out a series of shrill cries. "Oh heavens, they've spotted us," one of the thugs exclaimed, covering his mouth in terror. Wang Qiancheng entrusted the bespectacled man to Zhang Jun, while Ling Fei brandished a prepared card, stepping forward alongside Wang Qiancheng to shield the newcomers. "Summon." Ling Fei traced his finger across the card, and a vibrant azure glow materialized before him. Moments later, the figure of a Kali, clad in azure attire, appeared before the astonished group. "Should I complain about your automated clothing system?" Ling Fei remarked softly as he sensed a fragrant aroma. "In your world, 1 minute equates to 10 minutes in my dimension. It has been 5 days on my side. Changing a piece of clothing shouldn't be a crime, right?" Akali swung her scythe with a sharp tone. "Akali," Zhang Jun exclaimed, as the ethereal light of several creatures on the roof seemed to be entirely overshadowed by her presence. The newcomers were captivated, their gazes fixed upon her. Hiss! The creatures on the roof flicked their forked tongues like serpents, advancing a few steps, their limbs gripping the eaves. Suddenly, Akali's demeanor shifted as she turned to face the eaves, sensing a palpable aura of murderous intent, an essence surpassing that of mere beasts. Roar! The creature let out a sudden bellow, propelling itself from the eaves towards the gathered crowd with astonishing speed. In that instant, Akali leapt into action, her dual sides raised protectively before her. A fierce confrontation unfolded in the air between the human and the beast, the creature's tongue striking like a blade towards Akali. She deftly tilted her body, narrowly evading the assault. Whoosh! A powerful gust followed as the creature's tail darted violently towards her shoulder. Unfamiliar with the creature's attack patterns, Akali failed to evade this time. Instinctively, she lowered her shoulder, feeling the sharp tail graze her skin. Upon landing, she swiftly retreated, while the creature disregarded the stunned onlookers, charging straight at her. Clutching her wounded shoulder, Akali skillfully maneuvered between the walls and the house, her movements reminiscent of a ninja. The speed of the aliens was relentless, and the distance between them continued to diminish. Hiss! Suddenly, 2 aliens appeared directly in Akali's path, with foes ahead and pursuers behind. It seemed that Akali's scythe might not inflict any harm upon the aliens. Only heavy weaponry could subdue them. Lin Fei's heart tightened at this moment. Had he known that learning the Q skill assassin's mark might enable Akali to inflict damage on the aliens, he would have done so. As he lamented this regret, he glanced at Akali's health card. The green health indicator showed 425 points, having already decreased by 20. Akali's avatar trembled incessantly. With a click of her tongue, she surveyed her surroundings and decided to leap from the rooftop. just as 3 aliens lunged toward her landing spot. This is bad. Lin Fei attempted to draw his Desert Eagle, hoping to divert the aliens' attention as he had done for Wang Qianqing, only to realize that someone was faster than him. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, a fiery projectile and a blue ice orb intersecting as they flew toward the aliens. The alien pursuing Akali took the brunt of the attack, its dark armor erupting in a dazzling display of red and blue hues. Unable to withstand the onslaught, it was sent hurtling backward, colliding with 2 other aliens. All 3 crashing into a small cottage and sending up a cloud of dust. One wall of the shelter crumbled under the impact, allowing Akali to land safely. Breathing deeply, her expression transformed entirely. With swift movements, Akali became a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the billowing smoke. Ling Fei placed his finger gently upon the card featuring Akali's visage and slowly closed his eyes, only to find himself transported to an entirely different perspective. This was the world as seen through Akali's eyes. A fleeting image materialized before him, revealing a grotesque creature rising from the ground. In a sudden surge of motion, Akali leapt onto the elongated head of the alien being. With 2 sighs, she ensnared its throat, her feet firmly planted upon its shoulders, and with a swift, forceful motion. A sharp crack echoed as the creature's head severed from its body. However, no sooner had she dispatched one foe than another alien rose behind her, lunging towards Akali. With a deft maneuver, she evaded, the massive form of the creature grazing perilously close to her right arm. In a swift motion, her right hand struck, embedding a scythe deep within the flesh of the alien's thigh. If she were to unleash the crescent slash now, augmented by her skill's power, it would surely sever the creature's leg. With his eyes still shut, Ling Fei pressed the shimmering skill icon with his thumb. Suddenly, Akali paused, a stream of azure light cascading over her scythe as her left hand gripped the weapon, slicing towards the alien's thigh. Her body spun. Without a doubt, the alien's leg was cleaved away by Akali's deft strike. Yet her movements did not cease. She hooked the alien's tail with her scythe and hurled it to the ground. Then, she sprang onto the creature's head, driving both sides deep into its skull. Viscous yellow blood sprayed over Akali, and Ling Fei froze at the sight. The blood of the alien was indeed corrosive. On Akali's card, her health is plummeting at an astonishing rate of 50 points per second. Chapter 8. The hunt begins. Ling Fei found himself at a loss. He decisively withdrew from Akali's line of sight. The alien blood could indeed be diluted with water, but where would he find such water? Could he risk plunging into the perilous situation posed by another alien to rescue Akali? Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in his mind. Ling Fei swiftly raised the card, noticing that Akali's health was still at 100. Teleport me back immediately, as long as I return to my realm. Any injury can be healed. Hurry. In a state of panic, Ling Fei pressed the cancel summon button on the card. No further voices resonated in his mind. Turning his gaze towards Wang Qianqing, he noticed Wang also looking back at him, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "My 2 shots hit their mark." Ling Fei hesitated momentarily before responding. "Akali is quite severely injured. I am sending her back. There should still be 1 alien surviving." As the smoke gradually dissipated, the colossal corpses of 2 aliens lay before the crowd, leaving everyone astonished. One alien's head was grotesquely twisted in an unimaginable direction, while another had lost a leg, its head reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. But where had the third gone? Ling Fei scanned his surroundings, only to feel an unsettling chill creeping up from behind him. Suddenly, a warmth surged at the back of his head, followed by the unmistakable sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. Stunned, he reached behind his head, his hand coming away stained with crimson blood. Ling Fei turned to see Zhang Jun, with his head bowed, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth and pooling onto the stone floor. What astonished Ling Fei was the dark, alien creature behind him. Bang! A bullet struck the creature's face, causing its head to tilt awkwardly. In an instant, it realigned its terrifying visage towards Wang Qianqing, who had fired the shot, and let out a piercing roar. Despite the proximity, there was no fear of hitting their own. Perhaps driven by sheer terror, a thug suddenly yanked Tong Sha away from Zhang Jun and raised his M4A1 to unleash a barrage at the creature. The alien, struck by the bullets, twitched violently, brandishing its blood-soaked tail before leaping onto the rooftop. The thug and Wang Qianqing fired in unison at the creature, which crawled with remarkable agility, rendering their aim utterly ineffective. Zhang Jun and the bespectacled man collapsed to the ground. Ling Fei rushed forward, only to discover that Zhang Jun was relatively unscathed, while the bespectacled man was in dire straits. During the aliens' assault, Zhang Jun had been carrying the bespectacled man, and the creature had attacked from behind, its long tail piercing through the bespectacled man's body and wounding Zhang Jun in the process. Regardless of the bespectacled man's tenacity, his fate now seemed sealed. Ling Fei gazed at his blood-soaked hands, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. So swiftly had death arrived. How long could this team possibly endure? Wang Qianqing, he's dead, Ling Fei remarked helplessly to Wang Qianqing, who was still pursuing the alien with gunfire. Take it easy. Death is commonplace. Don't forget we are in an infinite cycle world. Wang Qianqing replied nonchalantly, his gaze devoid of emotion, reflecting a familiarity with life and death that had long since settled within him. The alien was evidently gravely injured. Ling Fei looked up to see that the thigh of the alien, which was desperately evading bullets, had been frostbitten, and nearly half of its body had been obliterated. As if a single more strike would send it to its demise. The alien finally reached the end of the wall and swiftly climbed up, leaping towards the opposite building. I won't let you succeed, Wang Qianqing muttered, picking up the revolver that had remained unused in his left hand, and fired at the building. Indeed. Another fireball erupted from the gun's muzzle, instantly collapsing the structure at a velocity several times faster than the alien's aerial glide. Ling Fei finally understood how half of the alien's body had vanished. The alien missed its target and plummeted into the mass of corpses below, where it was soon torn apart by the horde. Meanwhile, the zombies, too, succumbed to the corrosive blood, resulting in a significant loss of life among them. Ling Fei breathed a sigh of relief, approached Tong Sha, crouched down, and gently stroked her head, saying, "Are you all right, Tong Tong?" Tong Sha paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled, responding, "I'm fine. I can hold on." Boom. Before the group could catch their breath, another explosion resonated from around the corner. Ling Fei peered through the gaps in the barricade and glimpsed a colossal object at the street corner. It resembled a tank, adorned with sleek, red designs on its armor, moving with remarkable agility akin to a crimson fire leopard. The tank crushed everything in its path. Virtually no zombies survived the tracks that rolled over them. In addition to its main cannon and machine guns, this tank boasted an array of missile weaponry, unleashing its arsenal upon entering the battlefield, turning any approaching alien into mere fragments. Is that the fire god tank that requires 9,000 points for redemption? It appears to belong to the Demon Eye Squad. Wang Qianqing murmured, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. We should take advantage of the chaos to escape. I'm worried that our commotion will attract the monsters lurking outside. It seems they have inadvertently provided us with a means of retreat. Ling Fei tended to Zhang Jun's wounds, gently patting his shoulder as he led the group around the back of the shop, keeping close to the wall. Although the shop lacked the sturdiness of a small house, it offered a considerable amount of resources and was relatively well positioned. Ling Fei decided to make the shop their stronghold, believing that if they kept their noise to a minimum, they would not draw too many enemies. The death of the bespectacled man cast a sudden chill over the atmosphere within the team. Even Zhang Jun fell silent, quietly rummaging through the shelves as if searching for something. Ling Fei sighed, diverting his gaze from Zhang Jun and positioning himself at the shop's entrance, observing the street outside. Beep. All reincarnation teams, please accept the mission. A small blue dot suddenly appeared before Ling Fei, trembling briefly before expanding into a familiar light screen. An electronic synthetic voice began to resonate in his mind. Due to alterations in the storyline, the difficulty of this mission has increased. Alien enhancement. Mission altered. The Demon Eye Squad's objective is to eliminate the alien queen, while the Long Sky Eagle Squad's task is to survive for 5 hours under the alien's frenzied assault. Mission. Commence. As the mission briefing unfolded on the light screen, Ling Fei turned in puzzlement to observe Zhang Jun and the others exchanging glances of confusion. Indeed, my suspicions were not unfounded. Ling Fei let out a sigh of relief and summoned everyone to gather together. The Demon Eye Squad had altered the narrative. With a serious demeanor, Ling Fei articulated that ever since he had heard Wang Qianqing speak of the fusion and collision of two worlds, he had harbored a conjecture. The mission issued by the Master God had entirely substantiated his theory. The intermingling of two worlds undoubtedly meant that one of these realms governed the narrative of the fused world. The actions of the Demon Eye Squad had evidently transformed the original storyline, resulting in an enhancement of the alien beings. I surmise their prior mission involved the extermination of these aliens, while our task is simply to survive for several days. The Master God obliterated all existing narratives and directly assigned us a final objective. This implies that the Demon Eye Squad eliminated a certain narrative NPC with the intent of annihilating us. Ling Fei fixed his gaze upon the group and spoke slowly. Their subsequent plan is to lure the alien queen to our location, thereby seeking to eradicate our long sky eagles. How can you be certain of their hostility towards us? Perhaps they merely inadvertently killed a narrative NPC, Zhang Jun countered after a moment of contemplation. Ling Fei chuckled softly, tilting his head to regard the ever-composed Wang Qianqing, and replied, based on the actions of the Demon Eye Squad and the mission set forth by the Master God, I deduce that a fused world can only accommodate a single reincarnation team. Should there be 2 reincarnation teams within a fused world, even if they complete their missions, they would be unable to return to the Master God's realm. The gravest peril of a fused world lies in the potential confrontation with the opposing reincarnation team, leading to inevitable conflict. The Demon Squad fears our combat prowess and the challenges of our missions, which is why they have assigned us newcomers. Your intention in recruiting these novices is also a strategic maneuver during our skirmishes with the Eye of the Demon team. They vastly outnumber us, rendering our chances of victory exceedingly slim. Would you not agree? Upon hearing Ling Fei's words, Wang Qianqing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied softly, indeed. One should never underestimate you. Your initial intelligence must not be particularly high. Do not belittle the number of games completed by a recluse. I am the kind of man who can predict an anime's ending after merely 4 episodes. Ling Fei grinned, feeling a twinge of pride within. As you mentioned, I concealed the harsh reality of human conflict from you, fearing you might not be able to bear it, but it appears such caution was unwarranted. Indeed. Since the reincarnation teams we encounter in the fused world are not directly orchestrated by the main god, it is imperative that one team be eradicated to allow the victor's return to the space. Therefore, we must ensnare the Eye of the Demon and obliterate them entirely. Wang Qianqing's eyes regained their tranquil demeanor as he addressed the group. Chapter 9. The plan. When will you be able to summon the second character, Ling Fei? Wang Qianqing suddenly inquired. Ling Fei pondered for a moment. If he could unlock the second character slot in a short time to summon a character skilled in setting traps and illusions specifically for ambushing the Eye of the Demon team, it would indeed simplify matters greatly. Nodding, Ling Fei accessed his character panel to summon more characters, particularly more powerful ones. It seemed that the level of the soul card was crucial. At LV1, only one character could be summoned, but perhaps with an upgrade to LV2, he could summon several. The LV1 on the soul card flickered with a radiant blue light. Ling Fei scrutinized it carefully and eventually discovered a hidden green bar, which was presumably the fabled experience bar. To his dismay, it was barely filled to 30%. Shaking his head, he remarked, it won't be feasible in the short term. Akali's assassination skills are formidable, but if the enemy is ensconced within a metal block, even she cannot prevail. We must lure them out to have any chance of success. Zhang Jun suggested from the side, why not upgrade W, Twilight Shield next time? It could be considered a half-ambush skill. Ling Fei glanced at Akali's experience bar on the metal card. It seemed that the experience from the 2 aliens was rather substantial. He recalled that Akali's experience before defeating the aliens was merely 2 points, yet it had now surged to 6. Was each alien worth 2 experience points? If he continued hunting aliens, Akali only needed to slay 2 more to achieve a successful upgrade. It appeared this was the only viable strategy. Let us devise several contingency plans, he concluded, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. As the remaining time dwindled to a mere 5 hours, the Long Sky Eagle had meticulously prepared everything, awaiting the arrival of the xenomorphs and the Eye of the Demon Squad. In the stillness, an hour quietly slipped by, until the outside air resonated with the roars of the xenomorphs. 3 xenomorphs, their sizes unchanged, prowled restlessly outside the store, which stood in complete darkness with its doors wide open. Yet, these creatures sensed an aura of peril. Finally, one xenomorph, unable to contain its anxiety, cautiously approached the entrance. Observing no immediate threat, the others followed suit. Suddenly, a sound filled the darkness of the store, a voice laced with gleeful anticipation, accompanied by a mechanical tone. Subsequently, the 3 xenomorphs became aware of an escalating temperature beneath their feet, and sensing something amiss, they emitted a series of growls towards the interior of the store. In an instant, the ground erupted in an explosion, the shockwave toppling nearby shelves, as 3 figures emerged at the entrance: Wang Qianqing, Ling Fei, and Zhang Jun. Wang Qianqing raised his twin revolvers, unleashing a barrage into the thick fog. Ling Fei and Zhang Jun, displaying fierce determination, hoisted an unfamiliar rocket launcher onto their shoulders. Chanting fervently, "Xenomorphs fear heavy weaponry. Xenomorphs fear heavy weaponry." With a resounding boom, the rocket soared into the dense smoke, igniting yet another explosion. Ling Fei fired 3 rockets in succession before ceasing, and the duo swiftly closed the doors to prevent any surviving xenomorphs from making a fatal last strike. As the fog gradually dissipated, the 3 xenomorphs lay bleeding in a deep crater. Ling Fei and Zhang Jun couldn't help but burst into laughter upon their encounter, swiftly producing the metal summoning card to call forth Akali. As she materialized, Akali cast a reproachful gaze at Ling Fei, remarking, "You ruined one of my outfits last time." Relieved that Akali was unharmed, Ling Fei awkwardly replied, "I'll compensate you next time. There are 3 bloodless aliens ahead. Please hasten to farm the minions. And be cautious of the blood." Akali glanced outside, nodded in acknowledgement, and leaped into the pit. Moments later, Ling Fei heard the anguished cries of the aliens, only to witness Akali springing back up empty-handed. It was evident that her twin sides had been corroded by the creatures. The experience bar on the card surged rapidly, and upon filling, the LV1 status flickered before transforming into LV2. Akali's health and energy saw a slight increase, along with other attributes such as attack power. Currently, the duration for which Akali could be summoned was 10 minutes. After this period, she would be forcibly returned to her own realm. This meant that the demon squad had to be compelled from their tank, and Akali had to successfully execute her assassination within that 10-minute window. With no immediate enemies in sight and the Demon Eye squad engrossed in their own schemes, Ling Fei decided to upgrade his W skill, Twilight Shield, and shared their plan with Akali, ensuring she committed it to memory before sending her off. In this minion farming endeavor against the aliens, Wang Qiansheng contributed the most. Being a seasoned veteran of several cyclical realms, he undoubtedly possessed a few valuable assets. Ling Fei insisted that he produce landmines, a rocket launcher, and even a walkie-talkie. According to Wang Qiansheng, these modern weapons are remarkably inexpensive within the realm of the main deity. A walkie-talkie merely costs 10 points. A rocket launcher with unlimited ammunition is priced at only 500 points, and 5 landmines can be acquired for the same amount. Presently, in the store, only Wang Qiansheng, Ling Fei, Tong Xiao, and Zhang Jun remain. The ruffian surnamed Yun has already been dispatched by Ling Fei to carry a walkie-talkie for reconnaissance duties. The initial plan was to continue laying landmine traps along the highway, awaiting the signal from the ruffian Yun, allowing Akali to cast her W skill, Twilight Shroud, on the ground to become invisible within its protective radius. Subsequently, Wang Qiansheng, Ling Fei, and the others would launch an assault on the tanks, compelling the members of the Demon Eye squad to emerge, whereupon Akali would execute her assassination. To Ling Fei's astonishment, upon hearing his strategy, Zhang Jun raised his hand and expressed, "If resources permit, I believe I could create a tank formation." Consequently, Zhang Jun was assigned to the rear to construct the formation, placing one unit directly on the highway. This way, if the Demon Eye intended to annihilate the Long Sky Eagle, they would have to maneuver their tanks over the tank formation to reach the store and eliminate Ling Fei and the others, thereby increasing Akali's chances of success. Additionally, Wang Qiansheng devised several contingency plans to mitigate unforeseen events. Now, a tranquil calm prevails before the impending storm. As the life-and-death struggle between the two teams is on the brink of commencing, Ling Fei sat upon a cardboard box, holding the walkie-talkie. Observing the industrious activities of Wang Qiansheng and Zhang Jun outside the window, furrowing his brow with a tinge of unease within his heart. At present, the plan appears to be flawlessly executed. The most astute strategy of the Demon Eye team is to summon the Alien Queen, relying on her to launch an assault on the Long Sky Eagle. However, the Alien Queen harbors considerable malice towards the Demon Eye team. The alien is the sole uncertain variable and the only entity capable of successfully dismantling the Long Sky Eagle's scheme. The success of this plan hinges entirely on the alien's actions. It is indeed disheartening to lack control over the overall situation. A game of life and death, perhaps. Ling Fei took a deep breath, deciding not to dwell further on anything. He could envision the outcome but could not ascertain its correctness. Just as Ling Fei exhaled, a sudden static crackled through the intercom. "Ling Fei, can you hear me?" The voice of Yun Hanhan emanated from the device. Ling Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Jun and Wang Qiansheng outside the door. At this moment, the tank matrix and landmines had been meticulously arranged. Upon seeing Ling Fei, both men displayed a fleeting expression of determination and gravity as they approached him within the store. "I can hear you. Please continue. I have spotted members of the Demon Eye team. They are in tanks and being pursued by an extraordinarily large alien. Could they possibly know your location? They are heading directly towards the store at an alarming speed, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Understood, Ling Fei replied while signaling Wang Qiansheng and Zhang Jun. Where are you currently situated? In a civilian building. Rest assured, I am safe, and they should not have detected me. All right, everyone, take your positions. Ling Fei set down the walkie-talkie, and, with a single command, the three once more concealed themselves within the shadows of the store. Ling Fei gazed into the distance. The moment he caught sight of a single shadow from the Demon Eye squad, he would summon a Kali to unleash the Twilight Shield. The dusk had already descended, and in just a few hours, the night would envelop the land completely. They have arrived. Chapter 10. Beyond the Plan, the Fire God Tank. Deserving of its 9,000-point exchange value, boasts a speed that rivals that of the Alien Queen. Ling Fei noticed two dark figures gradually emerging on the horizon. These could only be the Alien Queen and the Fire God Tank piloted by the Demon Eye squad. Moments later, the beast and the armored vehicle swiftly approached the store. Ling Fei realized just how astonishingly fast the speed described by Yun Han Han truly was. After a brief contemplation, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If the Fire God Tank was so formidable, could they truly fear an ordinary tank formation? The Alien Queen, transported into the building district by the Fire God Tank, was several times larger than an ordinary alien, with speed and agility seemingly magnified by the same factor. As it maneuvered through the buildings, its velocity intensified, gradually closing the gap with the Fire God Tank. Although the Fire God Tank still had a distance to cover before reaching the store, it appeared to fear the approaching Alien Queen. Suddenly, a couple of iron plates at the rear of the Fire God Tank opened, releasing dozens of missiles that soared toward the Alien Queen, trailing puffs of white smoke. The Alien Queen leaped toward another building, only to discover that the missiles were of the homing variety. As soon as it landed atop the structure, the missiles followed closely behind, culminating in a thunderous explosion that enveloped the Alien Queen in a shroud of black smoke. For 2 to 3 seconds, silence reigned, before a colossal figure erupted from the darkness, launching itself directly at the speeding Fire God Tank. Despite the tank's remarkable velocity, it could not evade the powerful thrust of the Alien Queen. It landed upon the Fire God Tank without a moment's hesitation. It thrust its tail directly at the armored vehicle, sending a shower of sparks flying. Several missiles erupted from the tank, striking the Alien Queen down. The tank bore numerous wounds, with no less than 10 fissures marring its surface. The Fire God Tank, valued at 9,000 points of defense, was unable to withstand the swift assaults of the Alien Queen's tail. Moments later, the relentless Alien Queen pursued the Fire God Tank once more. In the midst of their clash, the shop was now within arm's reach. Ling Fei tightly gripped the summoning card in his hand. Having fully observed the Fire God Tank and the Alien Queen, and discreetly pressed the summon command, a Kali silently appeared behind him. Ling Fei nodded in her direction. She produced a circular object from her person and tossed it behind the tank formation, then stepped forward, her figure entirely vanishing from the streets. A Kali's smoke bomb created a circular area of concealment. She must be standing right there on the street. Yet even Ling Fei could not discern her presence, leaving scarcely a trace. Should Ling Fei wish to locate her or monitor her actions, he would need to close his eyes and shift to a Kali's perspective. The Fire God Tank arrived, halting before the tank formation. It seemed that attempting to breach the tank matrix had repercussions for the tank itself. Trapped, the Fire God Tank aimed its main cannon directly at the shop and fired. Ling Fei cursed under his breath and quickly crouched down, cradling his head with his hands. Amidst the explosion, the second floor of the shop was obliterated by the main cannon of the Fire God Tank. The Alien Queen, it seems, has provoked the wrath of the Eye of the Demon along her path. Upon reaching this point, she swung her tail fiercely towards the Fire God Tank. Just as her tail was about to make contact with the tank's side armor, a row of sharp spikes suddenly emerged from it. The tail struck the spikes directly, causing the Fire God Tank to slide several steps to the left, while the Alien Queen let out a pained shriek. The side armor of the tank was gradually corroded by the blood of the Alien Queen. Ling Fei extricated himself from the rubble and promptly pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. The landmines beneath the tank detonated in succession, creating a beautiful symphony of explosions. The Alien Queen, retracting her bloodied tail, suddenly howled towards the heavens. Ling Fei was struck by a thought. This was a city, and the Eye of the Demon would require some time to locate the suddenly appearing Alien Queen. If, during this interval, the Alien Queen were to spawn a multitude of aliens, and if the main divine space were to double their growth potential, Cough, cough. Suddenly, the stack of shelves beside Ling Fei was pushed aside, and Zhang Jun emerged from within, carrying Tong Sha. Observing the howling alien queen, he coughed a few times and remarked, "Is it calling for allies?" This was an unforeseen circumstance. Plans could be jeopardized, and one must act according to the situation. The only flaw in our plan was our underestimation of the alien queen. Given her formidable strength, we might be in peril, Ling Fei murmured, fixating on the alien queen. As the alien queen's wail came to an end, Ling Fei noticed several scattered aliens lurking about the streets beside a tall building. He counted 10 in total. Perhaps it would be wise to flee. Wang Qiancheng appeared behind Ling Fei, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke with a calm demeanor. The consequences of the Demon Eye Squad have manifested. 10 xenomorphs, along with a xenomorph queen, are more than capable of tearing us to shreds. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking the wrath of the xenomorph queen. Ling Fei gazed anxiously at the formidable creature. Indeed, this was currently the most prudent strategy. Their previous plan had relied entirely on the assumption that the Demon Eye could exert dominance over the Chong Kong Eagle and the Xenomorph Queen. The mission of the Chong Kong Eagle was not to eliminate the xenomorphs, but rather to survive for 5 hours. Fleeing was their best tactic. Yet, they were being tracked, akin to being ensnared by gum. How could mere humans outrun a tank? Zhang Jun questioned. "Do not worry," Wang Qianqing reassured, revealing an unusual compass that he shook before the group. "This compass possesses the ability to temporarily obscure our trail. Let us leave a Kali to observe their confrontation. Should the Demon Eye succeed in slaying the Xenomorph Queen amidst the tank's destruction, a Kali will be the one to claim their heads." Ling Fei nodded, conveying their escape plan to a Kali telepathically. Wang Qianqing activated the cloaking system, leading Zhang Jun and Tong Sha towards the back entrance. Ling Fei glanced at the street, where the Xenomorph Queen, accompanied by 3 xenomorphs, was launching a fierce assault on the Fire God tank. A figure emerged from the tank. It was none other than the African captain. The black captain cast a glance towards Ling Fei, a smirk of intrigue gracing his features. In his hand, akin to Wang Qiancheng, appeared a colossal hammer, adorned with swirling blue runes. An alien creature lunged at him, yet with a fluid motion. He effortlessly struck the creature, sending it flying 10 meters away. Ling Fei stood frozen in astonishment. Such immense power could only be the result of considerable investment in physical enhancement, and the hammer he wielded was undoubtedly extraordinary. The alien queen, noticing the black captain, charged at him alone. He laughed heartily, and the battle commenced between man and beast, with neither yielding ground to the other. "Akali, is it possible to eliminate that black captain?" Ling Fei inquired. "If I were to confront him alone, it would indeed be challenging. However, if I can seize the opportunity amidst their fierce combat, my chances of success would rise to 60%. "Very well." Ling Fei grasped the radio and reported the current situation and rendezvous point to Han Han, simultaneously retreating towards the back door and shifting to Akali's perspective. There she was, lurking quietly just within striking distance of the black captain, avoiding the twilight protection. The success of Akali's assassination would be a crucial factor in this confrontation. Ling Fei caught up with Wang Qianqing and the others, relaying the situation regarding the black captain. Wang Qianqing exhibited little reaction. His gaze remained neutral, leaving Ling Fei unable to discern his thoughts. At that moment, the reported combat power indicated the leading figure in black possessed a strength of 275, while the recently awakened opponent had a power level of 220. Only the captain and Little Black from their team surpassed them in strength. In other words, both the captain and the Little Black fighter possessed combat abilities exceeding 275. Ling Fei consulted the main deity regarding the task status. There remained 3 hours until its completion. He glanced at Akali's summoning card, noting that only 2 minutes were left for the summoning duration, after which a further 10-minute wait would be required. Suddenly, Ling Fei adopted a serious demeanor, pocketing the card and clearing his mind, as Akali appeared poised to take action. At that moment, the battle between the black captain and the alien queen had escalated to a fever pitch. Akali was slowly maneuvering to find her opportunity. Ling Fei was struck by the realization that he was akin to a player in a game of Three Kingdoms Kill, positioned as a traitor, needing to eliminate the rebels while ensuring the sovereign's health remained intact. The alien queen's tail struck towards the black captain, who deftly deflected it with his hammer, following through with a powerful blow aimed at the alien queen. The alien queen's tail rapidly retracted, barely managing to block the long hammer, resulting in a clash of brute strength. Simultaneously, she opened her massive jaws, her tongue darting out like a panther concealed in the underbrush. The black captain calmly tilted his head, evading the onslaught. At that moment, Akali sprang into action, launching herself from within the protective twilight barrier, soaring through the air like a nocturnal creature. While the active participants were ensnared in the chaos, Akali had the clarity of an observer. Witnessing the black captain evade the alien queen's tongue strike, just as one of the alien queen's dark, razor-sharp claws lunged menacingly towards the black captain's waist. Chapter 11. Escape. Akali swiftly approached the black captain. As she closed the distance of a few meters, the black captain sensed her presence. But it seemed it was too late. The time elapsed from Akali's departure from the Twilight Shield to her engagement with the black captain was a mere 2 seconds. Even with enhanced neural reflexes, he could not react in time. When Akali's crescent blade ensnared the black captain's neck, an unexpected event occurred. The black captain managed to respond by lowering his head, evading Akali's grasp. Simultaneously, the alien queen's claw latched onto his waist, tearing away chunks of flesh. Frowning, Akali seized the opportunity to hook the black captain's arm and twisted it forcefully, severing his left hand in an instant. As his warhammer was a two-handed weapon, with his left hand rendered useless, half of the black captain's combat capability was effectively diminished. The alien queen's second strike sent the black captain flying, his thick brows and wide eyes fixed intently on Akali, filled with disbelief and resentment. The general fled, yet still left a card on the battlefield. The eagle of the long sky. Just wait. The black captain lay on the ground, murmuring a few words as the alien queen pounced upon him. Sinking her teeth into him relentlessly, blood and flesh spraying across the ground. Akali turned her gaze away, aware that time was running short. At this moment, the fire god tank was besieged by swarms of aliens, rendered unrecognizable. One track has been completely rendered useless, indicating that the Demon Eye squad miscalculated the combat prowess of the alien queen. Akali reported the situation to Ling Fei, who then regrouped with the trio of Yunhanhan. Yunhanhan had procured a vehicle spacious enough to accommodate 5 individuals, and they were all in the midst of a hasty escape. Having witnessed the demise of the black captain and the entrapment of the fire god tank, Ling Fei surveyed the mission status. The Demon Eye squad had not yet been entirely vanquished. Although their survival time was diminishing by the second, the mission status remained gray. There was one more individual in their ranks whose combat capability surpassed that of both myself and Wang Qiancheng, and that was a person known as Xiaohe. He was likely not aboard the fire god tank. If he were, he would have emerged to rescue their captain by now. Ling Fei sent Akali back to the League of Legends realm, shaking his head. The most plausible scenario. Zhang Jun's eyes lit up, and Ling Fei nodded in agreement. They intend to intercept us and eliminate us, the two of them stated in unison. Another arduous battle awaited them, in any case. If they did not encounter enemies within 10 minutes, the summoning cards would cool down, and everything would be manageable. That Xiaohe's combat strength surpasses that of the black captain, Wang Qiancheng suddenly remarked coldly. What? It would be more accurate to say that the Demon Eye strategy is almost identical to ours. They forced us out of the store, exposing us to their line of sight, and in this strategy, the black captain was merely bait. He was but a pawn of Xiaohe. Wang Qiancheng gazed out the window, speaking softly. The driver, Yunhanhan, glanced at Wang Qiancheng through the mirror and inquired, "How do you know this?" In the past, I led a team that clashed with the Demon's Eye squad, during which time Xiaohe served as the captain. Oh, was this not the precursor of the Long Kong Eagle? Yet, in this world, you alone are not a novice. Even brother Ling Fei is a newcomer, Zhang Jun remarked. Indeed, Ling Fei's aptitude is beyond question. I once informed Ling Fei that our team was annihilated in the last encounter with the Demon's Eye squad, leaving me as the sole survivor. Xiaohe's strength is truly formidable. I hope we do not encounter him. During the dimensional distortion, how did that captain of the black team fail to recognize you? You both appeared as strangers, Ling Fei said, gazing at the impassive Wang Qiancheng. Xiaohe was not present. I do not know the captain of the black team either. What happened remains a mystery. After this exchange, the vehicle fell into silence once more. To survive this ordeal, it is imperative to eliminate the terrifying man mentioned by Wang Qiancheng. Ling Fei pondered quietly while staring out the window. Since the demise of the bespectacled man, Tong Sha had remained taciturn, currently seated beside Zhang Jun in the front passenger seat, where he attempted to amuse her with jokes and stories. The car continued its journey, but Wang Qiancheng's compass tracking system had failed. Nonetheless, after the alien queen dispatched the black captain, she would undoubtedly join the aliens to deal with the fire god tank, rendering the tracking shield seemingly futile. Meanwhile, Yun Hunhun drove erratically, taking any road in sight. Capturing Xiao He would likely prove challenging. However, this meant that even after several hours, we remained unable to return to the main divine space. Since the merging of the two worlds, the number of zombies has significantly diminished, as the aliens are creatures of far superior strength. Only a few stragglers can be seen aimlessly wandering about. Ling Fei gazed out of the window, lost in thought as the scenery outside continuously transformed. Suddenly, the car jolted violently, causing Ling Fei's head to collide with the windshield. Yun Hunhun was struggling with the steering wheel, and upon closer inspection, Ling Fei realized the vehicle had come to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he peered ahead. There, perched silently on a nearby utility pole, was a figure clad in black attire. Its cold gaze fixated on them. Ling Fei momentarily mistook it for a beast stalking its prey. The night had fully descended, and one could not help but admire Yun Hunhun's keen eyesight. Wang Qiansheng, noticing Ling Fei's intense reaction, kicked open the car door and stepped out, two gleaming revolvers materializing in his hands. Before Ling Fei could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Qiansheng had already aimed his weapon at the shadowy figure. Well, it seems you are still as eager as ever after such a long time. A chilling, hollow voice echoed through the darkened street. Wang Qiansheng, Ling Fei called out. Run. I'll handle this, Wang Qiansheng replied sternly, turning to face Ling Fei. Ling Fei, fully aware of Wang Qiansheng's unwavering determination, discreetly placed Akali's summoning card on the vehicle, beckoning the others to vacate the car and proceed on foot along the street. The purpose of summoning cards surpasses that of summoning individuals. As long as they are not completely destroyed, the cards can instantaneously return to Ling Fei's hand regardless of the location. Additionally, these cards possess a perspective akin to that of Akali, allowing Ling Fei to utilize their summoning capabilities from a distance. However, he cannot exert control over the actions of the summoned individuals post-summoning. This maneuver did not capture Wang Qiansheng's attention, as his focus had been entirely devoted to the figure clad in black since he disembarked from the vehicle. Ling Fei laid down the card, eager to uncover the secrets Wang Qiansheng harbored. He led his companions into a civilian building, forcibly opened several doors, and scavenged for illuminating items such as matches, candles, and flashlights. He also rummaged through the refrigerator for some edible provisions, as it had been a while since they had last eaten. Calculating that the time was opportune, Ling Fei urged them to contemplate their forthcoming plans and to replenish their energy with a bite to eat, before seamlessly transitioning to the card's perspective. The summoning card resembled a camera positioned upon the car's seat, with Ling Fei assuming the role of an observer, watching intently the movements of Wang Qiansheng and the figure in black. Ah, Black Yuan, we meet again, Wang Qiansheng remarked coolly as he calmly revolved the revolver in his hand. Indeed, it is nothing short of a miracle that you survived the last reincarnation world. But wasn't it merely mutual annihilation? How shall we settle the scores from our last encounter in that world? A hint of melancholy and regret flickered in his eyes as he spoke softly. Are we about to engage in battle? Ling Fei was inexplicably stirred. A feeling akin to the thrill of watching an anime, contemplating the opportunity to summon Akali, only for her to vanish into invisibility. What would he do then? It was a commendable suggestion. He Yuan leaned forward, slowly descending from the utility pole, and unexpectedly kicked off from it, propelling himself directly toward Wang Qiansheng's position. Wang Qiansheng, not one to be outdone, swiftly trained his revolver on He Yuan the moment he moved. What truly astonished Ling Fei was the transformation of the bullets fired by Wang Qiansheng upon encountering He Yuan. Each shot unleashed a silver beam, traveling at a speed surpassing that of the bullets themselves, leaving Ling Fei momentarily at a loss for how to classify such projectiles. Surrounding He Yuan was a shimmering aura. Every silver beam that approached him was intercepted by an enigmatic force. As Wang Qiansheng continued to fire while retreating, his pupils transformed entirely into a striking silver. The revolver in his grasp radiated a brilliant white light, seemingly devoid of any ammunition constraints, firing with the rapidity of a submachine gun. He Yuan, enduring the tempest of assaults, finally landed on the ground, and Ling Fei distinctly witnessed him parrying all of Wang Qiansheng's bullets with a katana in hand. Wang Qiansheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 12. Terrifying high-level combat. Your attacks, still so feeble. He Yuan swung his samurai sword, propelling himself with an unimaginable speed towards Wang Qiansheng. The latter's retreat was evidently outpaced by He Yuan's advance, prompting him to halt and face his opponent head-on. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback. After all, Wang Qianqing was primarily a ranged attacker, and facing such a swift melee fighter could be perilous. He focused his thoughts on the summoning card, prepared to call forth a Kali should Wang Qianqing falter. To Ling Fei's astonishment, Wang Qianqing forcibly rotated the circular magazine of his revolvers, chambering another bullet. In an instant, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a foot-long beam of white light from the gun's muzzle. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded the revolvers as if they were dual swords, meeting He Yuan's samurai sword head-on. Could it be that he has transformed his weapon? Is his revolver some sort of automaton? Ling Fei mused, momentarily distracted until he felt a tap on his shoulder, prompting him to exit the card view. It was Zhang Jun, who regarded Ling Fei with a curious glance before giving him a thumbs up and indicating behind him. Yun Hunhun has forcibly commandeered what appears to be an intact vehicle. Looks like he's south-hitting the road. Ling Fei nodded in agreement, deciding it was best to board the vehicle and continue observing later. However, he couldn't help but wonder what would transpire if Wang Qianqing emerged victorious or if He Yuan were to be defeated, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. Ling Fei followed Zhang Jun out of the residential building, only to find a small car with shattered windows parked at the entrance. He took a seat inside, and Yun Hunhun inquired, "Is it really wise to leave him behind? That man in black seems formidable." "No worries. Wang Qianqing appears to be exceptionally cautious. He will not act impulsively," Zhang Jun replied as he settled beside Ling Fei and firmly shut the door. "Indeed, Uncle Wang Qianqing seems rather grim. Could that be considered caution?" Tong Sha Luo remarked. "Goodness, time certainly seems to be passing swiftly." Ling Fei commented with a hint of sarcasm. "Relax. Both of them survived the last confrontation in the cyclical world, indicating that Wang Qianqing possesses sufficient strength to contend with that man in black," Zhang Jun acknowledged, crossing his arms and nodding, though Ling Fei could discern the concern in his eyes. With a sigh, Ling Fei revealed the existence of the hidden summoning cards in the car, plunging the group into silence. "Isn't this akin to peeping, Ling Fei?" Yun Hunhun was the first to break the quiet. "Then why don't you share the status of the battle?" Zhang Jun suggested. "All right, I will inform you once there is a significant breakthrough in their confrontation. Driver, please circle around here, or simply refrain from driving. If Wang Qianqing emerges victorious, we will be ready to respond." Ling Fei suddenly felt a pang of guilt for adopting such a dismissive attitude towards others' life and death struggles. Contemplating this, he closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the perspective of the summoning cards. At that moment, the battle had nearly reached a fever pitch. Since Wang Qianqing found himself ensnared by He Yuan, he could no longer create distance between them. He Yuan's speed far surpassed his own, and regardless of how fiercely he attempted to retreat, he would inevitably be pursued. Thus, Wang Qianqing resolved to engage He Yuan in close combat. Wielding dual swords that shimmered with a luminous radiance against He Yuan's katana, which emanated a delicate shade of purple, the two glided across the ground, seizing every opportunity to gain the upper hand. He Yuan's katana exerted a formidable force, while Wang Qianqing's luminous blades boasted advantages in speed and quantity. Their fierce exchanges, though seemingly intense, yielded no tangible progress. Ling Fei observed the clash and began to comprehend why neither had emerged victorious in their previous encounter. As He Yuan charged at Wang Qianqing once more, he unleashed a series of ferocious slashes before abruptly leaping back. Wang Qianqing, refusing to grant him respite, advanced anew with his peculiar luminous swords. When their blades clashed, the two locked eyes with fierce determination, neither willing to concede in strength or spirit. Suddenly, He Yuan broke into a grin, exerting increasing pressure with both hands. "Heh, your strength hasn't changed a bit," he remarked. "Nor has yours," Wang Qianqing retorted. "Ah, but I am different." With a thunderous roar, He Yuan unleashed a surge of energy that cascaded from his shoulder to his hands, enveloping his katana, which now appeared nearly submerged in a violet hue, as if encased in a flame of purple essence. Wang Qianqing sensed a significant amplification of He Yuan's power and, while perplexed, felt himself gradually being overpowered. "Ha!" He Yuan roared once more, his arm strength surging dramatically as a violet-black greatsword effortlessly cleaved through two white lightsabers, launching a frenzied assault towards Wang Qianqing. "Goodness, how excessively violent," Ling Fei murmured, observing that Wang Qianqing seemed to evade the strikes, allowing him to momentarily relax his taut nerves and quietly watch the unfolding battle. Indeed, Wang Qianqing remained unscathed, Despite his defensive maneuvers being disrupted, he calmly raised his revolvers to deflect He Yuan's relentless slashes. Realizing that his chaotic onslaught was futile and unable to pursue Wang Qiansheng due to the severed lightsabers, He Yuan chose to retreat. With the pressure lifted, Wang Qiansheng swiftly revolved his two revolvers, chambering fresh bullets. Suddenly, he looked up to find Han brandishing his greatsword, both arms engulfed in violet-black flames. The revolvers began to fill with pure white light, their silver exteriors gleaming blindingly under the intensity. They were poised, aimed directly at He Yuan, ready to unleash their power. Truly, I seem to have drawn the short straw, Wang Qiansheng lamented upon witnessing He Yuan's formidable stance. The pure white energy within the revolvers was gradually compressed, condensing into a minuscule, pristine bullet at the barrel's end. At the moment of successful condensation, Wang Qiansheng squeezed the trigger. The two shots were akin to the silver light projectiles he had previously fired, magnified 100-fold. As the pure white projectiles surged forth from the gun's muzzle, concurrently, He Yuan unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of violet-black energy with his greatsword. The light projectile and the energy wave collided in an instant, as if encountering an adversary capable of mutual resistance. At the moment of contact, the light projectile and the crescent-shaped energy wave dissolved into pure white and deep violet hues, transforming into undulating waves of energy. These two waves of energy resisted each other, gradually eroding the concrete pavement beneath them. Ling Fei observed this spectacle, his throat parched, swallowing hard in frustration. He seemed to comprehend why Wang Qiansheng was so eager for them to depart. Gazing at the entangled mass of radiance, an epiphany struck him. This was the opportune moment to summon Akali for an assassination. This could very well determine the outcome of the confrontation. The summoning card was positioned conveniently on the side where Wang Qiansheng stood. A slight shift to the right would place it near the energy mass. As Ling Fei noticed Wang Qiansheng's figure flicker and vanish, he realized his intention to eliminate He Yuan in this moment. Ling Fei believed He Yuan was not so easily fooled. He Yuan would either share Wang Qiansheng's intentions or lay an ambush for him. The battle had already raged for over 10 minutes, so with a surge of determination, he mentally invoked Summon. The summoning card, resting on the vehicle's seat, radiated brilliance. And in an instant, Akali materialized within the vehicle. Ling Fei quickly established a mental connection with Akali, instructing her on her mission. Akali remained silent for 2 seconds before nodding in understanding. As Ling Fei could not presently control Akali's abilities, all decisions would rest in her capable hands. He withdrew from the perspective of the summoning card and connected with Akali's viewpoint. She deftly hurled a specially crafted smoke bomb onto the field, leaped from the vehicle, and concealed herself within the twilight barrier. Navigating around the destructive energy sphere, she soon encountered the formidable confrontation between Wang Qiansheng and He Yuan. At this moment, determining the victor was a simple matter. The one who could thrust the other into that energy sphere would emerge triumphant. Regardless of physical prowess, one would inevitably be reduced to mere dust. The two drew their melee weapons and engaged once more in battle. However, the circumstances of their combat were markedly different from before. Wang Qiansheng possessed an undisclosed ace up his sleeve, unbeknownst even to him. The Shadow Fist, Akali. Chapter 13. The Scheme of the Black Plains and the Alien Queen Elf. This time is decidedly different from the last. Previously, it was merely an ordinary cycle of reincarnation. This time, however, it is a fusion of cycles, and there is no escape for you. Black Plains provocatively declared, executing a sweeping strike towards Wang Qiansheng, the purplish-black flames tracing a magnificent crescent in the air. This is a genuine life-and-death struggle. Will it be your demise or mine? Wang Qiansheng parried the attack with his right-hand lightsaber while simultaneously thrusting his left-hand lightsaber towards Black Plains' abdomen, gliding along the edge of the purplish-black blade. Haha, is there any doubt? Naturally, it will be your end. Black Plains laughed heartily, relying on the length of his sword to gain the upper hand. With a slight angle of his wrist, he aimed the blade downward towards Wang Qiansheng's arm, which was defending against the blow. At this moment, if Wang Qiansheng did not withdraw, he would undoubtedly lose his hand. Yet, a subtle smirk crept upon his lips. A forced counterattack, Wang Qiansheng murmured softly. And as the blade was about to cleave his arm, his right-hand lightsaber shot forth like lightning, piercing directly into Black Plains' shoulder, blood immediately gushing forth. The material of the lightsaber seemed particularly unique, gradually corroding Black Plains' flesh. Black Plains momentarily faltered in his movements due to the pain. allowing Wang Qianqing's left-hand lightsaber to plunge deeply into his abdomen. This is a combat technique I specifically exchanged for the purpose of battling you. How does it feel? Wang Qianqing chuckled lightly, as Black Plains coughed up blood, his strike against Wang Qianqing's arm lacking the usual force due to the agony. Not too bad. Cough, cough, take a look at this. Suddenly, Hun's eyes widened, and when Wang Qianqing focused on his gaze, he was momentarily stunned. By the time he realized what was happening, Hun had already relinquished his katana, seizing Wang Qianqing's left hand with his right, while his left hand grasped the blade that had pierced his own shoulder. With a fierce grip, Wang Qianqing felt his hands ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him immobile. Since defeat was inevitable, they would perish together, an annihilation of both. Waves of violet energy surged continuously from his body to his arms, leaving Wang Qianqing with only the instinct to struggle. Hun, however, was relentlessly pushing him closer to the energy sphere. Despite Wang Qianqing's desperate efforts to resist, it seemed futile. This was utter devastation. Akali, think of something quickly. At that moment, Fi anxiously observed the two grappling figures and urgently addressed Akali. Akali drifted behind Wang Qianqing and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Is this really how you choose to assist? Fi exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, surprisingly, it proved effective. Akali's foot pressed against Wang Qianqing's back, prompting him to push forward as well. As the saying goes, a mere arm cannot contend with a thigh. With Akali's support, Wang Qianqing found his position in this sumo-like struggle dramatically transformed. Hun, taken aback, suddenly found himself unable to push any further. The exertion intensified, and both Wang Qianqing and Hun felt the veins bulging on their foreheads. Ultimately, Hun stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground, while Wang Qianqing's revolver fell beside him. Akali, fearing that Wang Qianqing's wrist might be twisted to the point of immobility, afforded Hun an opportunity to escape. She decisively leapt onto Hun, ensnaring his neck with her twin scythes, adhering to the customary practice of strangulation. After taking a breath, Akali remarked, "This kind of battle isn't so bad. It's rather effortless." Wang Qianqing, witnessing Akali vaulting over his head, was indeed taken aback. Glancing around in search of Ling Fei, who was nowhere to be found, he retorted to Akali, "You may find it easy, but I certainly do not." All right, please send my regards to Ling Fei. I shall take my leave now." Akali chuckled softly, her brilliance fading as she deemed the mission accomplished, leaving Wang Qianqing in a contemplative state upon the field. When did summoned beings acquire their own personalities? Wang Qianqing pondered Akali's words, muttering to himself before ultimately shaking his head and approaching the dismembered corpse of Hun. As he gazed upon Hun's lifeless body, Ling Fei, having instantaneously switched to a card perspective upon Akali's departure, was astonished by Wang Qianqing's actions. What on earth? Why is he engaged in such a profound stare? Wang Qianqing patted Hun's shoulder, returning his katana to its violet-black sheath, fastening it to his waist. A fine katana indeed. I shall take it back to the Master God and exchange it for some points. He sighed. What a lack of passion. I expected some unresolved feelings between the living and the deceased. Ling Fei shook his head in disappointment, and with a thought, the metallic summoning card returned to his hand. Exiting the perspective of the summoning card, he patted Yun Hanhan on the shoulder and said, "Let us head back. Wang Qianqing has taken care of him." Zhang Jun, who heard Ling Fei's words, raised an eyebrow in disbelief and remarked, "Are you a fan of BL and extreme tastes?" "You are." From the moment they entered the vehicle and connected to the summoning card's viewpoint, Ling Fei began recounting all the developments to those in the car. The others listened, bewildered, seemingly lacking the profound shock and atmosphere of witnessing it firsthand. Yun Hanhan, dazed, nodded and turned around to head back, as they had only taken a few steps in the car, and he still remembered the way from walking earlier. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqing sat atop the car he had originally driven, pulling out a cigarette from somewhere and smoking it with a melancholic expression. Before long, Yun Hanhan's vehicle returned. Wang Qianqing got in, patted Ling Fei on the shoulder, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." "Ah, come on, that feels too formal," Ling Fei replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You were watching the whole time, weren't you?" "Indeed. Damn it." Suddenly, Ling Fei felt a chill run down his spine. This was the sensation of being spied upon. He chuckled awkwardly and said, Let me check how much time is left. There's no need to rush. The azure light curtain unfurled, and the insignia of the demon squad was marked with a crimson cross. It seemed that the 9,000 fire god tank and pulse cannon could not withstand the relentless assault of the xenomorphs after Ling Fei and his companions departed, leading to their destruction. The remaining time for the mission shimmered with a blue glow, indicating 2 hours left before they could return to the main divine space. 2 hours remained. Ling Fei cradled his head in his hands, reclining in the vehicle's seat. Surely, the remaining time should be a breeze, he mused, rather than driving. Why not seek out a place to revel? Zhang Jun, once again squeezed into the front seat with Tong Sha, maintained his cheerful demeanor and remarked, "Hurry up and enjoy yourself." Enjoy myself? There are still numerous xenomorphs and zombies around. Would you prefer to be impaled by an alien's tail or bitten in the artery by a zombie while you're having fun? Ling Fei retorted. Regardless, it is certainly more relaxed, commented Yun Hun Hun, the designated driver of the Long Sky Eagle. We cannot afford to let our guard down, Wang Qianqing interjected, reverting to his previous demeanor, and said calmly, what does our mission entail? Survive for 5 hours amidst the frenzied assaults of the xenomorphs. The group, along with Tong Sha, reached the conclusion together, with the little girl finally mastering the task-checking process. Could it be? Ling Fei suddenly recalled something, incredulous. Wang Qianqing nodded gravely and replied, do not forget, we are in the main divine space, a realm of reincarnation with an exceedingly low survival rate. We must remain vigilant until the very last moment of the transmission. The xenomorph's frenzied attacks undoubtedly include the xenomorph queen. Our greatest adversary is not the eye of the demon. It remains the main divine space. The schemes of He Yuan have indeed borne fruit. The bait plan has allowed the alien queen to lay her eyes upon us. Even if our squad were to face total annihilation, it could still draw the alien queen towards us, ensuring our collective demise. Moreover, we possess an inherent enmity towards the aliens. This, Ling Fei furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. He Yuan, even in death, seeks to ensnare the Longkong Eagle, truly malevolent. Wang Qianqing produced the compass, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards the rear of the vehicle. They are coming. Chapter 14. Survival is the objective. Ling Fei naturally held unwavering faith in Wang Qianqing's words, having personally witnessed the terrifying speed of the alien queen. At this moment, should the alien queen suddenly materialize before them, Ling Fei would not be taken aback. Rather, it seemed that at this juncture, any semblance of a plan had dissipated. Wang Qianqing surveyed the silent interior of the vehicle, and after a considerable pause, mustered the courage to speak. We are not here to slay the alien queen. Why the somber atmosphere? It can track us. Zhang Jun began, only to be interrupted by Wang Qianqing. Indeed, it can track us. Yet we too possess our objectives. Surviving the next 2 hours is paramount. Suddenly breaking his silence, Ling Fei remarked, I suspect the alien queen is currently injured. Wang Qianqing cast a glance at Ling Fei, urging him to elaborate. Aliens are fearful of heavy weaponry. Let us not forget that aside from He Yuan and Captain He, there are other formidable figures among the Demon's Eye. For instance, the youth wielding the pulse cannon, and those peculiar individuals with strange melee weapons. Ling Fei recalled the youth. He had likely been inside the Vulcan tank at that time. If they witnessed the demise of Captain He, they would either emerge to resist valiantly or flee, ultimately falling victim to the pursuing alien queen. The former scenario appeared more likely, as Captain He was not wholly vanquished by the alien queen. Akali had played a significant role. Even if it is wounded, we may still not prevail. However, escaping should be well within our capabilities. As soon as Ling Fei finished speaking, Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, a remarkable rocket launcher appeared in Wang Qianqing's hand, resting against Ling Fei's leg. Ling Fei, astonished, exclaimed, where on earth did you acquire this rocket launcher? How did you manage to produce it? Wang Qianqing raised his left hand for Ling Fei to see, revealing a slightly oversized ring on his middle finger, inscribed with the character. Could this be the fabled storage ring, the Na ring? Zhang Jun was drawn closer. Unable to resist the allure of the situation, contorting his body to glimpse the Na ring in Wang Qianqing's grasp. What a remarkable item, so extravagant, Ling Fei marveled. Indeed. It's extraordinarily expensive. It cost 1,500 reward points. The landmines and intercoms were obtained from this very source, Wang Qianqing replied with a smile, lightly touching the rocket launcher, which vanished in an instant. Soon, we shall use this to bombard the alien queen and see how much damage we can inflict, Wang Qianqing grinned. Can it deliver a critical hit? Zhang Jun inquired. Ling Fei raised an eyebrow and replied, "It seems unlikely." The atmosphere during their journey bore no trace of the impending peril. Although they were engaged in conversation, their gazes remained fixated on the device in Wang Qianqing's hand. The needle atop the device quivered incessantly, signaling that their target was on the move. Yet after such a duration, there remained no sign of pursuit. Meanwhile, the driver, Yun Han, encountered a predicament. Under his erratic navigation, the vehicle had unwittingly arrived in the outskirts. The surrounding area is engulfed in a dark, foreboding forest, and the sky is obscured by ominous clouds, leaving no trace of moonlight. The atmosphere outside the vehicle is unsettling, and Ling Fei is almost convinced that an alien queen lurks within the depths of the woods. With every passing second, the challenge of their mission seems to diminish slightly. Remarkably, half an hour has elapsed, leaving everyone somewhat astonished. Could it be that the alien queen, in a twist of fate, refrains from pursuing them to repay a debt by aiding in the defeat of the Black Captain? Of course, this notion is merely a jest from Zhang Jun. Yet one must ponder whether the Master Space would ultimately compel the alien queen to hunt them down. Suddenly, the vehicle comes to an abrupt halt. Yun Han, with a hint of regret, informs the group, "We have run out of fuel. Stranded in this desolate wilderness?" Ling Fei leans out to survey the surroundings, contemplating the global chaos of a biochemical crisis intertwined with an alien incursion, making the search for any locals an arduous task. The pitch-black forest offers not a glimmer of light. "Well, classmates, shall we spend the night in the vehicle or venture into the forest for a bonfire?" Ling Fei claps his hands in exasperation, raising his voice. "Shoo, keep it down." Zhang Jun suddenly turns to Ling Fei, gesturing for silence and pointing emphatically to his chest. Ling Fei follows his gaze and sees Tong Sha peacefully slumbering in Zhang Jun's embrace, which explains his intense reaction. "Are you perhaps a lowly enthusiast?" Ling Fei swiftly counters, recalling Zhang Jun's earlier claims of being part of the BL community. "Curse be upon it," he exclaimed. "But I believe it would be wiser for us to kindle a fire in the forest, rather than remain idle in this expansive open space. We should seek refuge deeper in the mountains." Wang Qianqing lit another cigarette and nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the formidable form of the alien queen would surely find it challenging to maneuver within the confines of the forest, granting us a distinct advantage in combat. However, it is rather dark outside. What if we encounter wandering spirits?" Yun Han glanced around nervously. "A rogue afraid of ghosts? Fear not, for I shall scare them away." Ling Fei chuckled, leaning forward playfully. Yun Han bit his lip and abruptly flung open the car door, declaring, "Let's go then." Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback, stepping out of the vehicle with a bemused expression. "Why do you act like a frightened girl?" As he exited, a brisk night breeze enveloped him. The acrid scent of blood had clung to Ling Fei's senses, lingering even within the confines of the car. At that moment, he realized how vital fresh air was, stretching his arms wide and inhaling deeply, exclaiming, "Truly, nature is the finest. Stop your grumbling and hurry up." Zhang Jun beckoned to Ling Fei while cradling Tong Sha by the roadside. By this time, Wang Qianqing and Yun Han had already scaled the roadside barrier and ventured into the depths of the forest. Ling Fei hastened to catch up, crossing the white barrier and assisting Zhang Jun with Tong Sha, ready to hand her back once he had crossed over. Two individuals caught up with the main group ahead, preparing to find a suitable spot in the mountains to kindle a fire, allowing some to rest while others kept watch. Zhang Jun, a fervent admirer of Bear Grylls, boasted various survival techniques throughout the journey, eagerly taking on the task of constructing a shelter against the elements. For individuals, accompanied by a peacefully slumbering child, traversed the forest, oblivious to the colossal creature that was hastily sprinting along the recently traversed road. This dark behemoth left deep imprints on the ground with each stride, its corrosive strength far surpassing that of the xenomorph's blood. The shadowy figure suddenly leaped, soaring several meters to land squarely atop a stationary vehicle in the middle of the road, crushing it into a mere disk of metal. Mere moments later, the roof of the car inexplicably corroded away. With an abrupt tilt of its head, the creature let out a piercing howl. The dark clouds above dispersed, allowing moonlight to gradually illuminate the scene. At last, the true form of the shadow was revealed. It was the xenomorph queen, battered and bruised, with one of her limbs completely severed. The xenomorph queen then turned her gaze towards the adjacent forest, releasing a few foul breaths. Chapter 15. The desperate flight. Though a considerable distance remained, Ling Fei could sense the palpable tremor that coursed through the trio upon hearing that unmistakable roar. It was a familiar sound, one that had haunted his ears within the city. There could be no doubt. The alien queen was in pursuit. Ling Fei turned to glance at the winding mountain path they had previously traversed. The aliens must possess some means of tracking us, perhaps through scent. It was possible that upon entering this forest, they could no longer ascertain our precise location. Zhang Jun led the group, wielding a makeshift wooden staff, adeptly probing the way ahead, while Tong Sha was under the care of Yun Han Han. Suddenly, Zhang Jun halted in a clearing, extending his arms to the others behind him, declaring, "This will do. I shall gather materials to construct a shelter." Ling Fei waved his hand, urging him to make haste and return swiftly. A troubling thought crossed his mind. If a confrontation with the alien queen were to ensue, who would look after Tong Sha? Surely he could not abandon the child in this forest. After careful consideration, Ling Fei chose to sit beside Yun Han Han, entrusting him with the responsibility of ensuring Tong Sha's safety. Yun Han Han readily assented, leaving Ling Fei with little more to say. He watched as Zhang Jun scurried about the woods, soon returning with an abundance of timber and large leaves. Earlier, they had foraged for provisions in the nearby dwellings, which would sustain them for the next hour and a half. Zhang Jun cradled a heap of leaves, some of which contained dried grasses, and began gently blowing into the bundle. Wang Qiansheng, observing him, inquired with curiosity, "Are you attempting to start a fire?" Zhang Jun spoke incessantly, glancing up at Wang Qiansheng with a knowing look. Wang Qiansheng shook his head, gathering the nearby firewood that Zhang Jun had searched for, then aimed his revolver at the center of the wood and fired a shot. A fireball erupted from the muzzle, striking the underbrush and igniting it, which in turn set the surrounding firewood ablaze, creating a rudimentary bonfire before their eyes. "Come on, you could have just said you could start a fire. You've made me work so hard," Zhang Jun exclaimed, suddenly collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon, tossing the weeds he held into the flames. "You didn't ask me," Wang Qianqing replied, casting him a sidelong glance with a hint of indifference. "If the queen is tracking us, remaining idle here is not a viable strategy. Let us move every 10 minutes, Ling Fei suggested. Given that they had just heard the queen's roar, it indicated that she had at least discovered the vehicle and was searching the vicinity. The fact that the queen couldn't locate them over such a short distance suggested that she lacked precise tracking abilities, at least within this forest. Zhang Jun, with his back to the road, spread his arms thoughtfully and proposed, "Let us retrace our steps along the road. The queen would never suspect it. If we ignite a few more fires at various points to mislead her, it could work out. Let us head left in 10 minutes, and find a more distant spot to start another fire on the way." Ling Fei nodded in agreement. The current time is approximately 12 o'clock. Ling Fei and Zhang Jun, both nocturnal individuals, typically retire at 3 in the morning, while Wang Qiansheng can be regarded as a former recluse. Naturally, the three of them can endure the night. Yun Han Han appears to be dozing off, indicating his fatigue. In the absence of conversation, the only sound that reaches Ling Fei's ears is the crackling of flames consuming the firewood. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonates from behind him. Ling Fei turns around, knowing without a glance that the alien queen has commenced her assault on the forest, evidently aware of their presence among the trees. Her colossal form inevitably collides with the towering trunks, resembling a bulldozer as it topples tree after tree to navigate through the woods, a plight for the alien queen indeed. The cacophony of crashes continues, rousing even Yun Han Han from his slumber, while Tong Sha remains blissfully asleep. The four of them listen intently, straining to discern the sounds. The crashing noises shift from directly behind them to the right, suggesting that the alien queen is merely wandering aimlessly, completely oblivious to her deviation from the path. Amidst this heart-pounding tension, the long-awaited 10 minutes finally arrive. Zhang Jun does not extinguish the flames. Instead, he casts aside the burning firewood and ventures leftward. Turning back, the flickering light of the fire is no longer visible, and Zhang Jun along with Wang Qianqing proceeds deeper into the forest, while Ling Fei leads Yun Han Han onward. Shortly thereafter, Ling Fei notices a flicker of flames igniting in the lower right corner of his vision, indicating that Wang Qianqing and Zhang Jun have successfully set their diversionary trap. He slows his pace, awaiting their arrival, uncertain if it was due to the distance. Ling Fei suddenly ceased to hear the sound of the alien queen crashing into the trees. At that moment, he paid it no heed, continuing to traverse the fallen trunks alongside Yun Han Han. Unexpectedly, a distinct sound pierced the air and reached his ears, causing a cold sweat to break out on Ling Fei's brow. He could never forget the sound of Wang Qianqing's revolver. particularly the unique sound of the silver projectile slicing through the air. Did igniting require the release of a state with a silver bullet? Was it necessary to use a silver bullet when encountering a few zombies? No. Even if he were to confront the alien, Wang Qianqing would likely refrain from activating such a state. Something was amiss. Panic surged within Ling Fei as he swiftly turned around, only to witness a forest ablaze, with towering trees collapsing one after another in a chain reaction. Ling Fei could not believe that either Wang Qianqing or Zhang Jun possessed such tremendous power. Damn it. How did the alien queen find them? Frantically, Ling Fei pivoted, leaping over the fallen tree once more, racing back along the mountain path. Although Yun Han was oblivious to the specifics, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as he intended to pursue Ling Fei, he heard him shout, "Stay there. Protect Tong Sha." Stunned, Yun Han nodded and stood still, cradling Tong Sha in his arms. As Ling Fei sprinted, he glanced back at the forest where trees continued to topple, gritting his teeth as his legs moved with increasing urgency. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a metallic card, realizing in that moment that Akali's experience bar had surged to an impressive 80. Upon reaching level 2, Akali required 20 experience points for her subsequent upgrade. After careful consideration, it dawned on him that Akali had only secured the defeat of Captain Black and Black Yuan following her minion farming strategy. Astonishingly, these two adversaries yielded a mere 16 experience points. Ling Fei shook his head in disappointment. It was a pity. Had he discovered this sooner and employed the minion farming strategy once more, Akali would have ascended to level 3, effortlessly shattering the queen's armor with her Q ability. Assassin's Mark. Lost in regret, he hurried to the fork in the path where Wang Qianqing and the others had separated from him and Ling Fei. At this juncture, Ling Fei came to an abrupt halt, his gaze landing upon a massive and familiar figure, the alien queen. Wasn't she supposed to be far behind? How could she have caught up so swiftly? Ling Fei spat in frustration, preparing to summon Akali for the rescue of Wang Qianqing and his companion, only to be startled by Zhang Jun dashing out in a frenzy. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback and shouted at the fleeing Zhang Jun, "Why are you out here? Where's Wang Qianqing?" No sooner had he spoken than the alien queen pivoted towards Ling Fei, her savage gaze fixated upon him, sending shivers down his spine. "Run! What are you doing back here? Wang Qianqing is behind me. Hurry!" Zhang Jun waved his hand frantically as he sprinted past Ling Fei. Ling Fei stood in stunned silence, still processing the situation when he noticed Wang Qianqing, who was also running while firing behind him. Ling Fei waved back, realizing that the alien queen's attention had not been on him, but rather on Wang Qianqing, who had emerged from the entrance. Wang Qianqing acknowledged him with a nod, and without hesitation, Ling Fei took off in pursuit of Zhang Jun. The alien queen's agility was, unsurprisingly, significantly hampered within the confines of the forest. She could no longer sprint like a cheetah, but was instead compelled to traverse the woodland on foot. Gradually, Zhang Jun arrived at a fallen tree. Just as he climbed over it, he spotted Yun Han standing idly nearby. "What on earth are you doing standing there? Hurry and run." Zhang Jun chuckled wryly, grasping Yun Han's hand and urging him forward. Ling Fei and Wang Qianqing also navigated past the fallen tree. As he turned to glance back, he beheld something utterly astonishing. Chapter 16. Desperation. Suddenly, the alien queen crouched low to the ground, adopting a stance reminiscent of a sprinter preparing for a race. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the unfolding scene, when the alien queen leaped off the ground like a cannonball, soaring several meters into the air before passing directly over Ling Fei's head. Both he and his companion could only gaze in astonishment at the colossal shadow gliding across the sky. With a thunderous crash, the alien queen landed directly in front of Zhang Jun and Yun Han, who were leading the charge. Zhang Jun, startled by the sudden appearance of the monstrous figure, stumbled and fell to the ground, terror etched across his face as he beheld the alien queen looming before him. The queen opened her massive jaws and unleashed a deafening roar directed at the prostrate Zhang Jun, the rancid scent causing his stomach to churn violently. Simultaneously, her tail shot out from behind like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a blurred shadow as it lunged fiercely towards Zhang Jun's chest. Ling Fei's pupils dilated in horror as he realized Zhang Jun was mere moments away from being impaled by the lethal, razor-sharp tail. Just then, a figure darted in, positioning itself to shield Zhang Jun. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Qianqing, who had shed his pure white state, armed with 2 lightsabers. He formed an X shape just in time to deflect the queen's tail strike. Ling Fei observed the strain on Wang Qianqing's face, the veins on his temples bulging as he gradually retreated under the immense pressure of the queen's force. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Fei rushed forward, grasping Zhang Jun by the collar and pulling him back. However, the alien queen swiftly retaliated. Her claw aimed menacingly at Wang Qianqing while simultaneously intensifying the force of her tail, making escape increasingly difficult. Wang Qianqing, Ling Fei exclaimed, releasing the nearly paralyzed Zhang Jun as he called out to his comrade. Alas, the miracle failed to materialize. Despite possessing two formidable weapons, Wang Qianqing was unable to withstand the onslaught of the queen, whose combat prowess far exceeded his own. In an instant, he was sent hurtling through the air, as if propelled by cannon fire, crashing violently into a massive tree, leaving it splintered and uncertain of its fate. Ling Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this spectacle. The once mighty Wang Qianqing had been so effortlessly dispatched. If the strongest warrior in their ranks could be subdued with such ease, how much simpler would it be for the alien queen to eliminate the remaining weaker foes? A wave of despair washed over Ling Fei, consuming his heart. With a guttural roar, the alien queen exhaled a foul breath, diverting her gaze from Wang Qianqing to the paralyzed Ling Fei. Suddenly alert, Ling Fei was certain he felt the gaze of death upon him. Grabbing Zhang Jun, he fled with reckless abandon. This act seemed to provoke the alien queen further, just as she intended to pursue Ling Fei. A streak of white light shot forth from the shadows, striking precisely into the dark armor of the alien queen. She staggered, her body trembling, as she turned to locate the source of the white light. There, amidst the blood and chaos, Wang Qianqing crouched on the ground, drenched in crimson. His right hand struggled to anchor a luminous sword into the earth for balance, while his left arm hung limply, likely shattered beyond repair. He appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of a bloody abyss, his garments torn asunder, revealing the protective attire beneath. Bloodstains marred his face, rendering him an image of dishevelment that words could scarcely capture. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. You have been enhanced by the Master God. Wang Qianqing gasped laboriously. His injuries severe, yet his calm and steely gaze remained unwavering, fixed intently upon the dark, colossal form before him. Wang Qianqing. Ling Fei's terrified pupils were locked onto the figure crouching on the ground. Everything transpired too swiftly. He seemed to have steeled himself, placing Zhang Jun beneath a tree while grasping the metallic summoning card. Summon, he bellowed, and that exceedingly familiar radiance reappeared within Ling Fei's retina. For reasons unknown, his anxious and panicked heart found a semblance of solace upon witnessing this light. It appeared that this creature had been enhanced beyond measure. Akali emerged slowly from the glow, her gaze fixed upon the alien queen. The alien queen, upon encountering Akali's sudden appearance, exhibited no signs of surprise. It extended its long tongue, licking around its mouth as if eagerly anticipating combat with Akali. Does it remember me? Akali mused, not turning her head but keeping her focus on the queen. Ling Fei shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. He could only imagine how ridiculous his expression must appear. Akali had successfully summoned, and it was now her turn to take charge. Ling Fei turned, pulling the unconscious Zhang Jun and the frightened Yunhan Han, who was hiding between the trees, to a safer location where they could find refuge. I wish for no one to perish, he declared resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the three individuals before him, before immersing himself in Akali's perspective. As the scene shifted before her, Akali was immediately engulfed in a tumultuous whirlwind. She was exerting all her effort to evade the queen's frenzied onslaught, and it appeared that the three distinct methods of attack were proving to be quite taxing for her. At this moment, the queen resembled a ravenous beast, disregarding Wang Qianqing behind her and turning her wrath upon the girl with whom she had once allied. Within the forest, Akali seemed to flourish. Her essence embodied that of a ninja, leading the queen into an untouched glade, where her lithe form danced nimbly between branches, deftly dodging the queen's strikes. The queen found her movements hindered amidst the trees, and for Akali, evading attacks in this woodland realm appeared to be a trivial endeavor. Ling Fei, witnessing this spectacle, quickly withdrew from Akali's perspective to check the remaining time of the mission, 50 minutes. Akali's strength was adequate to fully utilize her summoning time to keep the alien at bay, yet insufficient to vanquish it. After Akali's summoning concluded, there remained 40 minutes. If he could endure for an additional 10 minutes, he could summon Akali once more to distract the alien queen, thus providing an ample half-hour. The objective was not to kill, but merely to survive. With a plan firmly in mind, Ling Fei glanced towards Wang Qianqing. who was currently retrieving supplies from his storage ring to tend to his wounds. As for his left hand, there was little to be done during Akali's presence. He could rest easy. Confirming that Wang Qianqing was not in grave danger, he re-entered Akali's viewpoint, where she seemed poised to launch a counterattack against the alien. With both feet firmly planted on a tree, her right hand grasped a branch above with a scythe, hoisting her entire body upwards. She perched on the branch before leaping to the right. The queen emitted a series of terrifying roars, shattering the branch with a single swipe of her claw. As she advanced, her left eye suddenly caught sight of Akali, who appeared to be suspended in midair, not fleeing as expected. The queen was momentarily taken aback. Allowing Akali to release her grip, the scythe, deeply embedded in the tree bark, was yanked free. With a powerful push against the trunk, Akali launched herself diagonally towards the ground beneath the queen. In midair, she extended her right hand, driving the scythe into an inexplicable hole on the alien queen's body, an absence where her left hand once was, likely blasted away by a pulse cannon. The momentum of Akali's descent tore a significant chunk of flesh from the queen's side. The alien queen let out a series of anguished cries, attempting to strike Akali with her tail, which Akali deftly evaded. Furiously enraged, the queen bellowed, her voice resonating with a force that could shatter eardrums, and lunged towards Akali's position, her massive form nearly blocking all possible escape routes. Ling Fei observed the unfolding drama silently, activating Akali's W skill, Twilight Protection. As Akali swiftly deployed a smoke bomb, she vanished from sight, while the queen's descent from the sky appeared to slow dramatically, as if the world had shifted into slow motion. The deceleration effect of the W skill, though subtle, creates substantial opportunities for the agile Akali. With an almost unimaginable velocity, Akali propelled herself away from the bombardment range of the alien queen. As the alien queen crashed into the ground, she executed a swift reversal, attempting to leap and deliver a final blow to her foe. Ling Fei harbored doubts about Akali's capacity to slay the creature. Her right-hand scythe had already succumbed to the corrosive blood of the alien. At that moment, she swiftly transferred the remaining weapon to her right hand and darted from the air towards the alien below. Ling Fei's pupils constricted sharply as she urgently issued a retreat command, but it proved to be too late. A dark, sharp object, moving with far greater speed than Akali had moments before, erupted from the smoke and pierced through Akali's airborne form. Chapter 17. I shall protect my companion. At the moment the queen's deadly tail pierced Akali's abdomen, Ling Fei unhesitatingly pressed cancel summon. Ever since he had glimpsed the queen shrouded in dust, gathering the power of her tail on the ground, Akali's words echoed incessantly in his mind. As long as she returned to her realm, any injury could be healed. Ling Fei's perspective shift was abruptly halted. He anxiously grasped the metallic card and glanced at Akali's health bar. It was nearly depleted, with only 10 points of life remaining. In the game, a mere minion could extinguish Akali's existence. Akali's health was regenerating at a rate of 10 points per minute. But a single misstep from her had entirely unraveled the hard-won advantage. A minute in this world equated to 10 minutes in the League of Legends realm. After 10 minutes, summoning would resume, and Akali had only lingered in the League world for about 2 hours. The penetrating wound in her abdomen, even with the advanced healing systems of League of Legends, would likely not mend in such a short span. The metallic card fell to the ground as Ling Fei slumped helplessly, gazing at the night illuminated by a sliver of moonlight. Murmuring to himself, "Is it truly time for death?" The alien was not faring much better than he was. A familiar voice resonated in Ling Fei's ear, prompting him to turn his head. There, he beheld Wang Qianqing, raising his left hand and approaching Ling Fei with measured steps. "I am now bound to it by fate. My left hand is broken, and my body bears wounds. The outcome of our lives remains uncertain. With only 42 minutes remaining, I shall buy time." Wang Qianqing smiled faintly, grasping the last remaining silver revolver in his right hand, and spoke in a calm tone. Upon seeing Akali vanish, the alien queen mistakenly believed she had slain her, shaking her elongated head before advancing towards Wang Qianqing. As Wang Qianqing beheld the alien queen, his pupils instantaneously transformed into a silvery hue. He poured out various explosives and a rocket launcher from his spatial ring onto the ground and charged at the alien queen, wielding the sword of light emitted from his revolver. Ling Fei turned in bewilderment, only to discover something unusual about the alien queen. The sword of light that Wang Qianqing had hurled was embedded in her armor, having melted a dark, gaping hole through it, with blood continuously oozing forth. The corrosive fluid of the alien could not erode the beam of light. Ling Fei murmured softly, pocketing the summoning card and lifting the rocket launcher from the ground. He struggled to insert a shell and was about to hoist it onto his shoulder to aim at the alien queen when he noticed that the once cumbersome rocket launcher had become surprisingly light. Turning around, Ling Fei saw Zhang Jun supporting the rear of the rocket launcher, while Yun Hunhun readied 2 shells, and even Tong Sha crouched nearby with a serious expression. Ling Fei suddenly chuckled a few times, casting a glance at the alien queen. Just then, Wang Qianqing leaped before the alien queen, bringing down his sword of light forcefully towards her head. The alien queen extended her tongue, which unexpectedly coiled around the lightsaber, prompting Wang Qianqing to display a sly smile. Suddenly, the tongue emitted plumes of white smoke, and with a wail, it quickly retracted back into her mouth. Wang Qianqing's sword freed itself from the entanglement and transformed into a beam of white light, striking forcefully against the queen's armor. An ominous scar appeared on the dark surface of her armor. Wang Qianqing landed on the queen's massive form, first stabilizing his balance before sprinting towards another lightsaber. He drew the lightsaber with his right hand, placed it between his teeth, biting down on the revolver's grip, and then plunged the lightsaber fiercely into the body of the queen beneath him. A roar erupted from the queen as she howled in agony, her body convulsing uncontrollably. It seemed that after several battles and a relentless pursuit, her stamina and resilience had reached their limits. A tail snaked from behind, aiming directly at Wang Qianqing. He furrowed his brow, instinctively retracting his head before tilting it aside, meeting the alien's tail with the lightsaber held in his mouth. Simultaneously, he withdrew the lightsaber in his right hand, and with a decisive stomp on the queen, propelled himself into the air, the lightsaber in his right hand becoming a blur as it slashed towards the queen's tail. This was the technique, forced counterattack. Zhang Jun spoke in a low voice behind Ling Fei. Ling Fei nodded in acknowledgement. The queen's tail erupted in white smoke, and to everyone's astonishment, the sharp tip was severed by Wang Qianqing's strike. The alien queen's body swayed violently, attempting to throw Wang Qianqing off. Wang Qianqing plunged the lightsaber into the body of the alien queen, using his muscular right arm to brace himself against being thrown off. Ling Fei prepared to fire the moment Wang Qianqing withdrew from the queen's form. It appeared that Wang Qianqing had channeled all his strength into the lightsaber, which emitted an increasingly blinding white light, while its corrosive power intensified. In a fleeting moment, a gaping hole melted through the alien queen's back, the overwhelming corrosion rendering her armor unstable. Ultimately, during a desperate thrash from the alien queen, Wang Qianqing was violently thrown to the ground. At that instant, a glint of determination flashed in Ling Fei's eyes as he pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. A rocket, glowing red, soared directly toward the alien queen. In the queen's haste to rend Wang Qianqing apart after discarding him, she failed to notice the incoming projectile. The rocket struck her head with precision, blooming into a magnificent cloud of smoke upon impact. Ling Fei discarded the rocket launcher, urging Zhang Jun to spring into action. He swiftly retrieved the remaining landmines from the ground and sprinted approximately 10 meters ahead of the rocket formation, placing the mines carefully on the ground. With a sharp sound, the mines activated. Ling Fei then dashed back, hoisting the prepped rocket launcher onto his shoulder. As the smoke dissipated, chunks of flesh were blown off the alien queen's face, revealing her sinister teeth, which rendered her terrifyingly grotesque. She turned her gaze toward Ling Fei, and as anticipated in his plan, she charged toward the array of rockets. Ling Fei held his breath as the queen triggered the landmine, hearing the ominous warning before pulling the trigger once more. Startled by the explosion, the queen was engulfed in a series of detonations, suffering yet another blow from a rocket. Wang Qianqing rose from the ground, giving a thumbs up to Ling Fei. However, through the billowing smoke of the explosion, Ling Fei caught sight of Wang Qianqing's astonished expression and his urgent gestures to flee. As the smoke cleared, a desolate scene unfolded before them. Ling Fei turned to behold the monstrous figure of the alien queen, covered in wounds, her bloodshot eyes fixated upon them. With a deafening roar, the alien queen unleashed her fury, striking Zhang Jun aside with her mutilated tail. Sensing impending doom, Yun Hun hurriedly lunged at Tong Sha, bringing her down to the ground. Just as the queen's claws were about to grasp Ling Fei, a shadow darted in swiftly, engaging the queen in a fierce battle. The enraged queen and Wang Qianqing clashed violently, but amidst the chaos, Wang Qianqing found no opportunity to leap onto her back. In a moment of negligence, he was struck by a claw on his already injured right arm. Coughing up blood, Wang Qianqing, with his right arm rendered useless, recklessly hurled his lightsaber towards Ling Fei. "Hurry, Ling Fei!" Wang Qianqing shouted desperately. The furious queen disregarded his cries, swatting him down with her tail. We're doomed. We're doomed. Ling Fei murmured, his gaze vacant as he watched Zhang Jun, who had succumbed once more, lying on the ground, his arms lost, while Wang Qianqing continued to roar in anguish. As one approaches the inevitable end of life, memories often replay like a film before their eyes. However, at this moment, Ling Fei is not dead. Since his entry into this so-called ruined main god space, everything has begun to unfold before him. Although his body remains intact, his spirit has descended into a profound abyss of despair. Suddenly, Ling Fei senses a warmth emanating from his pocket, leading him to wonder if he has inadvertently spilled a steaming bowl of ramen within. Soon after, an object within his pocket begins to tremble, prompting him to question whether he has mistakenly placed his phone inside. No, being in the main god space, where could a phone possibly come from? Ling Fei chuckles bitterly to himself, contemplating what else could possibly reside in his pocket. Ah, yes, his soul card, his summoning card. At this moment, Akali is calling for him from the realm of League of Legends. 10 minutes have already elapsed, and she is urgently seeking his summoning, despite her injuries remaining unhealed. Her anxious spirit is transmitted through that metallic card, which is the source of the warmth. Until the final moment of transmission, one must remain vigilant. Wang Qianqing's words ignite a spark in Ling Fei's mind, and he suddenly becomes alert, his eyes glimmering with renewed clarity. Before him stands the alien queen, nearly collapsing to the ground, alongside Wang Qianqing. No. Ling Fei's pupils fixate intensely on the alien queen, as the surrounding air seems to crystallize, slowing the movements of Wang Qianqing, the queen, and indeed, the entire world around him. Ling Fei now seemed to be observing in slow motion. Yet he found no inclination to relish or critique this phenomenon. He scarcely paid heed to it, his dilating pupils fixated steadfastly on the alien queen, his lips whispering, I do not wish for anyone to perish. With a blink, the slow-motion state abruptly dissipated. He swallowed hard, seized the lightsaber that Wang Qianqing had discarded at his feet, and charged towards the alien queen, bellowing, I shall protect my comrades. During that suspended moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Ling Fei's mind. From his entry into the main divine space to the acquisition of his soul abilities, and from gaining those abilities to the dire predicament he now faced, he had always been shielded by others, be it Wang Qianqing or his summoned creature, Akali. He recognized himself as merely a novice. In that fleeting moment, he yearned intensely for his own strength. It was time for me to protect my allies. Yun Hunhun turned to see Ling Fei, lightsaber in hand, launching himself with almost instantaneous speed towards the alien queen. He wrapped his legs tightly around her neck, just as she opened her mouth to strike with her tongue. With his left hand, Ling Fei seized the alien queen's tongue, straining to wrench it free. The queen's saliva corroded his palm, yet only wisps of white smoke emanated from it, leaving his skin unscathed. With a ferocious roar, Ling Fei yanked the queen's tongue with reckless abandon. She barely had time to scream or close her mouth before the lightsaber in his grasp swiftly pierced her throat. Yun Huan was astonished to observe that Ling Fei's eyes had rolled back, revealing nothing but the whites, his expression grotesquely sinister, akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Ling Fei wielded his luminous sword, forcefully stirring it within the throat of the abomination, prompting the queen to emit a series of harsh clacking sounds. Countless droplets of saliva, tinged with blood, erupted from her gaping mouth, splattering onto Ling Fei's face, who was teetering on the brink of madness. In that moment, he resembled a devil incarnate. P.S. As I continued to write, I was taken aback by the word count reaching 3,000. Upon reviewing my work, I found myself at a loss, realizing there was no place to cut. Thus, I shall present this 3,000-word chapter, shamelessly imploring for flowers and collections. Chapter 18, The Soul Lock. At this moment, the Long Sky Eagle team found themselves in disarray. 3 members were gravely injured while 2 remained unscathed. They gathered within the confines of the forest, having bound one of their comrades, Ling Fei, to a tree trunk. Just as Wang Qianqing was on the brink of being eliminated by the alien queen, Ling Fei suddenly erupted into a frenzy. With an almost imperceptible speed, he thwarted the alien queen and, in an act of extreme brutality, dispatched her. His hands, now corroded by the queen's saliva, revealed nothing but a stark white bone amidst the bloody flesh that remained at his wrists. Wang Qianqing had been wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and Zhang Jun was not in a much better condition. They could do nothing but stare at Ling Fei, whose face was a grotesque mask of rage, with eyes rolled back in his head. He resembled a living corpse, devoid of humanity. What baffled the others was that, regardless of how they touched him or restrained him to the tree, he exhibited no inclination to attack anyone nor utter a single word. His expression was a continuous grimace, showing no sign of any other emotion. Even if someone were to tug at his trousers, it was likely he would remain unresponsive. Wang Qianqing requested Zhang Jun to light a cigarette for him. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he mused, at this moment, there exists a strong possibility that he has unlocked the soul lock. The soul lock? Is it not merely a genetic lock? Zhang Jun queried, perplexed. The soul lock differs from the genetic lock. It is intertwined with the soul abilities granted by the Master God Space. Furthermore, since the advent of the soul lock, few have been capable of unlocking the genetic lock, Wang Qianqing replied, shaking his head. What is the nature of this situation? The clouded figure stared at Ling Fei's grim countenance. Since Ling Fei had vanquished the alien queen, his appearance had undergone no transformation. He merely resembled a student who had received a score of 0 on an exam. His head hung low, devoid of spirit, despite the continued ferocity etched upon his face. Wang Qianqing accessed the task interface, noting that only 10 minutes remained until the mission's conclusion. He remarked, the method to unlock the soul seal is rather straightforward. An essential element deep within the soul is stirred, triggering an eruption of any immensely powerful emotion, be it anger, sorrow, regret, or joy. Such an overwhelming emotion enables the soul to exert excessive influence over the physical form, allowing the body to perform actions that align with its most profound imaginings. In essence, during the unlocking of the soul seal, whatever the soul contemplates, the body will be compelled to enact, whether it enhances strength or amplifies speed. For instance, the velocity with which he approached the alien was predicated on his belief that only such speed could lead him to his objective. However, during the initial unlocking of the soul seal, the soul's contemplation is entirely surrendered to the subconscious, and thereafter, aside from enhancing the physical form, the majority of the seal's effects manifest in the transformation of the soul's capabilities. Have you also unlocked your soul seal? Zhang Jun listened attentively to Wang Qianqing's words. Still perplexed about the true nature of Ling Fei's condition, yet intrigued by how Wang Qianqing possessed such knowledge. You will understand once you arrive in the realm of the main god, Wang Qianqing replied. As for his current state, it is indeed a rather exasperating predicament. He is currently in a state of soul lock release, deeply believing that his objectives remain unfulfilled, and has thus become utterly ensnared in that realm of fantasy. The solution is quite simple. We must make him aware that his goals have indeed been achieved, allowing him to awaken. But what are his goals? Yin Hunhun inquired. Zhang Jun shook his head, responding, this is something we must seek out, especially considering the immense cost he has borne to save us. Wang Qianqing furrowed his brow in contemplation and urged, we must act swiftly. The main divine space cannot accommodate those in the state of soul lock release. This means he will be transported to another world during the transfer. Brother Ling Fei appears terrifying, Tong Sha murmured, clutching Yin Hunhun's sleeve timidly. Suddenly, as Tong Sha's words fell, Ling Fei convulsed violently. The group exchanged glances, eyes alight with surprise. Could it be that he truly has a penchant for lowly? Zhang Jun remarked, a mix of disbelief and delight on his face. No, that cannot be the case. Wang Qianqing feigned a frown. Though the amusement on his face was unmistakable, he likely intends to protect Tong Sha, or something along those lines. Did you all hear him shout something just before he went into a frenzy? Yin Hunhun said uncertainly. Speak. Those in the state of soul lock release possess no thoughts. They merely act upon their soul's desires and cannot articulate words, Wang Qianqing elucidated. Before Ling Fei's soul lock was undone, Yin Hunhun was the closest to him, making his words worthy of consideration. After careful reflection, Yin Hunhun said, it seems to be something like, I will protect my companions? Haha. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqing suddenly burst into laughter, gazing at the imprisoned Ling Fei, who appeared as if afflicted by dementia, and remarked, what a fool. Zhang Jun, give him a slap. Wang Qianqing instructed. I'm afraid he might bite me, Zhang Jun replied. Slap him. Wang Qianqing commanded with an authoritative tone. Reluctantly, Zhang Jun approached Ling Fei and lightly delivered a slap. I did not ask you to fan him. I commanded you to slap him. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, silently apologizing to Ling Fei in his heart, and then delivered a forceful slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the forest. Ling Fei, in a daze, raised his head, his eyes resembling those of a blank stare, vacantly fixed ahead. Zhang Jun was startled, nearly losing his balance. Wang Qianqing crouched down and looked into Ling Fei's vacant eyes, saying, "We have survived." Strangely, upon hearing Wang Qianqing's words, Ling Fei's lips suddenly curled into a smile, and his eyelids slowly descended, causing him to faint. Moments later, he began to snore. "Wow, that's incredible," Zhang Jun exclaimed, turning to Wang Qianqing, who wore a beaming expression. "Is your family comprised of hypnotists?" His initial aim had been to safeguard us with his strength, and in doing so, everything seemed to fall into place. The emotion he exuded was perhaps one of determination. Just as Wang Qianqing finished speaking, a blue screen appeared before everyone, announcing that there were merely 5 seconds remaining. They waited, and after 5 seconds, the figures of the 5 individuals completely vanished from this world. Upon the conclusion of the task, there remains a transitional phase before returning to the realm of the primordial deity. This stage involves the settlement of reward points and the acquisition of lower-tier reincarnation seats. Even the unconscious Ling Fei was forcibly awakened, finding himself in that ethereal white space, the same realm encountered when entering the cycle of reincarnation. However, at this moment, he possessed a corporeal form, albeit an incomplete one. Ling Fei gazed at his battered body, noting the absence of his hands, and he shook his head in resignation. He recalled the events that had transpired, even the conversation between Wang Qianqing and the others when his soul lock was undone. He lifted his gaze to the azure light screen before him, which bore the bold inscription, "Welcome back, task settlement." Following this, his character information was displayed, and to his astonishment, he discovered that all aspects of his being had been enhanced, evidently due to the physical fortification granted by the soul lock. Yet, Ling Fei was more concerned with the transformation of soul abilities that Wang Qianqing had mentioned. Name, Ling Fei. Gender, male. Strength, 10 normal adults, 8 intelligence, 9 normal adults, 8 neural reflex, 11 normal adults, 8 cellular regeneration, 10 normal adults, 8 soul ability, soul card, unlocked. Current level, LV1, experience bar fullness, 70, current permissions, summonable character limit, 1, summonable character level, LV1, soul ability modification degree, first stage. Soul card function unlocked degree, 10, cube evaluation. A fortunate yet unfortunate recluse who acquired numerous opportunities in the first reincarnation world. Task settlement, base points, 2,500 zombie kills, 300 points assists on crawlers, 20 points alien kills, 600 points reincarnator kills, 1,000 points alien queen kills, 1,200 points task completion, 1,000 total, 6,620 points. Ling Fei stared blankly at the results, feeling an overwhelming sense of profit. The blue light screen flickered a few times before all information vanished, replaced by the words "preparation for transmission from the main god space." Subsequently, Ling Fei found himself transported to an entirely unfamiliar world. Chapter 19. The divine space before him lay an expansive hall reminiscent of a grand palace, its walls crafted from pristine white bricks. At this moment, Ling Fei found himself enveloped by a radiant column of light, his body seemingly defying gravity as he floated effortlessly in the air. As he glanced around, he observed numerous identical small doors adorning the walls on either side. Directly in front of him hovered a magnificent orb of white light. This, he surmised, must be the so-called divine being. "All personnel, restore your bodies," rang out Wang Qianqing's voice, a clarion call that echoed in Ling Fei's ears. Each newcomer entering the divine space was allocated an additional 500 points, alleviating any fears of depletion leading to obliteration. The luminous pillar encasing Ling Fei expanded slightly, enveloping his exposed limbs entirely. In that moment, he became acutely aware of every ache within him. Areas previously numb now ignited with an uncomfortable itch. It was an indescribable sensation, neither wholly pleasant nor entirely distressing. Without a doubt, the others were undergoing similar restorative treatments. Pain was supplanted by itchiness, and as he surveyed the vast, immaculate space, dominated solely by the glowing orb, Ling Fei's taut nerves seemed to dissolve completely. A wave of drowsiness washed over him as his eyelids began to droop. Surrendering to the gentle embrace of gravity, he succumbed to slumber. Look at this fellow, sleeping so sweetly. Oh dear, he's even drooling. Indeed, we are all quite fatigued. For now, let us refrain from any activity and simply return home to rest. Choose any room, grasp the doorknob, envision the interior of your abode, and push the door open. In a state of drowsiness, Ling Fei seemed to perceive voices engaging in conversation. With great effort, he opened his eyes to behold Wang Qianqing, unscathed and whole. Awake? Wang Qianqing observed Ling Fei with a calm demeanor. Ling Fei realized he was lying on the floor beneath a luminous orb. Glancing around, he noted that aside from the slumbering Tong Sha, everyone else was gazing at him. Ling Fei, Tong Sha is officially entrusted to you, Wang Qianqing stated gravely. What? Ling Fei replied, bewildered. Look, Tong Sha is currently asleep. You cannot expect her to imagine her own room and drift back to sleep, can you? Moreover, leaving her with Yun Hun Hun is unsafe. And as for Zhang Jun, need I say more? You understand my predicament. Wang Qianqing, without even a glance at Ling Fei, continued speaking. Ling Fei was momentarily stunned as Zhang Jun formally placed Tong Sha into Ling Fei's arms before hastily retreating to a room. He paused at the door for a brief moment, then pushed it open and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Yin Hunhun swiftly followed suit, dashing away. That's how it is. You know how to open the door, right? Avoid engaging with the Master God. We shall resolve the other matters together tomorrow, Wang Qianqing sneezed. Then sprinted into one of the rooms with a speed rivaling that of Zhang Jun. Ling Fei gazed down at the peacefully sleeping Tong Sha in his embrace, feeling utterly despondent. Although he was not particularly fond of younger girls, it indeed felt inappropriate to have such a little girl entrusted to him. Shaking his head, he concluded that he was fatigued and likely would not ponder much further before falling asleep. Ling Fei randomly selected a room, placed his right hand on the doorknob, and began to envision his former room. Once he assured himself that everything was in order, he turned the knob and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Ling Fei felt a surge of emotion, almost as if he were on the verge of tears. It was on that fateful day that he sat in that very chair, gazing at the computer, when a bolt of lightning struck through the window, leaving him in this unfortunate predicament. Such is the nature of nostalgia, he mused, as he placed Tong Sha gently onto his bed and tucked her in. He turned on the computer, only to discover there was no internet connection. Ling Fei sighed, retrieving a pile of blankets from a nearby cabinet, spreading them across the floor before extinguishing the lights and lying down without even removing his clothes. What a perilous situation. Memories of his fierce battle with the alien queen flooded his mind, and despite the adorable snoring of Tong Sha beside him, sleep eluded him. Suddenly, a familiar sensation coursed through his lower body, prompting Ling Fei to think, surely not. He reached beneath the covers and retrieved a metallic card. To his astonishment, he realized he had mistaken it for the beloved iPhone he had saved for an entire year. The metallic card trembled in his hand, and he noticed that Akali's avatar was flashing, visible even in the absence of light. Could it truly be a phone? He wondered, poking the flickering avatar with his finger. The light dimmed suddenly, and Ling Fei remarked, as expected, preparing to tuck it into his pocket. But just then, the entire card illuminated brilliantly. Ling Fei stared in disbelief. The summoning card function was indeed extraordinary, and it even boasted a video feature. To his astonishment, the palm-sized card displayed Akali's anxious figure. Akali, are you all right? Ling Fei softly inquired. It's connected. Akali suddenly turned her gaze towards Ling Fei, her voice laced with urgency. Ling Fei, are you okay? Ling Fei glanced at Akali's character status. Her health had recovered significantly. Observing her lively demeanor, he presumed that she was not seriously harmed. Not wishing to disturb Tong Sha, he cautiously rose from the floor and exited the dimly lit room, stepping into the brightly illuminated main hall of the Divine Realm. Of course, I'm fine, Ling Fei replied, taking a seat on the steps. On a whim, he recounted the events following Akali's injury. Just as he was about to inquire whether Akali required any credits for the video call, another figure clad in a ninja outfit entered his line of sight. Is that the Twilight Eye? Brother Shun, Ling Fei exclaimed, astonished at the sight. Not bad, kid. You've even managed to defeat a monster that Akali couldn't handle. A deep male voice resonated in Ling Fei's ears. Unlike Akali, Twilight Eye's entire face, including his glasses, was obscured by a mask. Ling Fei could only muster a faint smile, refraining from any response. Then I won't disturb your recovery. Get some rest. Goodbye. Akali bid Ling Fei goodnight, abruptly ending the video call. The summoning card reverted to its original form. After conversing with Akali, a wave of profound drowsiness swept over Ling Fei's mind. He decided to lie down on the floor, succumbing to a deep slumber. When Ling Fei opened his eyes, he found himself in the unchanging divine space. While the previous sights might have been somewhat shocking, they had grown mundane with familiarity. It seems that I have managed to find comfort while sleeping on this cold floor. Ling Fei stretched lazily, awakening naturally without awareness of how long he had slumbered. With a sigh of relief, he finally noticed the group of individuals gathered before the orb of the main deity. Lazy Pig is finally awake, Zhang Jun remarked, observing Ling Fei's disheveled hair and the remnants of sleep on his face. Ah, don't mention it. Ling Fei waved his hand dismissively, noticing that even Tong Sha stood amidst them. Upon realizing Ling Fei's attention, Tong Sha hurried over to apologize. Ling Fei gestured for her to disregard it, then turned to return to his room to freshen up. After tidying his hair, he re-emerged and joined Wang Qianqing's group. All right, everyone is here. Now, I will instruct you on how to acquire some enhancements for yourselves, as well as the matter concerning the large metallic door behind the orb, Wang Qianqing announced. Clapping his hands. The metallic door? Ling Fei tilted his body slightly to see behind the orb, where a grand and imposing metallic door loomed on the wall directly in front of the palace. That is the most significant alteration since the collapse of the main deity. Beyond that metallic door lies the venue for all reincarnation teams to exchange information and meet, Wang Qianqing explained with a hint of solemnity. Chapter 20. Reinforcement in the previous realm of the Lord God. All that was exchanged through return to the origin in the reincarnation world could be brought back to reality. However, with the collapse of the Lord God, in his quest to retain a sufficient number of powerful warriors to gather reincarnation seeds, he modified return to the origin to prohibit the return of any exchanged items to the real world. Ah, how frustrating. Wang Qianqing nodded, selectively ignoring Zhang Jun's complaints, and remarked, you can directly communicate with the Lord God through your consciousness. Feel free to inquire about any issues, as long as they remain within permissible limits. It's up to you to manage. With that, Wang Qianqing closed his eyes, and Ling Fei turned to the luminous sphere, mimicking Wang Qianqing by shutting his eyes as well. In the enveloping darkness, a blue light screen gradually materialized before Ling Fei's eyes. To the right, his avatar was displayed, accompanied by a total point count, 6620, and the reincarnation seed count, 0. Ling Fei observed it for a moment, contemplating. Indeed, I am quite handsome. As he turned his gaze to the left, 5 options appeared: technological equipment, legendary magical equipment, body enhancement, gene bloodline power, and entertainment. With nothing else to occupy his time, Ling Fei began to browse through each category. The first category, technological equipment, included modern firearms, antique firearms, futuristic firearms, and defensive armor. Ling Fei flipped to the last section, the futuristic firearms, and was taken aback to discover that one could even exchange for future cosmic battleships, albeit at an exorbitant price. The pulse cannon appeared relatively inexpensive, requiring only 1,000 points, which seemed quite reasonable given Ling Fei's current economic situation. The second magical legendary equipment is somewhat peculiar, consisting of various talismans for exorcising spirits, tomb raiding charms, peachwood swords, and an assortment of bizarre weapons exuding a range of unusual auras. Each piece of equipment is valued at over 2,000. In addition to requiring certain C and B level reincarnation seeds. What are these C and B level reincarnation seeds? Ling Fei inquired directly with his consciousness. After a brief pause, the synthetic electronic voice of the main god resonated within Ling Fei's mind. In the reincarnation world, completing side quests grants a level or lower reincarnation seeds. An A-level reincarnation seed can be exchanged for several C and B-level seeds. Furthermore, by completing undisclosed main quests, one can obtain the S-level primary reincarnation seed of the current world. Submitting the S-level primary reincarnation seed to the main god will yield energy contribution points and a reward of 5,000 points. 5,000. Ling Fei mused inwardly, exiting the magical legend. To enhance his physical attributes, he would need to spend a small amount of points, but he intended to review everything before proceeding with the enhancement. Next, he examined the gene bloodline powers, where items were similarly priced above 1,000, featuring an array of oddities such as chi vampires, werewolf bloodlines, and Spider-Man mutation genes. Ling Fei even stumbled upon powers like the death god's strength and chakra, which are solely found within the realm of anime. The chakra particularly piqued his interest, as it required no reincarnation seeds, merely 2,000 points for redemption. Chakra, in the realm of Naruto, is akin to an internal energy, with attributes generated at random. Once these attributes are established, one acquires the comprehensive techniques associated with them, while the formidable jutsu necessitate a correspondingly vast reservoir of chakra. Ling Fei nodded, intrigued by the concept. He allocated chakra into his shopping cart. As the forthcoming entertainment section offered the opportunity to exchange a minimal amount of points for luxuries almost unattainable in the real world, Ling Fei licked his lips and exited the entertainment category, redirecting his attention to the domain of genetic lineage powers. This section appeared to hold the greatest utility for him, given his possession of summoning cards. The remainder would involve augmenting his own powers to synergize with the summoned entities or to ensure his own protection. Ling Fei patiently smiled as he perused the extensive array of genetic lineages, ultimately selecting 3 remarkable items. One was the chakra he had just been contemplating. The others included a power corresponding to his soul abilities, the summoning codex, and a swordsmanship enhancement. Akali was an assassin type, while Wang Qianxing excelled in ranged attacks. Thus, Ling Fei was to assume the role of a tank, a stalwart shield within the team. The swordsmanship enhancement was designed to bolster strength, neural response speed, and knowledge-related powers. The summoning codex would double the duration of summoned beings' existence and reduce the cooldown period for summoning, should he acquire the summoning codex. Akali's summoning duration would extend to 20 minutes, with a mere 7-minute cooldown, presenting a significant advantage for Ling Fei. Satisfied with his selection of 3 items, he nodded and mentally confirmed the purchase, only to realize, after completing the transaction, that he had encountered a stroke of misfortune. Having neglected to check the total price of 3 items, he was astonished to find himself left with only 100 points after completing his purchase. Such a sum was more than sufficient to acquire a dull knife, and Ling Fei had even intended to exchange for a formidable sword enhanced with enchantments from the realm of magical legends. As he opened his eyes, a wave of regret washed over him, yet he was enveloped by a radiant pillar of light. Subsequently, he observed tiny particles descending upon him, and a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing a momentary dizziness. Gradually, he began to recall various swordsmanship techniques and the hand signs for wind-release ninjutsu. Is my chakra affinity wind? Ling Fei murmured to himself. This state persisted for nearly 5 minutes, after which he found himself grounded by the remaining radiance of the pillar. Taking a deep breath, Ling Fei raised his right hand, only to discover a remarkable transformation in his arm. It was no longer the frail limb of before, but rather a muscular appendage brimming with strength. He unleashed a punch, creating a faint gust of wind in the air, perhaps indicating that the enhancement of swordsmanship had slightly elevated his intellect, as he felt a surge of clarity in his thoughts. Wow, this is incredible, Ling Fei exclaimed. And he proceeded to examine his character status. Strength had risen to 31, intelligence to 13, reflexes to 25, and cell regeneration to 17. Each attribute significantly surpassing the average male score of 8. Beneath his soul card, 3 lines of small text appeared. Wind Release Chakra LV1, Summoning Grimoire, non-upgradable, and Swordsmanship Enhancement, non-upgradable. Turning his gaze, Ling Fei noticed that Wang Qianxiang had just descended from the Pillar of Light, while nearby, Zhang Jun, Yun Hooligan, and even Tong Sha remained encased in their own luminous states. Is the reinforcement complete? Wang Qianxing twisted his neck, producing a series of powerful cracking sounds. Ling Fei nodded awkwardly and approached, inquiring, do you still have some points left? None. Why do you ask, a wealthy one? Over 6,000 points is no trifling matter, Wang Qianxiang remarked, casting a glance at the dramatically transformed Ling Fei. Feeling Wang Qianxing's gaze, Ling Fei lowered his head and realized that his physique had changed considerably. He was no longer the frail homebody of yore. I exchanged for 3 items that enhanced genetic lineage and strength. However, I found myself devoid of points to purchase equipment. I need a sword. Ling Fei gestured helplessly. Did you not learn basic arithmetic in elementary school? Do you not realize that after your purchases, your funds were depleted? Wang Qianxing sighed, his right hand brushing against his storage ring. I also have very few points left, but there is 1 item I can gift you. As Wang Qianxing's hand withdrew from the storage ring, a dark blade flew towards Ling Fei, responding to his motion. Ling Fei caught it and was astonished to discover that within the realm of the Master God, he could inspect the attributes of this blade. An A-grade enchanted item, the Demon Slayer Blade, with enchantments, sharpness level 7, damage to supernatural creatures 7, and a one-time demonic power explosion with a cooldown of 1 hour. An A-grade item. In fact, Ling Fei had seen this Demon Slayer Blade in a magical legends context. It was an A-grade item without enchantments. Just a step away from the S-grade legendary items, boasting a price of 7,000 points and 2 B-grade reincarnation seeds. Were you not planning to sell it? Ling Fei asked, lifting his gaze. Wang Qianqing shrugged and said, I prepared this for myself. If you want it, take it. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Fei heard Zhang Jun calling him. As he was about to turn around, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Ling Fei furrowed his brow. The knowledge of swordsmanship erupted in his mind. He flicked the demon-slaying blade in the air, producing a series of sharp whooshing sounds as it sliced through the atmosphere. Then, he pivoted and executed a powerful slash. The blade effortlessly cleaved a swiftly approaching object in two. Impressive. He was able to strike a bullet from a sniper rifle. Zhang Jun, brandishing a futuristic-looking sniper rifle that shimmered with a faint blue glow, exclaimed in admiration, Wow. What if I hadn't completed my enhancements and you had killed me? Ling Fei roared, noticing the sniper rifle in Zhang Jun's hands, and curiously inquired, Is that the javelin from Mass Effect? Indeed. You can exchange for anything here. My points, combined with the base amount, total over 3,700. I spent 2,000 on the javelin, 500 on the magazine, and the remainder on basic sniper enhancements. I'm planning to buy stealth for my next purchase to complement my sniping. At that moment, Yin Hunhun also completed his enhancements. When Ling Fei asked what he had exchanged for, he replied that he had acquired a power enhancement similar to psychological attacks and still had 500 points remaining. As Yin Hunhun finished his enhancements, Tongsha descended as well. Zhang Jun and Ling Fei, filled with curiosity, asked what the little girl had exchanged for. Tongsha flashed a toothy smile and pointed at Ling Fei, exclaiming loudly, Transform. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his body began to shrink rapidly, until he could only see Tongsha's legs. What on earth is happening? Ling Fei inquired anxiously, only to be met with a series of sounds reminiscent of bleating sheep. Ha ha. Zhang Jun and the others erupted into laughter, as Ling Fei had been transformed by Tongsha into an adorable, fluffy white sheep. Chapter 21. The Hall of Reincarnation. Alas, you truly have exhausted all your points in one fell swoop. Who shall procure the essential supplies for the next reincarnation? Wang Qianqing sighed and waved his hand helplessly. Hey, Tongdong, quickly revert me back. Ling Fei, witnessing the uproarious laughter of Zhang Jun, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Unfortunately, his words were met with nothing but the bleating of sheep. All right. Tongsha, having had her fill of amusement, beamed with delight. With a mere gesture towards Ling Fei, he felt himself growing taller, returning to his human form. Zhang Jun, you scoundrel, stand still. I shall have my vengeance. As soon as Ling Fei transformed back, he charged after the retreating Zhang Jun. However, Zhang Jun, having only enhanced his sniping skills, was no match for the significantly strengthened Ling Fei. Within moments, he was seized and subjected to a thorough beating. Wang Qianqing, unfazed, silently observed the two rolling on the ground, lost in his own thoughts. Before long, the panting Zhang Jun and Ling Fei approached Wang Qianqing. Noticing their antics had subsided, Wang Qianqing gestured towards the metallic door and said, The world beyond that door is known as the Hall of Reincarnation. It is a place where all reincarnation teams engage in trade, exchange information, declare war, and establish peace. Declare war, establish peace? Ling Fei inquired, perplexed. Wang Qianqing nodded, elucidating. One may declare war on a designated reincarnation team by paying the price of 3 B-grade reincarnation seats. The two teams will then encounter each other in the next reincarnation world, entering a mode of life and death combat. As for the life and death combat mode, you have already experienced it. Peace can be established by paying a grade A reincarnation seed following a declaration of war, rendering the opposing side's declaration null and void. It is worth mentioning that the ranking is categorized into levels: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D, with a difference of 4 between each adjacent level. This implies that 1 grade A reincarnation seed can be exchanged for 4 grade B reincarnation seeds. Ling Fei nodded in partial comprehension. Realizing that the Master God exploits the myriad conflicts arising between various reincarnation teams to gain benefits from the reincarnation seeds, Wang Qianqing gestured towards the metallic door, signaling everyone to proceed at once. Under Wang Qianqing's guidance, the group circumvented the luminous sphere and approached the threshold. From a distance, the door appeared colossal. As Ling Fei raised his head, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him upon closer inspection. Wang Qianqing paused momentarily before the metallic door, and without a hint of hesitation, he pushed it open. The 4 individuals, including Ling Fei, fixated their gazes on the slowly widening crack of the door. It was only when the inner world fully unveiled itself to Ling Fei's sight that he marveled at the Master God's wonder and might. The space within was circular and exceedingly vast, adorned with hundreds of metallic doors neatly lined along the walls, of which the door they emerged from was merely one. Do other teams possess their own Master God spaces? Ling Fei pondered, contemplating that if there were other reincarnation teams, they too must possess a Master God space. It was a necessity. Wang Qianxing responded succinctly. In the vast expanse of the hall, the only source of illumination emanated from a grand and opulent chandelier suspended at its center, enveloping the so-called Hall of Reincarnation in a shroud of dimness. Scanning the surroundings, one could observe a scattered assembly of over 50 individuals, some discreetly engaged in hushed discussions at tables, while others formed raucous clusters, raising their goblets in exuberant revelry. It was not uncommon to witness men, devoid of any sense of modesty, audaciously exchanging passionate kisses with several attractive women. In this world, where the rule of law held little sway, such behavior was merely a commonplace spectacle. Ah, Mr. Wang. A figure had taken note of Ling Fei and his companions entering the Hall of Reincarnation. A burly foreigner, clad in a white tank top and brimming with muscles, staggered over, clutching a glass of fine beer. Upon spotting Ling Fei and the others standing behind Wang Qianxing, he belched, then maneuvered to Wang's side, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. In fluent Mandarin, he stuttered, You have gathered the members of the Purple Thorn? I heard that you newcomers managed to annihilate the Eye of the Demon? Ling Fei swallowed hard. Indeed, the legendary information hub had proven its worth. They had only just returned from the realm of reincarnation, and news of the Eye of the Demon's demise had seemingly spread throughout the hall. As for the Purple Thorn, it was undoubtedly the name of Wang Qianxing's previous reincarnation team. Ling Fei gazed at Wang Qianxing, uncertain of his next move. To his surprise, Wang Qianxing sighed and gently guided the foreigner to a nearby purple chair, saying nothing further. Wang Qianxing returned to Ling Fei's side and whispered to the crowd, This is Johnny, the vice-captain of the Redemption Squad. He has assisted me in the ranked reincarnation matches and has shown me great kindness. Wang Qianxing then led everyone to the center of the space. As Ling Fei stepped into that area, a blue light screen appeared before his eyes, displaying the words, Reincarnation Squad Contribution Rankings. Ling Fei, intrigued by the names displayed, noticed that the first place was held by a squad called the Nightmarish Team. To his astonishment, he discovered that this legendary team had submitted 3 S-Class reincarnation seeds, 1 SS-Class seed, and 1 SSS-Class seed, firmly securing their position at the top. As he scrolled down the list to the 80th position, he finally recognized a familiar name, the Purple Thorns, the former team of Wang Qianxing, as he had learned from the imposing foreigner. The Purple Thorns boasted a record of only 1 S-Class reincarnation seed and 1 SS-Class seed. Zhang Jun and the others quietly observed, while Ling Fei turned to Wang Qianxing, who had his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. After a few moments, the name of the Purple Thorns flickered before Ling Fei's eyes, suddenly transforming into the Long Sky Eagle. Zhang Jun, Ling Fei, and the others exchanged glances, and Wang Qianxing merely shrugged and said, In any case, I was the sole member of that team, so it had to be disbanded. Now, we are the Long Sky Eagle. You can choose the information station in the lower right corner to access details regarding soul locks, soul abilities, and various information about the main god space. It's all available for you. Once you've finished, you may return on your own, as I have other matters to attend to. After Wang Qianxing concluded his remarks, he descended from the stage to engage in conversation with old friends. Ling Fei merely cast a cursory glance, finding it incomprehensible, and subsequently exited the blue holographic screen. Observing that Zhang Jun's reaction mirrored his own, I have a PS3 gaming console in my room. Would you care to join me for some entertainment? Zhang Jun suggested, noting that upon entering the dimly lit Hall of Reincarnation, the atmosphere was as stifling as the shadows that enveloped them, prompting him to propose a return to the main divine space. Upon hearing this, Yun Hunhun also exited the information station. Tong Sha, feeling out of sorts in this oppressive ambience, cast a disdainful look at the couple's engaging in indiscreet behavior in the public hall. Ling Fei nodded in agreement and led everyone out of the Hall of Reincarnation. However, to their surprise, Wang Qianxing swiftly pursued them as they stepped beyond the metallic threshold. I believe you should focus on training. There are no 10 days of respite here. The main deity has compressed our time, and we have only 4 days left before our departure. 4 days? Is it truly so brief? Zhang Jun exclaimed, astonished. After returning from the perilous realm of reincarnation, who wouldn't desire a few extra days of rest? His initial plan was to enjoy a few days of leisure with Ling Fei and the others before arranging subsequent matters. Wang Qianqing turned back to firmly close the metallic door and addressed them. The entire team, on average, requires 2 rounds in the reincarnation world to earn a 10-day rest period. In any case, the next mission is crucial. You have just undergone enhancements. It is imperative that you acclimate to your bodies. Ling Fei, being a melee combatant, will train alongside me, while Zhang Jun simply grasp the doorknob and envision a spacious underground chamber in your room, complete with shooting targets. In a fleeting moment, one can envision the realm of the Master God within the confines of the room, where all but magical relics are at one's disposal. In other words, Zhang Jun. You may indulge in various sniper rifles and relish in the luxury of unlimited ammunition, while Yun Hunhun and Tong Sha familiarize themselves with their abilities. Wang Qianqing, having conveyed this in one breath, sparked a glimmer of excitement in Zhang Jun, who hastily retreated to his chamber, followed closely by Yun Hunhun and Tong Sha. Ling Fei, ruffling his hair, inquired, "How shall we train?" Wang Qianqing turned, fixing a serious gaze upon Ling Fei, and replied, "We shall spar." At that moment, the Master God's space enveloped in silence, a pure white expanse dominated solely by a colossal orb of light, devoid of any other hue. The white doors lining the walls led to entirely different realms beyond. Within Zhang Jun's room, an underground entrance approximately 3 square meters in size materialized. Descending the iron staircase revealed an expansive subterranean sniper training facility. Zhang Jun crouched over a steel frame, launching a quality javelin towards a target situated 100 meters away, the projectile piercing the central red dot of the shooting target. Behind it, a moving target was set up at the same distance. Immersed in the thrill of shooting, Zhang Jun remained focused, while Yun Hunhun and Tong Sha engaged in a modest exercise of their abilities. Tong Sha transformed Yun Hunhun into a sheep, while Yun Hunhun employed his mental prowess to revert from the ovine state. The most fervent clash unfolded between Wang Qianqing and Ling Fei, with Ling Fei brandishing a 1.3-meter-long demon-slaying blade at his waist as he followed Wang Qianqing into the subterranean lair. The basement, with its ceiling and floor walls crafted from a unique metal, was a sight to behold. Ling Fei struck with all his might using the Demon Slayer blade, leaving merely a faint mark. Just as he marveled at this, Wang Qianqing coldly uttered a phrase before drawing 2 revolvers, unhesitatingly unleashing the extreme white state. 2 white energy projectiles surged swiftly towards Ling Fei's back. In that fleeting moment, Ling Fei heightened his alertness upon hearing the gunfire behind him. His mind raced. He was not foolish enough to attempt deflecting the bullets with his blade, especially since Wang Qianqing might have augmented his shooting prowess. Ling Fei leapt to the left, and the energy projectiles struck the metal wall where he had just stood. Taking advantage of the situation, Ling Fei glanced back and noted the absence of any bullet casings or the clatter of metal on metal. He recalled that during Wang Qianqing's confrontation with He Yuan, the latter had been able to deflect all projectiles with the very same Demon Slayer blade. Now, to claim that Wang Qianqing was firing bullets was a misnomer. It was more akin to launching a mass of energy. Indeed, it was an energy entity. Ling Fei charged directly at Wang Qianqing, channeling all the wind-style chakra within him to his feet and the blade. The originally purple-black blade became enveloped in a layer of translucent white energy. As he concentrated the chakra into his legs, Ling Fei felt an unmistakable surge of power coursing through him. With a decisive thrust of his feet, he left a deep imprint on the metallic base, propelling himself towards Wang Qianqing like a cannonball. Wang Qianqing's pupils constricted, and he instinctively crouched down, only to be taken aback as Ling Fei soared over his head, crashing directly into the wall behind him. Turning his head, he beheld Ling Fei's legs embedded within the metallic wall, the lower halves of his thighs completely swallowed by the solid surface. It was a wall impervious to the Demon Slayer blade. Yet Ling Fei had managed to breach it using merely his legs. Astonished, Wang Qianqing inquired, "What ability did you exchange for?" Ling Fei, struggling against the wall, offered an awkward smile and replied, "It's akin to an internal force, chakra, to be precise. I just channeled all my chakra into my legs, which resulted in this. I'm out of chakra now. It seems you still lack control over your strength," Wang Qianqing remarked, his pure white eyes fixed intently on Ling Fei as he commanded, "Restore your energy." Ling Fei then received a notification indicating a deduction of 50 points to recover his energy. and he soon felt a familiar surge of chakra re-emerging within him. Utilize a minimal amount of chakra without damaging the wall to extricate yourself, Wang Qiansheng instructed sternly. Arms crossed. Ling Fei nodded and closed his eyes, focusing on the power within him. After a brief moment, a white, translucent fireball gradually materialized in his darkened vision, presumably the chakra provided by the main deity. Gently guiding his thoughts, Ling Fei separated a segment of the flame, approximately 1/20th of its entirety, and then halved it, directing the divided energies into his arms. He opened his eyes and observed that his hands had not undergone significant changes. However, he could perceive the subtle flow of chakra coursing through the veins in his arms. With a slight exertion, the fragmented metal walls trembled briefly, and Ling Fei's thigh gradually emerged from within the barrier. Very well, in future battles, he must remember to control the output of his chakra in this manner. Ling Fei's hand trembled in disbelief. In such a high-stakes confrontation, he was expected to manage his chakra output as he had just done. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a flicker caught his eye, and Wang Qiansheng appeared before him, wielding two glowing swords. Without hesitation, he thrust both swords towards Ling Fei's abdomen. Startled, Ling Fei sidestepped to evade one sword while simultaneously leveraging the inertia to extract the demon-slaying blade from the wall, colliding with the other glowing sword at astonishing speed. Your strength pales in comparison to He Yuan, Wang Qiansheng remarked, fixing his gaze on Ling Fei's face with an air of indifference. Yet, Ling Fei dismissed Wang Qiansheng's words entirely, focusing instead on channeling a hint of chakra to envelop the demon-slaying blade. Unexpectedly, Wang Qiansheng's other sword struck from an angle. A flicker of thought caused the chakra he was gathering to dissipate automatically. Ling Fei clicked his tongue in frustration, leaping back against the wall, and resolutely directed a small amount of chakra to the blade. The fleeting pale light reappeared along the edge of the sword, and without a moment's hesitation, Ling Fei swung at the dual swords approaching him from Wang Qiansheng. The clash of two swords resonated like a symphony of fate, transporting us back to that fateful day when He Yuan faced off against Wang Qiansheng. In the ensuing duel, Ling Fei wielded the Demon Slayer blade and his ever-maturing chakra, gradually transforming from a position of disadvantage to one of equilibrium with Wang Qiansheng. As their combat intensified, both combatants unleashed their utmost prowess. Ling Fei, with his exquisite mastery of swordsmanship, held a slight edge, employing fantastical techniques reminiscent of the anime realm, which left Wang Qiansheng drenched in cold sweat. Had this confrontation been a matter of life and death, Ling Fei could have summoned a Kali to dictate the outcome. Wang Qiansheng, however, shook his head, declaring that their sparring session would conclude for the day. Ling Fei wiped the perspiration from his brow, enviously watching as Wang Qiansheng sought the main deity for healing, while he himself, lacking the necessary points for recovery, had to procure medicine for his injuries. In the following days, Ling Fei organized a feast for everyone, during which Wang Qiansheng utilized the remaining points he had with Yun Hongkong and Tong Sha to acquire essential supplies. Time swiftly passed, and as the moment approached for their next venture into the cycle of reincarnation, the steadfast Long Kong, Ji Ying stood ready beneath the luminous orb. The next realm of reincarnation awaited, Prototype 2. The transmission would commence in 10 seconds. Chapter 23. James Heller, The Butchery of the Original Form 2. Upon hearing the solemn announcement of the name of this reincarnation game by the Supreme Deity, Ling Fei's anxious heart finally found solace. This game had been completed before he even set foot in the realm of the Supreme Deity, precisely within the 24 hours preceding his lightning strike. With his enhanced intellect, Ling Fei experienced a remarkable improvement in memory. He recalled the game's background, its developmental trajectory, and every action he undertook once immersed in the game with crystal clarity. Just as he finished feeling relieved, the 5-second countdown concluded. A radiant beam of light enveloped Ling Fei, and the figures of several individuals gradually faded beneath the golden glow. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted, and the pristine white space transformed into an apocalyptic twilight. At this moment, 5 individuals found themselves standing atop a skyscraper, the sky dimming ominously in the distance. Ling Fei now inhabited a city of desolation far worse than the previous world. Countless buildings lay in ruin, and the streets were strewn with debris. Occasionally, grotesque, blood-red flesh pillars emerged from the ground, stretching toward the heavens, from which numerous tendrils sprouted, making contact with the walls. Observing the scene below, Ling Fei realized the challenge of 12 individuals was exceedingly daunting. Wang Qiansheng pointed towards the last figure, Tong Sha. who paused momentarily before turning to discover 7 newcomers sprawled on the ground, no children among them, but 3 women clad in business attire. The rest were men. The acrid scent of blood pervaded the city, causing a churn in Ling Fei's stomach. In comparison to the last world's repulsiveness, this instance of killer instinct reveals itself to be a mere trifling matter. Ling Fei turned to face the others, noting the pallor on their faces, except for Wang Qiancheng, who appeared indifferent to the gruesome sight. Setting aside their reactions for the moment, they would remain unconscious for a while longer. Wang Qiancheng remarked that Ling Fei and the others were newcomers in the previous world, entirely unaware of how to accommodate new arrivals. Thus the responsibility fell upon him. "Has anyone among you played this game?" Zhang Jun inquired, taking a few steps forward, only to collide headlong with an invisible barrier. This was the protective shield of the main deity. Such barriers existed even before the commencement of the mission, rendering them unable to exit while remaining unseen by others. Wang Qiancheng surveyed their surroundings and stated calmly, "Looking at your wrists, it appears we can easily discern the mission this time." In unison, the group raised their right hands, and Ling Fei discovered a black, solid metal watch adorning his wrist, its design both archaic and pure. Besides displaying the current time of this world, it bore a name, James Heller. "Our task revolves around this individual," he announced. "There don't seem to be many people here." Tong Sha, appearing the most distressed among them, had previously faced minimal bloody combat in the last world, yet Ling Fei understood that the brutality of killer instinct was something most children could scarcely endure. "None of you have played this game. I noted that I had just completed it a few days before entering the main deity space. I shall take the lead in formulating our strategy for this endeavor." Ling Fei proudly adjusted his collar and secured the demon-slaying blade at his waist, addressing the crowd. "Do you remember?" Yun, with a look of disdain, replied, "Of course, don't underestimate my intelligence of 13 points. Ling Fei scoffed, rummaging through the fragmented memories in his mind. Before continuing, there is still some time. Allow me to briefly introduce the world of Prototype and the developments in the second installment. In 1963, a new virus known as Blacklight struck Idaho, prompting the government to establish Blackwatch to suppress its spread and conduct research on the virus. By 2008, an individual named Alex Mercer stole the virus and unleashed it, triggering a catastrophic outbreak of zombies. Remarkably, he not only survived, but also acquired superhuman abilities. He rescued the virus's progenitor, Elizabeth Green, thwarting the government's nuclear plans. In Prototype 2, he metamorphosed into a villain intent on annihilating the city. James Heller caught Alex's attention due to his formidable power and was bestowed with the Mercer virus under false pretenses, manipulated into doing Alex's bidding. However, through extensive investigation, Heller uncovered the truth. His daughter was alive, and he had been deceived by Alex. His sole aim became vengeance against Alex and the rescue of his daughter. Ultimately, Heller faced Alex in a climactic confrontation, emerging victorious. "I believe our mission is to assist Heller," Ling Fei concluded. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous rumble echoed in the distance, resembling the sound of tanks. At the same time, Zhang Jun took a step forward, only to discover that the divine protection barrier had vanished without a trace. "Let us refrain from intervening for now. We shall remain mere spectators," he suggested. "At the opportune moment, we will rescue Heller, ensuring he fully believes we are his allies." Ling Fei turned away, making his way to the edge of the building and gazing downward. Meanwhile, some newcomers behind Tong Sha began to regain consciousness, and Wang Qiancheng briefly explained the intricacies of the divine realm to them. However, despite their views of the apocalyptic city, skepticism lingered in their hearts. In exasperation, Wang Qiancheng instructed Tong Sha to transform one of them into a sheep. He then urged Zhang Jun to use a spear to pierce a large hole in the wall, encouraging the newcomers to test whether the wall was made of foam. Following these demonstrations, the group fell into a stunned silence. Ling Fei shook his head, filled with a sense of helplessness, and turned his gaze back to the street. There, amidst the chaos, a solitary tank moved slowly along the desolate road. Ling Fei fixated on the tank, fully aware of the impending events. Wang Qiancheng and the others mirrored his actions, their attention unwittingly drawn to the vehicle. "Be cautious. That tank is about to be struck." Ling Fei attempted to warn the others of the impending scene, but before he could finish his thought, a taxi was suddenly hurled into the sky by an unseen force, crashing down toward the tank with the force of a thrown stone. With a resounding explosion, the two collided, erupting in a brilliant blaze. Ling Fei recoiled, shielding his eyes with his right hand as he strained to observe the tumult below. Before them lay countless figures clad in combat attire and helmets, sprawled upon the ground, clutching advanced weaponry. Some of the fallen bore witness to a gruesome fate. Limbs were severed, torsos grotesquely detached from their lower halves, leaving a gruesome tableau of blood, gore, and entrails scattered about. In a matter of moments, the area was besieged by a cacophony of explosions that drew forth a multitude of grotesque creatures. One in particular, a bizarre bird of crimson hue, stood at an imposing height. Zhang Jun, poised to fire, found his weapon restrained by Ling Fei, who urged him to refrain from acting impulsively. The newcomers behind Ling Fei were paralyzed with fear. Nearly wetting themselves at the sight of the avian monstrosity, their faces drained of color and mouths agape in astonishment. Peering from the rooftop, they beheld the horrifying corpses, prompting several to retch violently upon the ground. Suddenly, one individual stirred. Yun Han, who had been fixated on the street below, exclaimed, "That must be the protagonist, James Heller." Ling Fei turned to observe. A helmetless African-American soldier, dazed and disoriented, emerged from the ground, shaking his head as he rose. He approached the bodies of several seemingly intact soldiers, checking for signs of life. "General, this is Ninja 33. Heller's deep voice rumbled from his throat as he departed from the blood-soaked soldier beside him, moving deliberately in the shadows cast by an overturned vehicle. As he peered over the front of the vehicle, a bizarre flesh bird radiating an eerie orange glow perched atop it, yet this did not capture his attention. Instead, it startled Zhang Jun and the others watching from the rooftop. "Look." Ling Fei pointed toward the sky, where a shadow glided at an astonishing speed beneath the dim canopy. Ultimately, it aligned its body vertically and descended from the heavens to the ground. In its swift motion, it emitted an eerie orange luminescence reminiscent of a creature. Wang Qianqing observed for a moment before exclaiming, "Boom." The figure landed with unwavering velocity, dropping to one knee and stirring a cloud of dust that even toppled the distant onlooker, Heller. As the crowd discerned the figure's features, they noted a hood resembling a sweatshirt, layered beneath a sleek black leather jacket. The back of the leather jacket bore several orange veins that writhed like those of a monster, exuding an undeniable allure. "Alex." "Moses," Heller uttered in disbelief as he lay on the ground. Alex took a few steps forward and effortlessly hurled a tank obstructing his path, as if it were a mere cardboard box. Heller watched in astonishment as Alex approached a corpse, grasping its neck and examining it for a moment before releasing it. "Crimson Crown, take note. I am not your damned Black Watch," Heller cursed into the radio, drawing forth a gleaming dagger of exquisite quality from his chest. He stealthily approached Alex, who was crouched inspecting the body, and executed a swift and ruthless throat-slitting maneuver. Even Wang Qianqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Blood gushed forth from Alex's throat as Heller took a step back, his eyes widening in disbelief at the motionless figure before him. "This is unbelievable," he murmured. Suddenly, before Heller could finish his sentence, Alex delivered a powerful elbow strike that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, propelling Heller a full 10 meters before he crashed into a car. Indeed, the true essence of cruelty in this horrific ordeal lay not in monsters, but in humanity itself. Chapter 24, The Hunter. Ultimately, we are destined to aid Heller in eliminating Alex, and the Lord God will undoubtedly devise a means to divert Heller, compelling us to engage in a deadly duel with Alex. Ling Fei gazed downwards and spoke in a calm tone. "From this moment forth, we shall be comrades bound by fate," he declared, turning to embrace his role. He instructed Zhang Jun to monitor the movements of Heller and Alex while addressing the 7 newcomers. I am Li Guoyu," began one young man, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I have also perused the novels of the Lord Goddess realm. I was merely astonished upon my arrival. Greetings, I am Chu Wan." A representative among the 3 female attendants stepped forward, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. She exchanged glances with her companions and continued. "We experienced an accident on the bus we were traveling on, and upon regaining consciousness, we found ourselves here. May I inquire, is there a possibility for us to return?" Ling Fei paused momentarily at her question, noting that this girl appeared younger than the other 2 attendants, likely not much older than himself. He scratched his head and replied, "Returning is always a possibility. As long as you accumulate 50,000 points, you can find your way home. I am Xinyu. I am Qianlong." Subsequently, the 7 newcomers revealed their names, and according to Wang Qianqing, he had already secured 100 points to elucidate the rules for the newcomers, urging Ling Fei to let go of any unrealistic hopes. Ling Fei let out a faint, resigned laugh, only to hear Zhang Jun, who was on lookout behind him, shout, "Brother Ling, they are on the move. Alex has left, and Heller has followed. We must pursue them while remaining undetected." The buildings in this area were almost seamless, completely interconnected. Ling Fei led his companions to traverse the rooftops. As they progressed, an unexpected scene unfolded below. A soldier, still clinging to life, lay on the ground, pleading for help, his leg bones seemingly shattered. Heller hesitated, poised to assist, when suddenly a towering, 2-meter-tall, mutated beast charged from the side, with its massive, grotesque body crashing down upon the soldier. It opened its maw and began to tear into him. Startled, Heller inhaled deeply and shouted as he sprinted forward, only to find the bloodied legs of the soldier flying towards him. Shaking his head in disbelief, Heller continued his pursuit of Alex. After a few steps, Ling Fei suddenly instructed the group to crouch. Moments later, a helicopter soared past them, heading towards Heller, then pivoted to face him, utilizing a loudspeaker to declare, "Sergeant Heller, please do not venture further into the Black Watch restricted zone. A personnel transport vehicle will arrive in a few minutes." Before he could finish, Alex abruptly leaped from a window of a nearby building, cutting through the air with eerie orange streaks, and delivered a powerful kick to the hovering helicopter. The helicopter, unsteady in its balance, veered sharply to the left, its rapidly spinning blades crashing into a building. Subsequently, the aircraft swayed erratically, enveloped in black smoke. As it plummeted towards Heller's position, Heller rolled forward, narrowly evading the helicopter, only to be toppled by the powerful gust generated by its descent. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he turned to find Alex perched atop a half-destroyed bus, observing him with keen interest. With a nod of his chin towards Heller's rear, Alex leapt off the bus. As Heller turned around, he was confronted by a monstrous, mutated beast, its size nearly rivaling that of a building. The others, including Ling Fei, were equally startled. Ling Fei patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, urging him, "Run." The group of 12 then began to sprint across the rooftops. Heller shouted as he dodged the beast's attacks, desperately fleeing. With a deafening roar, the creature extended its massive 4-meter arm, blocking the street, before pushing it with its foot, moving like a bulldozer. Good heavens, what manner of monster is that? People scattered towards the ends of the buildings, and Ling Fei waved a hand, signaling everyone to halt. Just as the beast was closing in on Heller, he leapt forward, landing amidst the rubble. The creature, thwarted at the entrance, peered inside for a moment before retreating. Heller, hands on his knees, gasped for breath. Then, a creature resembling a gray bear emerged from the ruins, swiftly lunging towards him. Its sharp claws ensnared Heller's waist, pinning him to the ground. "Hey, brother Ling, aren't you going to help?" "This feels dire," Zhang Jun remarked with a worried expression, observing Heller caught in the beast's grasp. Ling Fei furrowed his brow and replied, "Watch closely. This enormous creature that runs on 4 legs is known as a hunter or a fighter." Heller struggled beneath the colossal beast, repeatedly stabbing at the hunter's head with the dagger in his hand. Blood gushed from the hunter's skull, splattering onto Heller's form. Finally, as the hunter roared, Heller drove the dagger forcefully into its open mouth, ending its life. "Impressive," Zhang Jun remarked, astonished. It felt as though he were witnessing a scene from a video game. Subsequently, Alex bestowed upon Heller the Moser virus, transforming him into a monster akin to himself. Heller extricated himself from beneath the hunter's massive body and, upon rising, spotted Alex, who had been observing from a distance. With a roar, Heller brandished his dagger and charged at Alex. In response, Alex's hands emanated a crimson mist, followed by a surge of red veins pulsating across his arms. He pointed at Heller, and to Heller's astonishment, the arm enveloped in vein-like tendrils extended indefinitely, seizing Heller by the throat and slowly lifting him into the air. Subsequently, Alex's right fingers transformed into 5 elongated blades under the embrace of the tentacles. He plunged this mutated claw into Heller's abdomen, and the onlookers witnessed crimson fluid coursing down Alex's arm and into Heller's body. Heller, grasped by the throat, gradually rolled his eyes back. Yet even in such a precarious state, the others dared not emerge without Ling Fei's command. Alex discarded Heller onto the ground as though he were refuse, then ambled away. On the ground, Heller's body convulsed incessantly, the wound on his abdomen oozing forth a continuous stream of blood. Soon, the agents of the Black Watch would come to retrieve him, subjecting him to a series of operations. "We must rescue him before he is ensnared in the laboratory of the Black Watch." Ling Fei gazed at the unconscious Heller sprawled on the ground and said, "Wang Qianqing, did you not exchange for a tracker? Hand it over." Wang Qianqing nodded, producing a small black device from his spatial ring, which elicited exclamations of astonishment from the newcomers. Ling Fei leaped from a 10-meter-high building, drawing gasps from the crowd. He enveloped his feet in chakra midair, landing without injury, concealing himself in the shadows of an alley. He soon witnessed a tank arrive beside Heller's form lying in the street. Several soldiers disembarked from the tank, lifting Heller onto a stretcher and loading him into the vehicle. Seizing the opportune moment, Ling Fei stealthily emerged from the alley, approached the tank's side, and gently affixed the black tracker to its armored surface, subsequently pressing a red button on the device. After the tank departed, Ling Fei gestured towards the individuals on the rooftop while Wang Qianqing descended with his team. He presented a tracking device to Ling Fei, revealing a green that was moving swiftly. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from behind Ling Fei. Heavens, a monster! A dreadful scream followed. Ling Fei turned to see two newcomers attempting to escape unnoticed from the group, only to encounter a hunter at the intersection. In the city, running about without encountering a hunter was a rare occurrence. Ling Fei unsheathed his demon slayer blade, eager for action, yet Wang Qianqing scoffed derisively. Think you can flee? They cannot survive without us. Your efforts would be futile. The distance is too great unless you possess the ability to teleport. Wang Qianqing's words rang true. And though Ling Fei frowned, he resolved to move forward. However, the hunter was swifter, leaping at the sound of the newcomer's cries. Its claws aimed at one individual who appeared paralyzed by fear. In an instant, the hunter's claws tore the person in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground in a gruesome display. It then pounced upon another, gripping his neck with its claws, applying pressure until the man's head was severed from his body. Of the remaining 5, only 3 were the working girls, along with a young man named Li Guoyu and a stout fellow named Xinyu. The 3 women, witnessing the carnage, collapsed to the ground in tears, while the 2 men were equally terrified. The hunter had no time to feast upon their remains, instead turning to gaze upon the 10 pieces of fresh meat here. Ling Fei grasped the demon-slaying blade and charged forward, while Wang Qianqing and Zhang Jun armed themselves with their respective weapons, ready to provide ranged support. The inaugural battle within the realm of brutal slaughter was about to commence. Chapter 25. Infiltration. Ling Fei grasped the demon slayer blade with determination, swiftly channeling his chakra into both his feet and the blade itself. His speed surged, surpassing that of an Olympic sprinter. With a thunderous roar, the hunter lunged forward, resembling a gray bear in its ferocity. As the two approached one another, they both leaped into the air, their combined strength astonishing, each achieving an impressive height of approximately 5 meters. In that fleeting moment of ascent, Ling Fei released his grip on the hilt with his left hand and unleashed a gust of wind chakra to his right. An invisible force erupted from his palm, a perfect balance of power that propelled him several centimeters to the left. This slight shift caused the hunter's aerial strike to miss its mark, while simultaneously, Ling Fei's right-hand blade struck the hunter's head with precision. In an instant, Ling Fei red-dripped the hilt, channeling the chakra prepared in his arms into his palms. With a powerful thrust, he nullified the hunter's momentum, redirecting it so that his blade sank deeply into the creature's neck. Utilizing the force of his descent and the energy from his leap, Ling Fei maneuvered the hunter along with the demon slayer blade. As he landed, he forcefully cast aside a sizable chunk of flesh onto the ground, executing the sequence of actions in less than 3 seconds. The onlookers, witnessing Ling Fei's almost unfathomable speed as he soared through the air alongside the beast, were left in awe as he brought the creature crashing down. They stood transfixed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Only the 5 members of the Long Sky Eagles were unfazed by these circumstances. At this moment, Zhang Jun had already raised his javelin, aiming towards Ling Fei with his right eye. Wang Qianqing, armed with 2 revolvers, advanced towards the location of Ling Fei. The newcomers, witnessing the impeccable and methodical actions of their predecessors, gradually felt their fear dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning thought. If they followed these seasoned warriors, they might survive. Ling Fei tossed the summoning card for Akali onto the ground, ensuring that in the event of an unforeseen mishap, he could call upon her for urgent assistance. Moreover, the hunter's experience would undoubtedly benefit Akali. The plan for reinforcements remained steadfast. Ling Fei relentlessly suppressed the hunter beneath the demon slayer, harboring no fear of a repeat of the tragic encounter between Akali and the alien queen. With a single stride, he mounted the thrashing hunter, employing the demon slayer to pierce, slash, cleave, and maim mercilessly. In mere moments, the hunter was drenched in blood. Zhang Jun, in disappointment, lowered his javelin, while Wang Qianqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Within the context of the game prototype, the hunter was merely a more intelligent, dangerous, and predatory variant of an ordinary infected zombie, possessing strength and resilience commensurate with its size. Such a creature could be effortlessly dispatched with a bit of tactical evasion. Ling Fei remained atop the creature, utilizing the A-grade item to torment it for a full 3 minutes, yet it still clung to life. One could only marvel at its formidable vitality, or perhaps ponder if Ling Fei's attack power was simply insufficient. The summoning card lay quietly on the ground, and as if by magic, a pentagram with a diameter of 3 meters began to emerge around it. Soon, a radiant light appeared at the center of the pentagram, and a Kali materialized within Ling Fei's line of sight. This seemed to signify the successful invocation of the summoning tome. Upon her arrival, Akali immediately spotted the creature beneath Ling Fei and nodded in acknowledgement before stepping forward to deliver a decisive blow with her scythe, vanquishing the nearly defeated hunter. Ling Fei stepped away from its carcass and examined the summoning card. The hunter yielded 3 experience points, 2 more than an alien creature. Ling Fei found this curious, as he believed the hunter to be inferior to the alien. Could it be that he had gained strength at an extraordinary rate? He instructed Wang Qiansheng to entrust the tracking responsibilities to Akali, aware that the 20 minutes of her summoning must not be squandered. Ling Fei intended for her to gather intelligence about this area, as the game had provided no information regarding the security measures in place here. Fortunately, any information Akali acquired could be shared with Ling Fei telepathically, allowing him to observe her perspective. Akali nodded in agreement and leaped onto a nearby building, setting off towards the distance. At this moment, only Ling Fei and their party possessed the ability to achieve such heights, thanks to his chakra. Even if they lost the tracking rear, Ling Fei could sense Akali's location. To him, she was akin to a beautiful tracker. He waved his hand to signal the others to follow and led the way into a secluded alley, as they meandered along the winding path. Though the journey was fraught with twists and turns, it allowed them to evade the hunters and the formidable mutated infected. Along the way, they encountered a couple of zombies. Aimlessly wandering the trail, and without hesitation, Ling Fei swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke of his sword. At the rear of the group, Wang Qianqing maintained a vigilant watch, while the central ranks were safeguarded by the sharpshooters Zhang Jun and Tong Sha, rendering the team's defensive system impenetrable. Eventually, Akali arrived at the laboratory, stating that after leaping across several buildings, she had managed to track the tank equipped with a tracker. Following closely behind, she witnessed several soldiers transporting Heller into a nondescript house. The vicinity was merely patrolled by a few scattered soldiers, making infiltration a simple task. Ling Fei instructed Akali to remain there and observe for any mutations that might occur. Meanwhile, he selected the most direct route for their advance, estimating they would reach their destination in no more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Ling Fei spotted Akali perched atop a rooftop. She waved to him and then pointed towards an unremarkable building in the distance, declaring, "Heller has been moved into that house." Ling Fei followed the direction of her gesture and noted that, aside from 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance, there were no other guards in sight. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed beyond the infected zone, and before the building lay a bustling thoroughfare, with numerous masked pedestrians traversing the streets. To divert the attention of the 2 stationed soldiers, it would suffice to create a commotion on the street. Ling Fei called Zhang Jun over, whispering the plan into his ear. He then instructed Wang Qianqing to hand another tracker to Zhang Jun, while also assisting him with the javelin. Zhang Jun shook his head, gripping the tracker tightly as he strolled out of the alley and onto the bustling street. He furtively glanced around, then gently pressed the button on the tracker and tossed it to the ground. Moments later, amidst the throngs of pedestrians, a cacophony erupted. Heavens! A bomb! The passers-by, following the direction of Zhang Jun's finger, indeed spotted a black device pulsating with a red glow. Instantly, chaos ensued as the crowd erupted into screams and scattered in all directions. Zhang Jun retrieved a smoke grenade from his person, yanked the pin, and hurled it to the ground. With his hat pulled low, he dashed towards the alley where Ling Fei awaited, shrouded by the cover of smoke. 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance exchanged glances before rushing over to investigate the commotion. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Fei ushered everyone into the building complex. The keypad at the main entrance required a specific individual's fingerprint. The Long Sky Eagle lacked anyone with the ability to disguise themselves or assume another's appearance. Yet Yun Hunhun proposed, "I could give it a try," disorienting them so they unlock the door and leave willingly, provided their mental fortitude is not too high. Ling Fei nodded, assigning Wang Qianqing the task of breaching the front door. He grasped the intercom, channeling chakra into his legs, and scaled the wall. Indeed, his instincts were correct. As soon as Ling Fei reached the rooftop, he infused over half of his chakra into the Demon Slayer blade, plunged it into the roof, and then withdrew it. He reclaimed the remaining chakra from the blade, lying flat on the ground to peer through the small opening he had created. As he blinked, Ling Fei beheld Heller, lying unconscious on a mechanical chair, his body adorned with the intravenous tubes that remained after surgery, a veritable sea of scars. Chapter 26. Heller. Deprived of power, the wind attribute chakra, renowned for its sharpness, is said to possess the ability to sever all objects. Ling Fei gazed for a moment before reinserting the Demon Slayer blade into the recently created wound, channeling chakra as he rotated the hilt. Instantly, a small hole with a diameter of 5 centimeters materialized. Leaning closer to inspect, he retrieved a radio and stated, "Heller has been located. Exercise caution to avoid generating excessive noise that might jeopardize Heller's awakening." A low, somber voice emanated from the radio, belonging to Wang Qianqing. "Understood. We have also located the control room and await your signal." After a brief interval, Heller, positioned upon the mechanical platform, suddenly twitched and gradually opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he stared in disbelief at the scars adorning his body, alongside the thick, mutated veins pulsating with a faint crimson hue beneath his skin. As if choreographed in a video game, a soldier commanded the release of the infected, intent on eradicating Heller to prevent the emergence of another Moses in this world. What ensued would be a spectacle of Heller's wrath upon them. Ling Fei chuckled softly, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. The space surrounding Heller was vast, dominated by a mechanical chair reminiscent of an operating table at its center, with no other objects in sight. The walls were lined with iron gates, one of which swung open, unleashing a dozen or so infected individuals. What followed was anticipated. Heller would dispatch these infected with ruthless efficiency, prompting the military to resort to fire control measures, yet failing to extinguish Heller's existence. In the end, he made a desperate escape through the broken window. Yet Heller's subsequent actions caused Ling Fei's pupils to constrict in astonishment. Heller delivered a punch to the face of one of the infected. But contrary to Ling Fei's expectation of a head-bursting spectacle, the infected was sent flying with scarcely any injury. Heller's strength had not been augmented. A chilling thought crept into Ling Fei's mind as he furrowed his brow, rising decisively to his feet. He slashed at the rooftop beneath him several times with his blade. Then with a single-footed stomp, the area he struck instantaneously crumbled. Heller heard a thunderous roar from above, and then a glimmer of cold light appeared before him as a figure descended from the sky, cleaving several infected in half. "Hey, who is that? How are you guarding the entrance?" A surprised male voice echoed through the loudspeaker. I don't know," the guard replied. "There's been a report of a terror incident in the streets, and they went to investigate." A feeble voice followed. As Ling Fei cast a glance at the glass wall high above, where a high-ranking official was reprimanding a soldier. "Open all remaining gates. If that fails, activate fire control." Ling Fei shouted into the intercom. "I have broken through and rescued Heller." As his words echoed, he noticed all the white-clad researchers and soldiers behind the glass wall turning simultaneously, their faces registering shock. Subsequently, the distinctive sound of a javelin pierced the air as a beam of green light shattered the glass wall. Wang Qianqing's figure emerged from behind the debris, ruthlessly dispatching the bewildered soldiers with 2 revolvers, while nodding in acknowledgement towards Ling Fei. Without hesitation, Ling Fei seized Heller and leapt over the shattered remnants of the glass wall, which had already been broken by Zhang Jun. With ease, he escaped with Heller in his arms. Zhang Jun rose from his crouched position, exhaling deeply, and inquired of Ling Fei, "What now? How did you manage to break through so swiftly?" Ling Fei gently set Heller down, surveying the surroundings filled with corpses, and sighed, expressing his concern. "We are likely in grave danger." "Why?" Wang Qianqing asked, taken aback. "Let us discuss this outside. We have even greater adversaries potentially waiting for us. The sooner we exit, the better," Ling Fei urged, gesturing for Wang Qianqing to lead the others back the way they came. He grasped Heller's arm, turning to him and stating, "We shall talk outside. For now, we are your allies." Heller's brow furrowed deeply, and he shook off Ling Fei's grip, signaling his ability to move independently. Ling Fei chuckled softly, understanding that the unexpected turn of events had left this imposing figure momentarily disoriented. Ling Fei followed Heller into Wang Qianqing's group, where Wang Qianqing kicked open an iron door, cautiously peering left and right. Once assured that there were no others around, he waved to the newcomers, signaling that it was safe. Thus, the disheveled team made their escape. As Heller stepped outside, his bare body was enveloped by vibrant red, tubular entities that emerged from within him. Remarkably, as these tendrils retracted, he found himself adorned in a leather jacket. Wang Qiansheng and his companions regarded this transformation with indifference, believing Heller had successfully awakened, while Ling Fei was taken aback, suspecting that Alex had never administered the Mu's virus to Heller. Heller, incredulous, glanced at his hand and muttered, "What on earth is happening? We must choose a secure location for our temporary command post, or we will have nowhere to go," Zhang Jun remarked, surveying the surroundings without paying much attention to Heller's transformation before turning to Wang Qiansheng. Wang Qiansheng nodded, intending to retrieve the tracking device when Heller interrupted with a suggestion. "I know a place, a church. It should be safe. We have allies there." Ling Fei's eyes brightened as he quickly approached Wang Qiansheng, discreetly informing him that this was part of the plot and that they must go. Wang Qiansheng agreed. And after a brief discussion, the group prepared to split up. The sizable team of over 10 individuals was too conspicuous, making them an obvious target. The first team, led by Heller and Ling Fei, consisted of 5 newcomers. The second team would follow the tracker that Ling Fei carried, comprising Wang Qiansheng, Zhang Jun, Yin Hunhun, and Tong Sha. Throughout the journey, Ling Fei remained lost in thought, oblivious to the surroundings, captivated by the world of the game, while only feeling a sense of confusion regarding Heller's newfound powers. The sole explanation lies in the fact that Alex did not bestow the complete virus upon Heller, yet. What accounts for the peculiar veins coursing through Heller's body? How is it that he possesses the ability to alter his attire? Why did Alex not, akin to the game, grant Heller the entirety of the Mercer virus? Regardless of what transpired between Heller and Alex, the narrative has irrevocably shifted. Ling Fei's contemplation concluded with Heller's exclamation, and upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in a place both familiar and alien. The night had deepened, and the streets were but a refuge for the homeless wanderers. Before him stood an aged and dilapidated church. Heller pushed open the grand door, revealing a middle-aged man engrossed in scrawling words upon the wall. The man turned, his gaze falling upon the writhing tendrils adorning Heller's form, and he was instantly taken aback, hurriedly tapping his forehead and shoulders thrice. "Father, I mean you no harm," Heller reassured, crouching to meet the man's eyes. "James?" the priest inquired softly, slowly opening his eyes. Zhang Jun entered the church, securing the door behind him. The 5 newcomers exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon reaching a haven, collapsing onto the benches within the church. Ling Fei, disregarding the exchange between Heller and the priest, was acutely aware of the latter's significance in the narrative. He would soon impart crucial information to Heller, prompting him to take action. Ling Fei settled beside Wang Qiansheng and remarked, "Things have taken a turn for the worse. What happened? Wasn't everything progressing smoothly?" Zhang Jun queried from behind, as a group of newcomers gathered around. Alex did not endow Heller with complete power. Heller currently possesses merely the ability to absorb living beings and alter his appearance. His abilities akin to those of an ordinary person, lacking even enhanced speed. Yet, why did Alex only grant him an incomplete version of the Moser virus? Moreover, during your breakthrough, there was a significant oversight, the presence of the mutated individual, Dr. Ling Fei. Ling Fei furrowed his brow, pinching his nose in anxiety, and closed his eyes. Wang Qiansheng also fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Jun pondered and remarked, "Could it be that a time traveler visited this world and advised Alex against granting Heller the complete Moser virus, lest Heller disrupt his plans? How could that be?" "Your imagination is truly far-fetched," Yun Hunhun retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Jun. "Actually, it's quite plausible." Ling Fei suddenly had a realization, striking his thigh and exclaiming, "What if? What if another reincarnation team entered this world before us? Their mission would be to assist Alex in annihilating the city. If they are well versed in the narrative, what would be their first step? Precisely, eliminating Heller. The existence of another reincarnation team. That should be indicated by the main god," he continued. "No." Wang Qiansheng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke in a chilling tone. "In the reincarnation hall, one can exchange for a power that conceals the existence of one's own reincarnation team in the next world. This implies that other teams participating in the reincarnation are unaware of the presence of additional squads." Chapter 27. The trap we must tread upon, however. Until we acquire unequivocal evidence, it is prudent to refrain from hasty conclusions. For now, let us proceed with the hypothesis of another reincarnation squad. Wang Qianqing shook his head and murmured softly. Just as the others nodded in agreement, Heller approached. He crouched down to gaze at Ling Fei, stating, "The priest informed me that the Black Watch and Jiantake are using civilians to feed monsters in order to gather research data. So why did you rescue me?" Ling Fei pondered for a moment before replying. "You may consider us as visitors from the future. In that future, Alex intends to annihilate the city, and you are the only man here capable of confronting him." "Me?" Heller furrowed his brow, his distinctive deep voice emerging from his throat. Ling Fei nodded and continued. "Do you recall how Alex pierced you with those strange claws? His intention was not to kill you, but rather to bestow upon you the Moser virus. However, for reasons unknown, he did not grant you the enhancement of power. Thus, the future has been disrupted, and we are here to assist you in thwarting him. Why should I stop him?" Ling Fei fell silent, having indeed broached a pivotal point. The mid-mission rescue of Heller by the Long Sky Eagle had resulted in Heller not encountering Alex thereafter, thereby preventing the conflict from unfolding. In the later stages of the game, Heller's pursuit of Alex was entirely motivated by his own daughter and the deception Alex had perpetrated against him. Let me tell you, it was Alex who unleashed the Moser virus upon the city. On the day the virus erupted in the city, Heller's wife and daughter fell victim to its merciless grasp. Although there had been an agreement for the family to reunite, Heller was abruptly abandoned, leaving him with an insatiable blend of despair and rage festering within him. Heller trembled. His head bowed low, preventing Ling Fei from glimpsing his eyes. Ling Fei scrutinized Heller, exhaling softly, before continuing to drop a bombshell. "Your daughter is still alive." Bang! Heller abruptly rose, even toppling the bench behind him. His dark eyes widened in disbelief as they locked onto Ling Fei's gaze, who merely reciprocated the stare and nodded. Where's Maya now?" Heller inquired, his voice quivering almost imperceptibly, and Ling Fei noticed a few crystalline tears forming at the corners of his eyes. "We do not know yet. She is likely not in the clutches of Jiantake. This information comes from the future. If you act according to the future's course, you will undoubtedly find in Maya. I am truly grateful to you. However, if you deceive me..." Heller's expression softened momentarily, but upon uttering the word deceive, his gaze turned as sharp as a blade. He fixed his piercing stare on Ling Fei, enunciating each word with chilling precision. "Then I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure your body is shattered into countless pieces." Ling Fei offered a wry smile. This was Heller, a man impervious to deceit. "Do you know the next course of action?" Wang Qianqing suddenly inquired, while Zhang Jun and others, completely oblivious to the unfolding narrative, could only watch helplessly, their eyes wide with anticipation. "The priest provided me with information about 2 commanders. Should I choose to absorb them, I might uncover something significant." Ling Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. Who could claim credit for this? After altering the narrative, the course of action had seamlessly aligned with the main storyline. Absorb? Zhang Jun was rather unfortunate. Despite his extensive gaming experience, he had never played Prototype, and thus remained oblivious to the meaning of Heller's words regarding absorption. "I can fuse my body with another when their life force is waning, enabling me to restore my own form and assimilate the memories of the other," Heller explained. "How do you know this?" Ling Fei inquired, taken aback. "I don't know. It just came to me as I pondered," Heller replied, grimacing as he rubbed his head, his mutated red veins beginning to writhe. "Then let us depart. This mission demands swiftness. I shall go alone. You all remain here to guard the church." Ling Fei swiftly orchestrated the plan. The task posed minimal danger within the game. As long as Ling Fei could divert the officer's attention, Heller could effortlessly absorb the commander. Simultaneously, Ling Fei cautioned Wang Qianqing. "It is likely that the enemy will seize the opportunity while Heller is away to eliminate the priest. You must ensure his protection." Wang Qianqing met Ling Fei's gaze with reassurance, and only then did Ling Fei prepare to leave with Heller. "Gentlemen, it is already quite late. Even commanders do not work through the night. Why not rest here for the evening?" The priest interjected softly, having listened to their conversation from the side. Ling Fei turned to He Lu, who glanced out at the sky before finally nodding in agreement. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had typically embarked on his quest during daylight. Venturing out now might lead to futility. They found themselves in a church, devoid of any guest rooms. The priest had provided some blankets for everyone to make do with, allowing them to sleep on the benches. The newcomers wasted no time in collapsing onto the benches, falling into a deep slumber. Zhang Jun and his companions tossed and turned for a while before also succumbing to sleep. Only Wang Qianqing and Ling Fei remained awake. Wang Qianqing smoked a cigarette, fixated on the grand chandelier that adorned the church ceiling, while Ling Fei contemplated the forthcoming events. According to the narrative, after He Lu absorbed 2 commanders, he received intel that Black Watch planned to unleash a specimen of a hunter in a park, intending to slaughter civilians, prompting He Lu to intervene. With significantly enhanced power, He Lu would slay the hunter and absorb its essence, acquiring the mutated skill, Claw. If tomorrow, Ling Fei aided He Lu in defeating that hunter specimen, allowing He Lu to absorb it, he would undoubtedly gain the Claw transformation skill. Would this acquisition awaken the latent power within He Lu's DNA? Outside the events of the narrative unfolding in the world of Prototype, Ling Fei felt as though he were merely an NPC. Meanwhile, 2 players controlled He Lu and Alex in their combat. This sensation of lacking control over the overarching narrative was not new to Ling Fei. In the previous cycle, a similar feeling had led the Eagle of the Skies into the snare of the Black Abyss's baiting scheme. Could it be that we are ensnared in a trap? Ling Fei massaged his temples, contemplating the terrifying intellect of the opponent's strategist if this indeed was a deception. Should it be a trap? Ling Fei had no choice but to step into it, for if he refrained, Heller would not fully awaken, and thus, there would be no one left to contend with Alex. At that moment, Ling Fei perceived that the factors favoring victory were rather scarce. If this world were to be concluded swiftly, it would undoubtedly herald the defeat of the Long Sky Eagle. With this thought, Ling Fei cast his gaze upon Wang Qianqing. Shrouded in a haze of smoke, resolute in his vigil. Disregarding him, Ling Fei reclined and soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, Ling Fei and Heller prepared for their journey. This was not yet the true apocalypse. Essential supplies like food could still be procured from the local shops. Furthermore, Wang Qianqing had exchanged ample fresh water and provisions within the main god space. Ling Fei pushed open the grand doors of the church, and sunlight burst forth, momentarily blinding him. Once he acclimated to the brightness, he turned to Heller and instructed, "Try running at full speed, leaping as you go. Be mindful not to suppress the power within you or the mutated substances." Heller nodded seriously, gathering his strength before launching forth like a cannonball. Observing this velocity, Ling Fei felt a surge of joy. Heller's speed DNA remained intact, eagerly anticipating the moment Heller would dart across the street and leap. Ling Fei clearly observed the eerie red glow that enveloped Heller, a manifestation of the material that must be released when speed or strength reaches the critical threshold for an ordinary human. Heller abruptly leaped over 10 meters, landing atop a single-story building, his face a picture of astonishment. Ling Fei smiled, channeling the fully accumulated chakra within him into his feet, propelling himself upward with a speed and height that rivaled Heller's. "Oh, what are these flickering objects?" Heller exclaimed, suddenly covering his eyes with his gloved hand. Ling Fei paused, instantly realizing that Heller's viral tracker had been activated. Chapter 28. Absorption Plan. This is a method designed for tracking. Reflect deeply upon it. The application should reside within your mind, Ling Fei remarked, crouching at the edge of the eaves and gazing down at the street below. Indeed, Heller pondered momentarily before gesturing towards the distance. "Our first target lies yonder." With that, he took 2 swift steps, leaping from the eaves and unfolding his form in midair, gracefully gliding beneath the crimson glow that enveloped him. He then landed atop a tall building, swiftly traversing its rooftop before once again leaping, gliding, and descending. This sequence repeated itself effortlessly. Ling Fei shook his head. Although the nature of his chakra was wind, saturating his body with it would indeed grant him fleeting moments of flight. Yet, the limited chakra he possessed could not withstand such expenditure. Thus, he could only navigate between buildings, behaving like a true ninja. Approximately half an hour passed, and Ling Fei finally spotted Heller standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. It took him half a minute to reach Heller's side, where he too gazed ahead. Before them stood a hospital, its rooftop adorned with a helicopter landing pad. At that moment, several soldiers strolled upon the pad, and Ling Fei turned to Heller, who was now emanating an eerie red light from his eyes. "Do you see that one with the walkie-talkie at his chest? He is our target," Heller said, the crimson glow in his eyes fading as he indicated one among the 5 who appeared the most nonchalant. "Eliminate them all, or at least divert their attention." Ling Fei gently tousled his hair, contemplating an effective method to capture attention. He considered leaping from the adjacent building of the hospital, feigning a suicide plunge onto the helipad below. A fierce glint flickered in Heller's eyes as the soldiers, cloaked in black, murmured their disdain. Yet their ultimate mission remained the protection of the nation. Eventually, Heller advised, "Draw attention, but avoid causing excessive trouble. Ling Fei nodded, and the two parted ways. Ling Fei ascended to the rooftop of the neighboring building, meticulously calculating his landing spot before taking the plunge. As he soared through the air, he assumed the appropriate posture, enveloping his body with chakra to cushion his potential impact. Nevertheless, after experiencing the sensation of a suicidal leap, he found himself engulfed in regret. Despite mitigating the pain and injury upon landing, the sheer force of the impact was beyond his imagination. A violent spasm coursed through his body, igniting an urge to expel blood. Several soldiers, pointing at Ling Fei, who crumpled to the ground like a discarded bundle, rushed towards him, intent on transporting him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Heller silently descended from above, approaching the observing commander from behind. With a swift motion, he struck the commander's neck with his hand, then extended his body as crimson tendrils surged forth once more. These appendages, reminiscent of tentacles, erupted from his form, ensnaring the commander completely before retracting slowly, merging back into Heller's being. Hyler suddenly felt an alien memory manifest within his mind, an inexplicable surge of pain coursing through his head. As he sifted through the recollections, the throbbing sensation gradually subsided. Ling Fei lay on the ground, casting a glance at Hyler before nonchalantly rising to his feet, startling the soldiers before him. "Gentlemen, I'm perfectly fine. I merely wish to experience this sensation. No harm done. My apologies." He chuckled sheepishly at the bewildered soldiers as he ambled towards the hospital eaves. Without hesitation, he leaped from the rooftop, landing with a swift sprint. Reflecting on the soldiers' expressions brought him amusement. Simultaneously, he coughed lightly, realizing he had likely sustained some internal injuries. "I shall refrain from employing such methods in the future." He lingered for several minutes until a stranger clad in military attire approached him. "Did you succeed?" Ling Fei inquired softly. The stranger nodded, crimson tendrils erupting from his form, swiftly morphing into Hyler's likeness. Next, Hyler gestured towards the distant shoreline. Ling Fei searched through his memories, identifying the next target on a fractured bridge. Soon, when the soldiers discovered their commander was missing, they would undoubtedly report to their superior, Crimson Crown. Subsequently, as Hyler absorbed yet another commander on the bridge, he would find himself pursued by two helicopters, the escape proving arduous. As the two approached the bridge, Ling Fei despaired, realizing he was utterly incapable of leaping over the chasm that had formed. Only the gliding Heller was capable of such a feat. He nodded at him, indicating that he could effortlessly accomplish the task alone. Subsequently, he transformed into the guise of a commander, taking a few steps back before leaping into the air, gliding precisely to the ground at the center of the broken bridge. He strode into the heart of the enemy's defenses, now appearing as another commander, thus evading the soldiers' scrutiny. As Heller approached his target from behind, he glanced around to ensure that no one had noticed his prey. He executed the same maneuver as before. After absorbing the target, just then, a soldier turned around. He was taken aback to witness his commander being slowly assimilated by another commander, and without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired. Hearing the gunfire, the other soldiers turned to shoot as well. However, the bullets that struck Heller would heal automatically after a brief moment. One soldier seized the radio and issued a few commands, and soon, two helicopters flew in from the far side of the bridge, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Heller on the bridge's surface. Unperturbed, Heller pressed down on one soldier's head, smashing it forcefully against the ground, causing brain matter to erupt. He then mounted the soldier and pummeled the already shattered skull, subsequently absorbing him. Once the absorption was complete, Heller's wounds healed once more. He retraced his steps back to Ling Fei, who then led him in a hurried escape. The two helicopters relentlessly pursued them. Heller darted into a crowded shop, quickly changing his appearance amidst the throngs of people before emerging nonchalantly as a passerby. This predicament has caused much distress for Ling Fei. With two helicopters having lost track of Heller, they now surged directly towards Ling Fei, who found himself bereft of any enhancing powers from Heller, rendering any hope of assistance from him futile. Ling Fei was left to devise his own escape plan. He leapt onto the rooftop of a relatively tall building, taking refuge behind a massive air conditioning unit. Upon hearing the thunderous roar of the helicopter blades, Ling Fei placed the Demon Slayer blade upon the ground and swiftly formed a series of hand seals with both hands. Once completed, a third of his chakra instinctively surged into his throat. He forcibly contained the chakra within his throat, then executed a backward roll. Emerging from the shelter of the air conditioning unit, As he raised his head, he beheld the two helicopters hovering above, releasing all the chakra from his throat. He opened his mouth wide. A fierce gust of wind erupted from Ling Fei's lips, hurtling towards the airborne helicopters. Wind release, great breakthrough. The helicopters, enveloped by a swirling tempest, were beset by the sounds of metal clashing and fractures forming upon their fuselages. They began to sway precariously, and in a moment of distraction, the two helicopters collided. One helicopter's tail rotor was shattered by the impact, while the other was violently thrust towards a nearby building by the force of the collision. Both helicopters were instantly obliterated. In the battle against the wind, I must admit, it was rather beautiful, Ling Fei remarked, wiping his nose with a sense of pride. However, he realized the tremendous chakra expenditure required for this jutsu. Aside from the chakra consumed during his hurried escape, he now possessed merely a third of his full chakra reserves. Ling Fei glanced around, yet he could not discern Heller's whereabouts. He resolved to return to the church first. Perhaps Heller awaited his arrival. As Ling Fei leapt down from the street, intending to walk to the church in a manner befitting a normal person, he overheard a group of passers-by engaged in conversation. Have you heard? That old church was attacked by the military, supposedly harboring terrorists. What a pity. The priest there was a genuinely good man. He took me in when I was homeless. Ling Fei furrowed his brow. The military? The only force capable of moving freely in this area was the Black Watch, tasked with suppressing the surrounding infected. Had they discovered Heiler's presence? No, in the game. Military assaults on the church occurred only in the later stages. Could it be the hypothetical reincarnation squad? Chapter 29. The assault on the church. The church was vigilantly guarded by Wang Qiansheng and his companions, and its strategic location made it exceedingly defensible, perfectly suited for the sharpshooter Zhang Jun to showcase his prowess. The javelin from Mass Effect is undoubtedly among the premier sniper rifles of the future. Zhang Jun expended all his points to acquire it, highlighting its immense value. Ling Fei could only hope that Heller would remain composed upon arrival, bereft of power. He was now nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person, possessing only speed, absorption, and tracking abilities. As he approached the church, he quickly noticed the perimeter established by the Blackwatch troops. A tank was stationed at the intersection, while several fully armed soldiers erected barbed wire, evidently preparing to completely seal off the area. Ling Fei surveyed his surroundings and chose a relatively tall building to ascend. Perched atop the roof, he strained to listen and, indeed, was met with the sound of gunfire echoing in the distance. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the imposing church. Crouching low to minimize the risk of detection, he gazed towards the church. Two tanks were stationed before the church's tightly shut doors, and the majority of its windows had been shattered by gunfire. Countless soldiers took cover behind the steel fortifications of the tanks, while a figure resembling a commander incessantly directed the soldiers' assault plans. The shift in the narrative was undoubtedly propelled by an inexplicable force. This force even exerted control over the military. However, if they were to seize complete control, they could easily unleash a barrage upon the church using dozens of helicopters or tanks, ensuring that no matter how formidable the individuals inside might be, none could escape. So why do they not take such action? Is it due to an inability to mobilize such a sizable force, or is there another reason? A distinct sound, more unique than the usual gunfire, suddenly captured Ling Fei's attention, a sniper's shot. He observed as glass shattered, revealing a shadow within the now exposed window. In an instant, a green beam shot forth from the shadow's hand, striking the commander who was concealed behind a tank with remarkable precision, almost beyond belief. Upon contact with the green light, the commander erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Upon closer inspection, his upper body had been obliterated, leaving only his feet standing forlornly on the ground. The surrounding soldiers were momentarily paralyzed with fear, firing a few shots symbolically at the now empty window where the shadow had vanished. Even the demolition team, which was nearing the entrance, halted their advance. Why not bombard with tanks? Are they attempting to capture someone alive? Ling Fei mused, gazing at the two tanks that merely sat idly on the street, providing cover for the soldiers. The demolition team, having lost their commander, nevertheless prepared to act independently. As they approached the gate, Ling Fei knew he could not simply remain a bystander. Lacking the regenerative abilities of Hailey, he realized that, despite his rugged constitution, he could not withstand simultaneous fire from dozens of men. Akali was only able to place the Twilight Shield at the entrance before she executed a swift strike, taking down one after another with remarkable precision. Summoning Akali directly beside him, He commanded her to maneuver to the front entrance and unleash her W skill. However, her sudden appearance astonished Ling Fei. As she materialized, her body was drenched in blood, the unmistakable scent of carnage wafting toward him. He quickly inquired, "What happened to you?" "Nothing much, just a little skirmish in League of Legends." "It's merely a routine affair," Akali replied coolly. Ling Fei observed the metallic card, noting that Akali's health was reduced to approximately 3/4. It was evident that she had encountered a formidable adversary during the conflict. The abrupt nature of her summoning left Ling Fei perplexed. He could not discern whether he had rescued her or merely interrupted her. "Are you able to continue?" Ling Fei asked softly. Akali cast a distant glance before nodding, wiping her blood-stained scythe, and leaping down from the dwelling where Ling Fei stood. He could sense her rapid movement. The demolition team's actions were exceedingly sluggish. If they created a significant noise during their advance, they would surely attract the attention of those within the church, leading to their inevitable demise. Fortunately, Akali's swiftness allowed her to remain undetected. Approximately 2 minutes later, Akali reached the side of the church. Those soldiers surrounded the area. Their numbers were significantly fewer compared to the front entrance. As the side lacked a substantial entrance for passage, Akali pressed herself against the wall, retrieving a specially designed smoke bomb and tossing it towards the entrance. Before striding boldly outside, the demolition squad, naturally oblivious, remained unaware of her presence. She stood silently at the doorway, awaiting the arrival of the demolition team. As the men crossed into the Twilight Protection Zone, their movements began to slow significantly. The deceleration effect of the Twilight Protection took hold, simultaneously heralding the commencement of Akali's deadly symphony. It appeared that she had accumulated an immense reservoir of fury before venturing into the realm of the original. As the demolition team entered her lethal range, Akali moved among them like a specter. The squad failed to perceive the peculiar change in their pace. They merely felt a sudden chill, followed by a cold sensation at their throats. In an instant, 6 men fell victim to Akali's swift strikes, their throats severed, blood spraying forth in a shocking display. Ling Fei watched in terror, instinctively touching his own neck and swallowing hard. The assault team, poised to await the demolition squad's results, stood in stunned silence as 6 men collapsed into a pool of blood, revealing Akali's figure. Strangely, the soldiers did not issue a command to fire upon the blood-soaked Akali. Instead, one officer answered a phone call and surprisingly gestured for the troops to withdraw. Soldiers climbed aboard transport vehicles, and tanks rumbled away, leaving Ling Fei utterly bewildered. What on earth was this group doing here? Ling Fei shook his head, perplexed by the military's strange actions. He intended to seek counsel with Wang Qianxing at the church. Just as he rose to summon Akali for a reconnaissance of the surroundings, he caught sight of a red silhouette swiftly descending before the church entrance. This figure was Heller, who refrained from making any rash moves upon seeing the army, aware of his own strength, and opted to observe for a moment. Little did he expect that once the military retreated, he would emerge. After giving instructions to Akali, Ling Fei descended from the rooftop. He quickly ran to Heller's side, and together they pushed open the tightly shut doors of the church. As Ling Fei stepped inside, his foot landed in a pool of liquid. Lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover a patch of deep crimson blood. Who had been injured? Ling Fei murmured, hastily scanning his surroundings, only to find a group of people gathered around a bench. Zhang Jun was leaning against a window, holding a spear. While the church resonated with the sound of women weeping, Ling Fei hurried towards the gathering, and there he saw one of the saleswomen lying on the bench. It appeared she had inadvertently been struck by a stray bullet. Although the priest had procured bandages and medicine, the blood continued to flow unabated. Witnessing his friend in such a dire state, Chu Wan and another saleswoman named Li Jie began to sob quietly. The priest, wiping the sweat from his brow with blood-stained hands, lamented, "The bleeding won't stop. If she isn't taken to the hospital soon." The military had withdrawn, but it remained uncertain whether the quarantine line had been lifted. Still, there were no pedestrians or vehicles in sight. Zhang Jun rose and peered through the window, his gaze lingering outside for a moment before he turned back and spoke loudly. Simultaneously, Akali's message resonated in Ling Fei's mind. The troops had withdrawn, leaving the church desolate, with the quarantine line still intact. This meant that reaching the hospital or finding a passerby to assist was utterly impossible. Could he truly stand by and watch her slowly succumb to her fate? Ling Fei clenched his teeth, his heart heavy as he gazed upon the pale, sweat-drenched woman before him. Unexpectedly, Wang Qianxing coldly remarked, rather than allow her to suffer, it would be merciful to end her life swiftly. Chu Wan, overhearing his words, abruptly turned to him, her fierce gaze locking onto Wang Qianqing. How can you utter such irresponsible words? We must seize every opportunity to save her life. Wang Qianqing placed his revolver on the bench, closed his eyes, and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, responding nonchalantly. Eliminating a newcomer from our team incurs a deduction of 1,000 points. I cannot bring myself to do it. All you think about is points. Are you truly this heartless? You won't even take a dying person to the hospital? Wang Qianqing's eyes snapped open, and he stepped forward, seizing Chu Wan by her collar. With a piercing gaze, he stared intensely into her eyes, his voice tinged with fury. In this world, each individual is consumed by the singular belief in survival. This is not a society governed by law. It is a realm of mutual exploitation, where the sole aim is to ensure one's own existence. In the task at hand, it is imperative to cast aside your hypocritical facade. If you genuinely wish to rescue her, then I beseech you to demonstrate what you can offer in equal exchange with the team. If you expect the entire group to risk their lives for a girl who has become a burden, I regret to inform you that it is unfeasible. Ling Fei swallowed hard. It was the first time he had witnessed such fury from Wang Qianqing. Perhaps something had stirred painful memories within him. Chapter 30. The park's brutal plan. Wang Qianqing released Chu Wan's collar, causing her to collapse onto the floor, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed softly. Another friend of hers, along with 2 other newcomers, approached to offer comfort. Zhang Jun descended from the rooftop, and Wang Qianqing glanced at Ling Fei before surveying the entire team with a stern expression. He declared, "Perhaps one day I shall become a burden to the Long Sky Eagles. Should I find myself unable to contribute to the team, I implore you to end my life. It is better to liberate oneself than to drag down my comrades and endure this unending terror." Ling Fei remained silent, harboring deep dissatisfaction with Wang Qianqing's sentiment. He believed that amidst the infinite crises orchestrated by the Master God's realm, reliance on one's companions, grasping onto life, and collaborating with teammates on a spiritual level to persevere through the cyclical trials was the true essence of survival. Yet, he found himself unable to counter Wang Qianqing's viewpoint, causing his gaze to falter. Wang Qianqing seemed to notice Ling Fei's averted eyes, and with a self-mocking smile, he retrieved a high-grade hemostatic bandage from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Wan, adopting a tone entirely different from before. Try using this. I've hesitated to employ it myself. It costs several hundred points. Suddenly, Chu Wan's tears turned to laughter as she recognized Wang Qianqing's unwavering stance on points. She softly murmured her gratitude, accepting the hemostatic bandage and quietly tending to her nearly unconscious companion. Ling Fei was taken aback. It appeared that Wang Qianqing was intent on preventing any rifts within the team. Simultaneously glancing at Heller and the priest's reactions, it was evident they comprehended the situation. As Ling Fei's deception was nearly flawless, Heller and the priest acknowledged their understanding. After all, having come from the future, the mission to save this city was of utmost importance. If this team encountered a crisis, it would inevitably signal a crisis for the city itself. Regarding the topic of points, they appeared somewhat perplexed until Ling Fei approached them to elucidate. Points served as the universal currency of the future. Instantly, they grasped the concept. The church fell into silence for several minutes. Chu Wan, crouched on the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead, stood up, and sighed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. The bleeding has stopped. Ling Fei suddenly turned to Heller and inquired, have you discovered anything after absorbing? Heller nodded and replied, in conjunction with the priest's intelligence. It appears that Gene Tech has recently been releasing specimens in a park, slaughtering civilians to gather data. I intend to intervene. Ling Fei acknowledged this. It was indeed the next step in the unfolding narrative. Meanwhile, Akali's summoning was nearing its conclusion, with approximately 1 minute remaining. At the last moment, she provided crucial intelligence. The forces at the quarantine line had retreated. With the quarantine line gone, we must take her to the hospital. The church is no longer safe. Priest, you need to find a new stronghold, Ling Fei instructed, gesturing towards the girl on the bench who had already succumbed to sleep. The priest's eyes lit up as he remarked, I know of a good place. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Ling Fei. For the location the priest mentioned had also appeared in the narrative, and the army had found the priest, ultimately leading to his demise. The place is perilous. If my conjecture is correct, Alex's faction must also have a team of individuals from the future. Otherwise, it would be implausible for them to locate the church so promptly and launch an assault. The priest nodded, suppressing that notion. After careful contemplation, it became evident that there were scarcely any suitable hiding spots. Ling Fei suggested finding a somewhat concealed house to reside in, with minimal requirements, and emphasized that the group must not act in unison to avoid detection. Chakras were recovering at a painfully slow pace, while the time until the attack on the park by Jian Take was rapidly approaching. In the absence of sufficient chakra, Ling Fei could not guarantee victory against a hunter specimen, let alone evade human assaults. This operation was once again divided into two teams. Zhang Jun and Ling Fei accompanied Heller to the park, while the others, led by Wang Qinqing and Yun Hanhan, along with the priest, sought shelter. They entrusted a walkie-talkie to Ling Fei, stating that if Wang Qinqing's team encountered any serious issues, it would be prudent for Ling Fei to lead his team back to provide support. The opportunities for the awakening of claw DNA were plentiful. Losing this one was inconsequential. After finalizing their plans, they rested for a while. Ling Fei, with a sense of resignation, thought that if they survived this ordeal, he would surely exchange for a sufficient quantity of military rations to replenish his chakra at the main deity's location. First, it was time for Ling Fei's team to venture out. Zhang Jun wrapped the spear in a piece of brown fabric and secured it on his back, ensuring that there were no enemies in sight before allowing Heller to step outside. Following that, Ling Fei proceeded, with Zhang Jun bringing up the rear. Due to Zhang Jun's lack of physical conditioning, he was utterly incapable of moving at the high speed of Ling Fei. Therefore, Ling Fei made a special effort to set out half an hour early, hastening his pace to assist Zhang Jun in locating a suitable sniping position. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at the park, where countless masked pedestrians engaged in conversation or sat on benches, eyes closed in repose. Were it not for the masks adorning their faces, Ling Fei could scarcely fathom that this was a world emerging from a viral outbreak. Zhang Jun cast a glance around, feeling somewhat helpless. The towering trees made it quite challenging to find a vantage point. Even the best rooftops nearby were partially obscured by the foliage. He was left to seek a relatively favorable location. After Zhang Jun departed, Ling Fei instructed Hailey to wait there while he strolled out of the park and onto the street. Leaning against the wall of a modest building behind him, Ling Fei quietly observed the distant thoroughfare. His demon slayer sword was wrapped in a brown cloth, causing passers-by to merely glance curiously without alarm. Ling Fei's gaze gradually lost focus, and he inadvertently began to ponder the intentions behind the black sentinels surrounding the church, as well as the hypothetical cycle team. This contemplation lingered for several minutes. In the distance, a seemingly ordinary military transport vehicle approached Ling Fei. He shook his head, forcing himself to refrain from dwelling on other matters, fully aware that within that ostensibly mundane vehicle, there was a significant probability of concealing a hunter. To allow such a bloodthirsty beast to wreak havoc in a park teeming with innocent civilians would inevitably lead to horrific consequences. As vehicles entered through the park entrance beside Ling Fei, he communicated via radio with Heller, who was resting within the park, and Zhang Jun, who was on standby atop a building, before proceeding through the entrance himself. The vehicle came to a halt at the park center, and Heller, clad in a black leather coat, came into Ling Fei's line of sight. A few soldiers disembarked from the vehicle, approaching the rear to activate the fingerprint scanner. As the rear door of the vehicle slowly opened, a palpable aura of violence emanated from within. Ling Fei's right hand had already grasped the burlap covering his demon-slaying blade. When the door was fully ajar, a deafening roar erupted, reverberating throughout the park. There stood a hunter, resembling a mass of flesh, roaring defiantly from within the vehicle. Several soldiers dashed toward the park's exit, while unsuspecting pedestrians, caught off guard, were torn apart by the frenzied beast before they could even turn to flee. A rain of crimson fell upon the park, which had only moments ago basked in sunlight. Without hesitation, Ling Fei ripped away the burlap, unsheathed his blade, and charged toward the hunter. Chapter 31. The awakening of the claw. Ling Fei sprang into action, and the opposing hunter seemed to take notice, charging towards him with determination. As he swung his blade, an overwhelming force met him, halting his strike. Ling Fei looked up in astonishment. The hunter had defended against his demon-slaying blade with its two bloodied claws. The collision of the razor-sharp blade and its talons sparked a shower of metallic flames. Ling Fei was taken aback, realizing that this specimen, the hunter, possessed far greater strength than the ordinary hunters he had previously encountered. With a low growl, the hunter exerted its strength, gradually pushing Ling Fei backward. Simultaneously, it retracted its claws, sending Ling Fei's blade flying from his grasp. The hunter leaped forward, intent on rending the defenseless Ling Fei with its sharp claws. In a moment of stunned disbelief, Ling Fei could hardly fathom the hunter's newfound ferocity. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light swept before his eyes as a figure, glowing with red radiance, descended from the sky and struck the hunter with a powerful kick. The massive hunter was unable to reposition itself midair and crashed to the ground. Ling Fei, feeling a sense of frustration, rose from the earth, placing a hand on his chest in an attempt to calm his wildly racing heart. In that fleeting instant, he had truly sensed the looming specter of death. Refusing to falter, he dashed towards the discarded demon-slaying blade, nodding at Heller as he infused the blade with a surge of wind attribute chakra. The hunter lay on the ground, shaking its head. Without the strength-enhancing abilities, Heller was unable to inflict devastating damage upon it. As the creature rushed towards the two, Ling Fei sheathed his demon slayer blade and assumed a familiar horse stance, with the intent to sever all. The air seemed to freeze just as the hunter approached Ling Fei. Suddenly, Ling Fei opened his eyes wide. Heller, who had yet to react, saw the hunter pause for a moment, and from its muscular shoulder erupted a spray of blood, half a meter high. Meanwhile, Ling Fei remained rooted in his position, his right sleeve inexplicably stained with crimson. The draw and slash technique, an enhancement within the swordsmanship skills, could only be executed if one's reflexes and strength exceeded a threshold of 25. This allowed for the instantaneous draw and slash, followed by the seamless sheathing of the blade, leaving no trace behind. The hunter staggered a few steps, its crimson gaze revealing a flicker of fear. This revelation astonished Ling Fei. Could such a creature possess primitive intelligence? Yet, the hunter's blood-red eyes suddenly regained their resolve. It circled Ling Fei, subtly increasing the distance between man and beast, before leaping with ferocity. Ling Fei chuckled softly, recognizing the similarity to its previous attack. Just as he prepared to execute the draw and slash once more, Heller shouted urgently, "Ling Fei, be careful. Behind you." Upon hearing Heller's warning, Ling Fei recalled that within the game, the shipment from Shintek included not one, but two hunters. Struggling to turn, he indeed saw the claws of another hunter poised to grasp his back. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and unleashed a sweeping slash, driving back the hunter before him. He braced himself mentally for the tearing of flesh from his back, prepared to withstand the assault of another hunter. Unexpectedly, as his blade struck the hunter's chest, a spray of blood splattered across his face, warming his skin, while an icy chill crept down his spine. A gunshot echoed from the heavens, followed almost instantly by a surge of green light, bathing Ling Fei's back in a deluge of blood. Turning his head, he beheld the hunter behind him, clutching its right arm and roaring in agony. Its entire arm had been obliterated, leaving only remnants of veins and blood trickling onto its shoulder, while the severed, clawed appendage lay amidst a pool of crimson. Summoning Zhang Jun had proven to be a wise decision. Ling Fei cast a glance at the nearby building, where Zhang Jun gave him an approving thumbs up, instilling within Ling Fei a profound sense of being safeguarded. With fierce determination, Ling Fei hurled his blade towards the hunter, which was gasping and clutching a long gash across its body. The creature howled, struggling to remain upright. Ling Fei swiftly instructed the stunned Heller beside him, "Absorb it." Heller swallowed hard, nodded, and advanced, delivering a fierce kick to the hunter's head. Grasping its arm, he extended for tendrils resembling veins from his own body, connecting them to the hunter. With his left foot pressing down on the hunter's form, he forcefully yanked the arm free, wrapping the severed limb with the thick, crimson tendrils. He directed them to strike the hunter's head with unrelenting force. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere as Heller expanded his chest, channeling the 4 blood vessels connected to the hunter's body into his own. Taking a deep breath, Heller fixed his piercing gaze on the remaining hunter. Ling Fei, taken aback, watched as Heller charged forward, hastily attempting to intervene, only to be halted by Heller's subsequent action. As Heller sprinted, he clenched his fists, a surge of crimson mist emanating from his arms. Tendrils emerged from within his body, enveloping his arms completely, transforming them into claws reminiscent of those he had received from Alex when he was bestowed with the virus. The 4 blade-like claws sliced through the air with a metallic resonance, their movements exuding a captivating crimson luminescence. Heller plunged his claws deep into the hunter's body, extending his tendrils to connect, lifting himself with 4 appendages, then crossing his lethal claws in a swift motion. In an instant, the hunter's head was severed, while the tendrils absorbed the remnants of its body. Witnessing this scene, Ling Fei exclaimed in astonishment, "Heller, has your power's DNA awakened?" Heller remained still, flexing the 4 blade-like fingers, shaking his head in disappointment. Though I possess the form, I can sense a deficiency in power. If there were any power at play, it would surely perish more swiftly. Ling Fei suddenly felt as though his throat was constricted by some unseen force. If the acquisition of new abilities could not awaken the DNA of Heller's formidable power, then the only recourse left would be to seek out Alex once more. However, Alex had already fallen completely under the control of the opposing reincarnation squad. If the enemy's strategist or Alex himself possessed enough intellectual deficiency, there might still be a chance for Heller's awakening. Yet it was evident that Alex's intelligence was not so lacking, and the strategist's intellect was even less likely to falter, who would assist their adversary in augmenting their strength. The experimental subject, Heller, along with his companions, prepared to engage in battle. After Heller dispatched 2 hunters, he found himself surrounded at the park entrance by a contingent of fully armed soldiers. The soldiers crouched down, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the park. Heedless of any civilians who had yet to escape, Heller leaped towards a building on the right, while Ling Fei turned and dashed into an alley. The civilians who had lingered behind, hiding in corners and yet to flee, bore the brunt of the chaos, each struck by no fewer than 10 bullets, turning them into mere pincushions, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The blood flowed in a stream that could traverse from the center of the park to the street beyond its gates. Ling Fei ascended the building to pull Zhang Jun down, simultaneously inquiring via the intercom about the whereabouts of Wang Qianqing and the others. The response from the second action team indicated that they had located a refuge, a feat undoubtedly attributed to Wang Qianqing's guiding compass. He felt little concern for Heller, as Heller too possessed a communication device. Thus, he directly seized Zhang Jun and dashed towards the location mentioned by Wang Qianqing, although there were some pursuers at the outset. As they ventured further, the soldiers gradually retreated. A new stopping point soon appeared before Ling Fei's eyes, and to his chagrin, it turned out to be yet another shop. Ling Fei couldn't help but wonder if there was some intricate relationship between Wang Qianqing and these establishments. Chapter 32. The Orion Project. Ling Fei and Zhang Jun pushed open the door of the shop and stepped inside, only to find it desolate, save for the shelves that lined the walls. Ling Fei, filled with curiosity, seized the intercom to inquire about Wang Qianqing. After a brief pause, the sound of the entrance being opened echoed through the air. Turning his head, he beheld a group of newcomers led by Yun Han, each clutching a hefty stack of documents. Even the rotund Shen Yu dragged along 2 computer monitors. Has the plan succeeded? Why are you all standing here in a daze? Come inside, Yun Han exclaimed with palpable excitement upon spotting Ling Fei and Zhang Jun. The two remained silent, their gazes fixed on him as he brushed past, tapping on a protruding stone brick nearby. What transpired next left Ling Fei and Zhang Jun utterly astonished. The wall trembled ominously, and several stone bricks began to shift slowly to the left. Amidst a cloud of dust, an underground passage revealed itself. Yun Han nodded toward the newcomers, who surged forward in a rush. Following his lead, Ling Fei and Zhang Jun also ventured inside. Navigating through the dark passage, they emerged into a small underground chamber, which felt somewhat cramped with the presence of a dozen individuals. The newcomers assisted the priest in affixing a map, laden with notes, to the wall, while stacks of documents were placed upon the prearranged computer desks. Li Guoyu bent down to assist the priest with the computer setup. Just as Ling Fei was scanning the crowd for Wang Qianqing, a voice echoed from upstairs, calling out, "Hello? Is anyone there? It's Heller. Who will go and let him in?" Zhang Jun pointed toward the upper floor, speaking with urgency. To his surprise, no one responded to him. Even Ling Fei feigned busyness. Pretending to examine the priest's map, Zhang Jun sighed and ascended the pitch-black staircase, returning a few minutes later with a foul-mouthed Heller. Heller approached the priest and conversed for a few moments, after which it appeared the priest had resolved to assist him. Heller then walked up to Ling Fei and inquired, "What should I do next to find my daughter? If you were uncertain about Maya's survival, what would you do?" Ling Fei regarded him with a knowing gaze. "I would settle the score with Ruxus, the one who once sought my demise," Heller replied, clenching his fists with a grimace. "Then let us proceed thus. As long as you act in accordance with the mindset that Maya is deceased, you shall uncover information that reveals her continued existence. And only then will you be able to devote yourself entirely to rescuing her," Ling Fei affirmed with a nod. Heller sighed and gestured with his thumb towards Father Gula, who was busily engaged at the computer behind him. It seems the priest also harbors a deep disdain for the series of inhumane experiments conducted by Jintake. He provided me with coordinates that connect to the dark web terminal and informed me that this should lead to clues about Ruxus. Ling Fei patted Heller's sturdy shoulder, saying, "Then let us take action." However, Ling Fei could not accompany Heller. This mission, dubbed the Orion Project, involved assimilating into the guise of soldiers or researchers, penetrating enemy lines to gather intelligence, and it posed minimal danger. Moreover, none of Ling Fei's team could disguise themselves alongside Heller to infiltrate the secret research facility. Only a select few could accompany Heller, tasked with waiting outside the laboratory for his movements. Should Heller's actions falter, they would be prepared to assist him. It was clear to all that Ling Fei was unable to join, as his exhaustion was evident. Both physically and mentally drained, his depleted chakra mirrored his overexertion. Wang Qiansheng kindly suggested he take a rest, entrusting the operation to him. Ling Fei gladly accepted, reclining upon a sofa recently brought in by a group of newcomers, observing Wang Qiansheng as he organized the plans. Given the shelter's extreme concealment, nearly everyone was mobilized. Seasoned individuals like Yun Huan, Zhang Jun, and Wang Qiansheng accompanied Heller, while the upper-level shop was left in the hands of the newcomers to manage client interactions. Below, Ling Fei and Tong Sha held the fort during their respite. Ling Fei lay on the sofa, focusing on restoring his chakra, allowing his ever-active mind to finally cease its relentless pondering. He idly toyed with a walkie-talkie, quietly resting. Father Gula sat before the computer, issuing a series of directives to Heller via the walkie-talkie. After 20 minutes, Ling Fei's walkie-talkie crackled to life with Heller's report to the father. He had successfully accessed the darknet terminal and uncovered the name of an individual known as Billingsley. Father Gula, brimming with excitement, informed him that finding this person brought him ever closer to Lux. After all, he was the chief researcher at Gintech. Subsequently, Heller tracked down the unfortunate research assistant known as Billingsley, whom he undoubtedly secretively eliminated and absorbed. He learned of an experiment taking place within a research institute, aimed at evolving civilians into beings akin to hunters. Father Gula summoned Heller to investigate this matter, which proved to be quite a tumultuous journey. Ling Fei believed that Wang Qiansheng and his companions, lacking the support of chakra or any internal energy, must be thoroughly exhausted. Upon their arrival at the research facility, Wang Qiansheng and the others were relegated to the outside, while Heller, adopting the guise of a soldier, successfully bypassed the fingerprint detector at the entrance. At this juncture, even Wang Qiansheng and his protective team could only listen to Heller's radio broadcast. They could hear Heller cursing as he stealthily absorbed the commander, subsequently unlocking the inner sanctum of the research institute with the commander's fingerprint. Upon entering, he was greeted with a chorus of jubilant exclamations from the research facility. However, a new obstacle arose. To access the researchers' quarters, another commander's fingerprint was required. This was infuriating. Why the need for so many commanders? They were in abundance. Ling Fei reclined comfortably on the sofa, smiling as he listened to Heller's complaints, while on the other end of the radio, Yun Hunhun and Zhang Jun were rolling on the floor in laughter. Suddenly, a crackling sound of bones shattering echoed through the radio, unmistakably indicating that Heller had successfully absorbed the commander. He proceeded to unlock the room housing the researchers, effortlessly absorbing several soldiers monitoring the lead researcher, until at last, he faced the legendary chief researcher. After Heller absorbed him, he expressed his disappointment, stating that the man was still unaware of Rux's existence and was filled with nonsensical thoughts. Do not rush. Log into the adjacent computer using this individual's password. Perhaps it contains some valuable information, Father Gula calmly instructed Heller. Heller acknowledged with a sound and approached the nearby computer, inquiring, "How do I power this thing on?" "Do not hurry. There should be a blue button nearby. First." "Oh, I've already pressed the red button. Damn it, it's all ruined. The screen has gone dark." "Stupid computer," Heller's voice resonated through the radio, accompanied by the sounds of laughter from Wang Qiansheng, Zhang Jun, and Yun Hunhun, who were clearly in fits of laughter. Even Ling Fei couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Relax. First press Alt, A, L, T." The priest beside Ling Fei patiently guided Heller over the radio. "Yes, I've obtained some worthless curve key. There's a triangle on it. And what on earth is this nonsensical keyboard? Oh my goodness, I've accessed the database. Yes, splendid, I've retrieved the address. Power down the computer and remember to log out," Father Gula fervently instructed over the radio. There was a brief silence on the other end, indicating that Heller had seemingly left the researcher's office. But soon the distinctive electronic synthesized voice of the Crimson Crown was heard. "Main Terminal 07 has not been completely saved and closed. All researchers are advised to take heed." Following this, Heller's dismayed voice could be heard. Damn it, I hate computers. Chapter 33. The Dawn of Total War. Heller emerged from the research facility, successfully reuniting with Wang Qianqing and the others. Subsequently, Heller set forth to acquire the address for attending the briefing hosted by Rux. Once again, he embarked on the mission alone, while Zhang Jun and his companions, fatigued from their journey, merely intended to rest on a rooftop until Heller infiltrated the building. Before long, the briefing commenced. Disguised as a soldier, Heller encountered his nemesis, Rux. Just as he prepared to take action, the commanding officer patted him on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. However, when Heller turned back, Rux had vanished without a trace. Heller shook his head and communicated via radio. Rux cannot perish yet. It would be advantageous for us. During the briefing, it was revealed that several doctoral researchers from Jian Technology were intensifying their efforts on the Specimen versus Civilian Initiative, imprisoning innocent individuals to be slaughtered by monsters. Father Gula paused momentarily, then spoke into the radio. All researchers or doctors involved in such schemes, well, you understand, must be dealt with. A voice from the radio confirmed Heller's acknowledgement. He exited the facility, with Zhang Jun and the others following closely as they arrived at the designated briefing location. As he shed his transformation, his hands spread wide, and his appendages extended, with his palms morphing into vicious claws. The soldiers around were taken aback, hastily raising their rifles and slowly retreating. Reporting over the radio, Heller spotted in the civilian research lab. Repeat, Heller spotted. Eliminate him completely. The priest beside Ling Fei slammed his fist on the table, issuing a furious command towards Heller. Heller nodded, glancing at the panicked researchers fleeing in all directions. He instructed Wang Qianqing and the others standing by. I will pursue to the left, you all take the right. Understood. Zhang Jun raised his spear, aiming at a researcher fully exposed in his line of sight, and with a resounding bang, the researcher was predictably shot down. Heller needed to absorb at least one researcher to gather information, and with a sudden leap, he distanced himself from Wang Qianqing and the others, giving chase. Wang Qianqing, wielding two revolvers, sprinted at a speed several times faster than those frail researchers. Switching to lightsaber mode, he caught up to one and swiftly dispatched him. Suddenly, a peculiar gunshot echoed from afar. Wang Qianqing was momentarily stunned, quickly raising his lightsaber to shield his chest, almost a mere 1 second later. A bullet struck fiercely into the beam, corroding it and the surrounding light. Frowning, Wang Qianqing discarded the sniper bullet from his revolver, then reverted to the standard revolver form, asking, Ling Fei, do the military in this game have snipers? Reclining leisurely on the sofa, Ling Fei heard Wang Qianqing's inquiry and replied without a moment's hesitation. The armies in this game are rather feeble. The only formidable units are the tanks, the aircraft, and the soldiers equipped with rocket launchers and rifles. There are no sniper rifles. As soon as Ling Fei's words fell, another gunshot echoed through the air. This time, Wang Qianqing was caught off guard, barely managing to avoid the bullet as it grazed his shoulder, tearing a gash in his clothing. To his astonishment, the shredded fabric emanated an eerie green glow, slowly corroding from the wound. Startled, Wang Qianqing quickly tore off the decaying garment from his shoulder, cursing as he spoke into the radio. So what the hell is going on with this sniper? They even use a special corrosive round. Without waiting for Ling Fei's response, Wang Qianqing dashed towards a nearby building, taking cover behind the wall as he awaited Ling Fei's words. On the other end of the radio, Ling Fei was momentarily stunned, but suddenly regained his composure, shouting into the device, "Be careful. That's a sniper from the enemy's reincarnation team." A gunshot rang out once more, ominous as the specter of death. Wang Qianqing was drenched in sweat, for a small hole had inexplicably appeared in the wall to his left. Before him, a fleeing pedestrian had been struck by a bullet in the chest, and the area around the wound was rapidly decaying. The unfortunate individual screamed in agony as the corruption spread swiftly. Within mere seconds, his entire upper body had been eroded, leaving behind a disfigured corpse slumped lifelessly on the ground. Wang Qianqing swallowed hard, only to then hear the sound of Zhang Junbiao's spear. He followed the sound of the gunshot from the javelin, ultimately discovering Zhang Jun crouching atop a rooftop, aiming at another elevated position. After firing a shot, he retreated behind cover, only to be met with 2 corrosive bullets that struck the ground around him. What on earth is happening, Zhang Jun? Ling Fei rose from the sofa, glancing at the demon slayer resting against the wall, pondering whether he should venture outside to provide support. Rest assured, brother Ling Fei, It's merely an enemy sniper. It seems his marksmanship and physical prowess are akin to that of a novice. I suspect he was a sniper in the real world, and upon entering this cycle, his talent caught the attention of the opposing team's leader, who gifted him those corrosive rounds, Zhang Jun calmly deduced, occasionally peering out for a better view. Ling Fei thought to himself, indeed, although his chakra had only recovered 2/3. If he made his way to the destination on foot, he would have fully recuperated by the time he arrived. After informing Tong Sha and the priest, he seized the demon slayer and stepped outside. Meanwhile, on the other end of the radio, chaos reigned. Wang Qianqing was evading the sniper while simultaneously dealing with the relentless barrage from the soldiers. Zhang Jun remained singularly focused on his duel with the enemy marksman. He greeted the newcomers overseeing the shop upstairs, inquired about the address from Wang Qianqing, and hastened towards the location. Upon exiting, Ling Fei asked Heller, what is your current situation? Having absorbed the researcher, Heller's voice emanated from the radio in Ling Fei's hand, indicating that a lead scientist was preparing to evacuate. The collision of reincarnation teams could not delay Heller's main mission. Complete the task on your own. We have encountered Alex's future army. We shall hold them off. Be cautious. Ling Fei instructed Heller, then glanced around before setting off. After walking for approximately 3 minutes, the radio suddenly went silent. Ling Fei tapped the intercom, but only static responded. Observing the hurried pedestrians around him and scanning the rooftops of various skyscrapers, he noted an absence of suspicious figures. Perhaps the radio was merely malfunctioning. I should find them first, he thought, as he tucked the radio into his pocket. Nonchalantly, he discarded the summoning card onto the ground, feigning ignorance as he pressed onward. The atmosphere around him felt distinctly unsettling. After a short while, Ling Fei stumbled upon an extraordinary occurrence. He found himself back at the very spot where the radio had ceased functioning, and astonishingly, the summoning card remained on the ground. Furthermore, the faces of the surrounding pedestrians mirrored those he had just observed. He could not help but raise his voice, demanding, "Who goes there? Step forward for a duel." Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in his ears, and as he sought the source, he realized the laughter emanated from all directions. An illusion. The word sprang to Ling Fei's mind. In truth, since his arrival in this primary divine space, he had never before experienced such a delusion. Having lived an ordinary life up until now, the sound of cackling laughter echoed around, while the passers-by moved about like mere automatons. Ling Fei randomly shoved someone aside with force, yet that person leisurely picked themselves up from the ground and continued on their way. It felt as though the entire world had been muted, leaving only that haunting laughter. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Ling Fei's head, his legs weakened, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. A sense of dissonance enveloped him. With his hands clutching his head in agony, he silently chanted to himself, all the while scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. His pupils abruptly constricted as he spotted something, a youth perched high within a building, peering out from a window with a chilling smile that fixated upon him. Chapter 34. The Cruel Illusion. It appears I have been discovered. The youth propped his chin on his hand, his smile unwavering, his expression imbued with an air of intrigue as he gazed at Ling Fei. As Ling Fei began to speak, the throbbing pain in his mind dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of oppression. The pedestrians around them and the newspapers rustling in the wind seemed to freeze in place, as if this space contained only the two of them. Who are you? Ling Fei inhaled deeply, posing the question. You may call me Ku Nian, or by my code name. Ku Nian withdrew his hand from his chin, and in the next instant, Ling Fei felt a hand settle upon his shoulder, only to discover that Ku Nian had vanished from the window. Illusionist. A voice, ethereal and elusive, drifted into Ling Fei's ears. He gasped sharply, swiftly drawing his demon slayer blade and striking at the figure beside him, which he believed to be Ku Nian. Ku Nian chuckled lightly, and Ling Fei's blade only sliced through the air. Yet, a lingering shadow of Ku Nian remained in place, a testament to his astonishing speed. You are quite unfriendly, aren't you? The soft voice echoed from across the street. Ling Fei's mind plunged into a frigid abyss, and he felt utterly devoid of hope. He retreated a few steps, pressing his back against the wall, and with a trembling voice, he uttered, "If you wish for my goodwill, you must first dispel this illusionary barrier." Haha, are you all right? The strongest force of the Longkong Eagle, and even your voice has begun to tremble. Ku Nian mocked, slowly advancing towards Ling Fei. Ling Fei could only feel that with each step Ku Nian took closer, his brain was being squeezed anew. An invisible sense of oppression spreading throughout his entire body. This is my world, thus I can torment you to my heart's content. Ku Nian's handsome face remained adorned with that terrifying smile as he spread his arms wide, and suddenly, shadows emerged around him. They were all members of the Longkong Eagles, Wang Qianqing, Zhang Jun, Yin Han Han, and even Tong Sha, each standing afar with dazed expressions and drooping postures. Upon seeing these figures, Ling Fei's mind exploded with a loud bang. He had no room for thought and shouted, "What do you intend to do?" With a snap of his fingers, Ku Nian made Ling Fei feel the wall behind him begin to tremble, and soon, two iron shackles tightly bound his body to the wall, followed by a look that seemed to say, "Just watch." Ling Fei's eyes widened as he beheld a surgical knife materialize in Ku Nian's hand. He first approached Wang Qianqing from behind, grinning sinisterly, and pressed the knife against Wang Qianqing's neck. Ling Fei fell silent. His mind felt as if it had slipped into a deep slumber, incapable of any thought. Yet his visual nerves were forcibly engaged, compelling him to witness everything unfold. As the surgical knife moved slowly under Ku Nian's control, blood began to seep from Wang Qianqing's neck. Haraha! Ku Nian suddenly erupted into a hoarse laugh, decisively plunging the knife into Wang Qianqing's throat. Vivid crimson gushed from his neck, and an expression of indescribable agony surfaced on that familiar face. Ling Fei's heart felt as though it had been mercilessly struck by a colossal hammer, a searing agony coursing through him. Ku Nian, wielding the surgical knife, seemed to possess an endless supply, each finger ensnared by a blade. He approached Zhang Jun once more, methodically inserting the knife into every joint of Zhang Jun's body. Zhang Jun immediately gasped, unleashing a harrowing scream of pain. Blood began to seep through his clothing, and once again, Ling Fei's heart trembled violently, his chakra boiling within him. Yet, his mind remained paralyzed, rendered helpless as he could only watch in utter disbelief. Ku Nian, gripping the surgical knife, stepped before Tong Sha. Ling Fei could no longer bear to witness the horror. Suddenly, something within his mind unlocked, restoring his thoughts to clarity. He resolutely closed his eyes, repeatedly whispering to himself, "This is not real. This is not real." Ku Nian, observing Ling Fei's reaction, gasped, exclaiming, "You have managed to break the soul shackles. No wonder you have escaped my mental grasp, yet you are still no match for me." Deep within Ling Fei's psyche, a thought emerged. Stop thinking. Your companions have already fallen into this demon's clutches. Two conflicting thoughts wrestled within him, causing his head to throb painfully once more. Nevertheless, he could think. He endured the pain, disregarding the horrors before him and every tumultuous thought in his mind. He concentrated fiercely, reflecting on each action he had taken before arriving here. If Ku Nian possessed the ability to establish a mental barrier from a distance, then why did he not act when Zhang Jun and I entered the shop? Was he limited to controlling only one person at a time? Ling Fei's mind raced with thoughts, and it seemed that Ku Nian had sensed something amiss. His ever-constant smile suddenly twisted into a sinister grimace. He charged toward Ling Fei, plunging a scalpel viciously into Ling Fei's body. As if he were intimately acquainted with the human anatomy, targeting various acupoints that would elicit excruciating pain. A jolt coursed through Ling Fei's brain, an unbearable agony assaulting his nerves, compelling him to scream, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. Ku Nian's barrier could only accommodate a single individual. The opportune moment had arrived when I found myself isolated. Yet, I had been isolated numerous times before. Why had I fallen into this trap solely on this street? Ling Fei forced himself to endure the pain while contemplating. Suddenly, Ku Nian let out a roar, decisively driving the scalpel into Ling Fei's heart. Ling Fei felt a heaviness in his chest and heard Ku Nian's incredulous, frenzied shout. You, how could you possibly have entered the soul lock activation phase again? How? Is this even conceivable? Ling Fei disregarded Ku Nian's exclamations. Sensing that the tumult of thoughts within him had settled, leaving only the murmurs of his introspection, if Ku Nian's skills could indeed be classified within the S-grade skill tier, such prowess would be unmatched by the Divine Lord in the Longkong Eagle team. Another explanation could be that although Ku Nian possessed formidable abilities, they were not without limitations. His constraint appeared to be the capacity to control only one individual at a time. Moreover, it dawned on him that he had been in a bustling street, surrounded by many people. Even if they had brushed against him, it would not have raised alarms. This implied that Ku Nian's barrier required physical contact to be activated. In reality, his essence must be exceedingly close to me. In other words, Ling Fei abruptly ceased his contemplative state, opening his eyes to behold the malevolent visage of Ku Nian, who plunged a scalpel into Ling Fei's flesh. Presently, it was conservatively estimated that there were over 100 surgical blades embedded in Ling Fei's body, each piercing from Kunyan extracting copious amounts of blood. Astonishingly, Ling Fei wore a serene expression, as if he felt no pain whatsoever, or perhaps this corporeal form did not truly belong to him. You need not continue this, Ling Fei remarked to Kunyan with an air of indifference. Huh? Kunyan looked up, revealing a face grotesquely contorted in malice before Ling Fei. I have discerned your abilities, Ling Fei stated, his gaze drifting to the gruesome corpses strewn across the street. His eyes flickered momentarily before regaining their composure. Beyond this barrier, our bodies have intersected in some manner. Time in the realm of reality has ceased. No, rather, the hours spent here equate to merely a fraction of a second there. But what of it? Kunyan lowered his head, dazed, and again thrust a scalpel into Ling Fei's body, murmuring softly. This signifies that, as long as I unleash a formidable surge of energy here, reaching your corporeal form in the realm of reality, this barrier shall be shattered. Ling Fei roared, releasing the tempestuous wind attribute chakra surging within him, conjuring a circular space with a radius of 1 meter beside his body. The space was suffused with pure wind-type chakra. Apart from Ling Fei's body, anything that entered this circular chakra realm could be utterly shredded. Ling Fei felt a sudden dizziness, and the figure of the suffering man before him abruptly vanished. Passers-by began to move, and newspapers, caught in the breeze, floated gracefully through the air. Soon, clarity returned to his mind, and the sensation of his feet grounding him reemerged. He raised his hand to examine his unscathed body, and then the chakra within him erupted uncontrollably, enveloping him in an arena of lethal chakra. The hissing sound echoed in this arena, a testament to the wind-type chakra reaching its utmost velocity. The sharp winds could cleave through the very air itself. Once the arena of annihilation was established, those pedestrians closest to Ling Fei were instantaneously reduced to mere dust, their bodies and bones disintegrating. Blood sprayed across the street, and Ling Fei seemed to witness a figure, missing an arm, desperately fleeing in disarray. Chapter 35. Sniping will not allow your escape. Ling Fei's mind was now entirely consumed by fury. He summoned a Kali using the invocation card that lay quietly on the ground, conveying to her the appearance of Kuan Yin, while also informing her that Kuan Yin was missing an arm. Without uttering a word, Akali glanced at the bloodied Ling Fei and the surrounding crimson pool before dashing towards Kuan Yin. The fortunate bystanders who had not suffered were rendered speechless, hastily covering their heads and fleeing in panic. This lethal space had thoroughly exhausted all of Ling Fei's chakra, indicating that he had truly been cornered within Kuan Yin's mental illusion. The establishment of such an illusion required the caster to be aware of the target's psychological vulnerabilities, drawing the target into their illusory realm and manifesting their deepest fears, ultimately causing the target's soul to shatter under the overwhelming stimulus. Kuan Yin successfully located Ling Fei's psychological fissures. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that these fissures were precisely the prerequisite for Ling Fei to unlock his soul's seal. As Ling Fei unlocked his soul's seal, his entire mind plunged into a state of blankness. However, this was not the first time he had done so, allowing him to control his thoughts and contemplate, providing ample opportunity to discern the limitations of Kuan Yin's spell. Once the restrictions of the spell were unveiled, the target's soul would become acutely aware of the deception. Subsequently, no matter what the practitioner did to the subject, it could not harm their soul. Ling Fei came to this realization, scratching his blood-stained forehead, and gazed helplessly at the now desolate street. Soon, he heard Akali's voice reporting, "Target eliminated. Can you recount the events that transpired?" Ling Fei sighed. In truth, his experience within the illusory realm had lasted no more than a second before awakening. He inquired about the situation through the restored radio, discovering that the members of Zhang Jun's reincarnation team appeared formidable, leading him to conclude that joining them would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he offered his apologies to Zhang Jun, Wang Qiansheng, and the others while relaying the occurrences from the illusion to Akali, all the while making his way back. Thick blood coated Ling Fei's entire body, the stench overwhelming him with discomfort. He worried whether passers-by would alert the authorities upon seeing him, forcing him to navigate through narrow alleys. After several minutes, he finally returned to the shop. Upon pushing open the door, the newcomers recoiled at the scent emanating from him. "What happened to you?" Li Guoyu asked, pinching his nose, visibly pale. "Is there any water? I need to wash. We've encountered enemies." Ling Fei scratched his head, noting that even his hair was matted with blood. Apart from his gleaming white teeth and eyes, he was entirely crimson. "This is a shop. Do you expect any water here? Should I offer you a drink for your bath?" Xin Yu handed Ling Fei a bottle of cola. Ling Fei cursed under his breath, popped the cap, and began to drink. What is going on? Ling Fei hastily consumed more than half of the drink when the hidden door in the basement creaked open, revealing Father Gula peering out. What on earth is that smell? The priest inquired, pinching his nose. Where can I take a shower? Ling Fei urgently asked. Chu Wan, also wrinkling her nose, rummaged through the merchandise area and found a few white towels. This shop only offered a limited selection of blue hoodies and a pair of black sweatpants. She handed the clothing and towels to Ling Fei, who expressed his gratitude just as the priest turned to descend the stairs, beckoning him to follow. As Ling Fei ventured down the corridor, he stumbled upon another room within the basement. Father Gula flicked on the light, revealing a rudimentary restroom. There's no water heater, so you'll have to make do with cold water. I'll hang your clothes on the door. You can retrieve them after your shower. The priest instructed before returning to his computer, seemingly engrossed in a map and speaking to an unseen party. Having encountered adversaries and returned, less than half an hour had elapsed. Presumably, Heller had also caught up with the target and engaged in combat, while the situation on Zhang Jun's end remained uncertain. Ling Fei stepped into the restroom and began to wash. Concurrently, the battle involving Wang Qianqing and his companions had escalated to a fever pitch. Wang Qianqing had efficiently dispatched all the soldiers, yet reinforcements from the Black Watch were still en route. Within half an hour, several helicopters and tanks would be arriving. Zhang Jun had already moved through several buildings but still had not managed to gain the upper hand against the enemy sniper. Wang Qianqing mused that if the battle continued in this manner, the approaching army would surely target Zhang Jun. The adversary is allied with the Black Watch, and Zhang Jun's defeat is imminent. Wang Qianqing concealed himself behind a shipping container, cautiously peering out to confirm that the enemy sniper had not detected his presence. With this assurance, he stealthily advanced toward the building where the enemy was located. Zhang Jun found himself in a civilian neighborhood, replete with ample cover. Yet none could withstand the onslaught of corrosive projectiles. The exertion of movement was taxing, and Zhang Jun was already drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In the realm of sniping, the most critical moment is that fleeting instant before the shot is fired. If one's breath is erratic, hitting the target becomes a mere illusion. Although Zhang Jun struggled to catch his breath, when it came time to aim, his heartbeat astonishingly returned to a steady rhythm. After firing, however, he reverted to his previous state of breathlessness, a technique known as the calming method, an essential skill within the sniper's repertoire. The enemy sniper was solitary, positioned atop a high-rise building. He could launch his attacks from various vantage points, be it the rooftop or through the windows. Amidst their exchanges of fire, both combatants were keenly searching for each other's positions. The first to locate their opponent and fire would claim victory. At this juncture, Zhang Jun was at a disadvantage. Yet he still had the support of Wang Qianqing. Wang Qianqing quietly maneuvered to the entrance of the building, preparing to eliminate the sniper from behind. Just as he ascended the staircase, the entire structure began to tremble. He hesitated momentarily, then took a step forward, only to witness a steel column burst forth from the left wall, narrowly missing his throat before crashing into the right wall. Wang Qianqing swallowed hard, his pupils transforming to a silvery hue as he raised his revolver and unleashed a barrage of shots at the wall. Encountering the enemy. Support is unavailable. Wang Qianqing spoke into the radio affixed to his chest. Zhang Jun crouched beside a trash bin, positioning his javelin upright on the ground. Through the scope, he scanned the opposing skyscraper in search of the enemy sniper's presence. Suddenly, a corridor erupted in an explosion, and Wang Qianqing's voice crackled through his radio. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhang Jun replied in a voice deeper than usual, "Understood." With a calm demeanor, Zhang Jun continued his search, occasionally glancing towards Wang Qianqing's battlefield, hoping to offer assistance. Meanwhile, the intensity of the combat on Wang Qianqing's side surged, with smoke continuously billowing from the windows. In the realm of Mass Effect, the javelin possessed a function for enhanced vision. However, Zhang Jun had acquired a lower-tier variant, which boasted only half the ammunition capacity of the authentic javelin and lacked the vision capabilities. After searching for a while longer, Zhang Jun's gaze passed by a window, and he suddenly spotted a figure wielding a red sniper rifle. He inhaled sharply, scrambling to his feet just as a bullet struck the ground where he had previously been. Ling Fei hastily finished his shower, donning a blue hoodie and black sweatpants, then draping a white towel over his disheveled hair. Grabbing the radio left by Father Gula, he could only hear a series of explosions emanating from Wang Qianqing's end, while intermittent gasps for breath emerged from Zhang Jun's side. Furrowing his brow, Ling Fei noted that his brief shower had replenished a modicum of chakra, though it remained insufficient. With 7 minutes of summoning cooldown elapsed, he felt an overwhelming urge to summon Akali for assistance. Ling Fei summoned Akali once more and said to her, "There are some troubles. I fear I must continue to burden you." Akali nodded in understanding as Ling Fei relayed the details of the mission to her. She then commenced her actions, while Ling Fei sensed her shifting position and made his way to Father Gula. "Father, how is Heller faring?" Chapter 36. Absolute Defense. Hele successfully extracted information from the scientist and obtained an address. I also possess intelligence indicating that Jintake is engaged in a task referred to as Phase 1, utilizing both civilians and monsters. My findings align perfectly with his. I am contemplating whether to proceed further. Father Gula turned to Ling Fei and said, "Summon him back. We are at a critical juncture. A single misstep could lead us to irretrievable ruin." Ling Fei replied solemnly, "Wang Qianqing is still locked in a fierce battle. We remain unaware of the numbers within the opposing reincarnation squad or their tactical maneuvers. Allowing a key figure to act independently under such ignorance is perilous. Return to this place. Let him remain here safely. We shall address the matters over there." Ling Fei rubbed his temples and settled onto the sofa, switching to Akali's perspective. At that moment, Akali had arrived on the battlefield, a desolate scene unfolding before her eyes, strewn with countless corpses, both civilian and soldier alike. The sporadic sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated in the air. Ling Fei instructed Akali to assist Wang Qianqing if he could subdue his opponent. It would facilitate dealing with the sniper locked in a stalemate with Zhang Jun. As soon as Wang Qianqing encountered his foe, their combat ensued swiftly. He unleashed a barrage of flashbangs against the wall, still oblivious to any intelligence regarding this adversary. However, it was evident that the sudden pillar was not some form of equipment, but rather a manifestation of spiritual prowess. When it comes to combat experience, Wang Qianqing remains the most seasoned member of the Long Sky Eagles. While firing towards the wall, he made his way back to the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he found a room at the protruding columns location. The door to that room was firmly shut, and Wang Qianqing hesitated to open it. Instead, he positioned himself at an angle and forcefully blasted the door open with his revolver. In that very instant, a sharp, spear-like steel column shot out from within the room, embedding itself into the wall. Wang Qianqing crouched low and caught sight of a robust Asian man. The steel column retracted swiftly, revealing that it was, in fact, the man's arm. The arm returned to a normal length, and its color shifted from gray to a natural skin tone. Subsequently, the shape morphed, forming a hand. The man flexed his fingers and grinned at Wang Qianqing, playfully exclaiming, "Oh, look at you." In response, Wang Qianqing raised both revolvers and opened fire. The man simply smiled, raising his right hand in front of him. As his skin gradually turned gray, astonishingly, both sides of his arm began to extend infinitely outward. In a brief moment, his arm transformed into an iron shield. Witnessing this, Wang Qianqing deduced the man's ability, the power to metallize his skin and alter its form. Several rounds of tracer ammunition struck the iron shield, leaving only a few deep circular marks. Due to the shield's immense size, Wang Qianqing was confident that the man could not see him at that moment. Transforming the revolver held in his right hand, Wang Qianqing simultaneously fired the revolver in his left hand while advancing towards the formidable figure before him, armed with a lightsaber. Upon reaching the iron shield of the giant, he leapt forward, effortlessly vaulting over the shield and landing behind his adversary. However, he was met with a menacing grin and an iron sword. Momentarily stunned, Wang Qianqing instinctively parried the incoming strike of the sword with his lightsaber, while simultaneously aiming his revolver at the exposed giant. As he executed his maneuver, the giant's left hand swiftly restored the shield, transforming it into a circular barrier with a half-meter diameter, effectively deflecting every bullet fired by Wang Qianqing. It was as though the giant possessed an uncanny foresight regarding the trajectory of each shot. Is this the conduct expected of your Longkong Eagles? To engage without revealing your names beforehand? The giant bellowed, applying relentless force with his iron sword. Wang Qianqing gritted his teeth, his trembling right arm betraying the struggle against the overwhelming might. With a fierce roar, he forcefully disengaged from the clash of swords, swiftly retreating to evade the giant's assault. "Now that is more like it. Allow me to introduce myself, Wang Kong, at your service." As soon as the name left his lips, the giant's arm reverted to its original form, causing Wang Qianqing to narrow his eyes, his mind racing to devise his next offensive strategy. "Huh," Wang Kong exclaimed, as his right arm morphed once again into a pillar, extending infinitely, and thrusting towards Wang Qiansheng with astonishing speed. Wang Qiansheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped, retracting his feet just in time for the cylindrical spear to pierce the wall behind him. He landed upon the iron spear, and with his left hand, he transformed his revolver into a lightsaber, swiftly adopting a dual-wielding stance. With the iron spear morphing into his arm, he dashed towards Wang Kong. Why must a brother fight so fiercely? Wang Kong extracted his arm from the wall, and as Wang Qiansheng trembled atop him, he remained composed, rolling forward while simultaneously thrusting the lightsaber towards Wang Kang's throat. Allow me to demonstrate. Absolute defense. Just as the beam in Wang Qiansheng's hand was about to pierce Wang Kang's throat, a gray hue suddenly enveloped Wang Kang's skin. Layers of iron surged forth from deep within, successfully thwarting Wang Qiansheng's lethal strike. Upon landing, Wang Qiansheng swiftly turned, hurling the lightsaber at Wang Kang's defenseless back. Who could have anticipated that Wang Kong would not even glance back, conjuring an iron defense behind him? The lightsaber struck the absolute defense with a shower of sparks before clattering to the ground. Wang Qiansheng took a few steps back, murmuring to himself, "Another stroke of bad luck. Why must I always encounter such troublesome foes?" Wang Kong pivoted, his hands returning to their normal state, his demeanor seemingly unchanged. Yet Wang Qiansheng understood that the moment he unleashed an attack, the iron layers within Wang Kong would activate, shielding his body. Behold, this is the epitome of soul abilities. Wang Kong sneered, exuding pride and confidence in his power, while Wang Qiansheng merely scoffed in disdain. The realm of the supreme deity shall not bestow upon humanity the gift of a flawless soul ability. Wang Qiansheng grasped the remaining revolver, peering into the chamber with a contemplative gaze. Much like your soul ability, which is effective solely against physical attacks, when confronted by adversaries that directly assault your essence, you find yourself utterly powerless, do you not? Wang Kong, with his pronounced brows and piercing gaze, fixed his eyes upon Wang Qiansheng, uncertain of what was to follow. Just as my soul ability renders me inconsequential the moment I relinquish these two revolvers. Wang Qiansheng lowered his gaze, meticulously counting the bullets within the chamber, even removing one to scrutinize it closely, completely disregarding Wang Kong's presence. Yet, as long as the revolver remains in my grasp, my combat prowess is unparalleled. He reloaded the bullet, flicking his wrist to chamber the revolver, then raised his right hand, aiming the muzzle at the silent and motionless Wang Kong. A faint smile gracing his lips. Are you prepared to engage in earnest, my steadfast defender? Chapter 37. The Assassin's Mark and the armor-piercing flow after Akali eliminated Cunian. She ascended to level 3, marking the onset of her formidable phase within the game. Of course, her true invincibility is attained upon reaching level 6, when her ultimate ability is unlocked. At level 3, it is indisputable that she acquires the Q skill, Assassin's Mark. To echo the words of a certain elder, upon mastering the Assassin's Mark, Akali can unleash a torrent of damage in team battles. The in-game depiction of utilizing Assassin's Mark is rather ambiguous. It is an action exclusive to the game, leaving one to ponder what the real-world manifestation of Akali casting this ability might be. As Akali awaited her turn at Wang Qiansheng's position, Heller had returned to the shop. Ling Fei suggested he take a bath to refresh himself before resting, while they awaited Wang Qiansheng and Zhang Jun to resolve the troubles at hand, allowing the main quest to progress. In truth, Ling Fei felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was uncertain of the prowess of the opposing reincarnation team. Yet, judging by individuals like Cunian, along with various schemes and the emergence of hidden elements, it was evident that their strength was formidable. He instructed Akali to conceal herself in a vantage point where she could observe Wang Qiansheng's battle. If she were to intervene prematurely, it would only disrupt his rhythm. It was imperative to strike at the opportune moment, akin to their encounter with He Yuan, ensuring a decisive blow. Wang Qiansheng's revolver possesses 7 distinct forms, symbolizing the 7 tiers of his soul ability, the 7 levels of the Fate revolver. He had previously elucidated his soul ability to Ling Fei. However, Ling Fei had only witnessed his lightsaber and revolver in 2 forms. Judging by his demeanor, he was poised to unveil a newly unlocked 3rd state. Wang Qiansheng deftly adjusted the revolver once more, and another revolver, resting quietly at Wang Kang's feet, trembled slightly before soaring directly towards Wang Qiansheng, much to Wang Kang's astonishment. Wang Qiansheng caught the revolver, holding one in each hand. Instantly, the revolvers transformed into 2 spheres of light, enveloping Wang Qiansheng's palms. Under Ling Fei's expectant gaze, the brilliance dissipated, and the revolvers vanished. revealing two silver gloves radiating a metallic sheen. The material was indiscernible. It resembled metal, yet possessed the flexibility to bend at will. The gloves adhered to Wang Qianqing's hands as if they were a second skin. He assumed a boxing stance, casting a challenging glance at Wang Kong. What on earth do revolvers and boxing gloves have in common? Ling Fei mused, recalling the last time in the reincarnation world, wondering what points he had exchanged. It turned out to be an enhancement in boxing knowledge. Wang Kong, having watched Wang Qianqing conjure a pair of boxing gloves, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Those gloves are no match for your sword. What are you even trying to prove?" No sooner had Wang Kang's words left his lips than he found Wang Qianqing standing before him, fists raised, hunched over, and with a sudden surge of power. Wang Qianqing delivered a punch squarely to Wang Kang's abdomen. The sound escaped Wang Kong, who bowed his head in silence, gazing at Wang Qianqing. Wang Qianqing's fist struck Wang Kang's abdomen, and he distinctly felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. A light chuckle escaped him as he twisted his fist. A stream of silvery energy coursing down his arm into the gauntlet, and then surging into Wang Kang's body. Wang Kang's pupils contracted, and he unexpectedly spewed a pool of blood onto Wang Qianqing, clutching his abdomen as he staggered backward. Observing the agony etched on Wang Kang's face, Wang Qianqing casually twisted the joints of his right hand, remarking indifferently, "Do not mistake my gauntlet for something extraordinarily powerful. It is merely a gauntlet. Its sole purpose is to serve as a unique conduit for my silver energy, penetrating through your muscles and skin directly into your being. I was concerned this ability would go to waste, yet it appears to be perfectly suited for you. Go to hell," Wang Kong retorted, his face contorted with pain. "Even if your ability counters mine, I am still the man renowned for my absolute defense." Wang Qianqing fell silent. The mention of absolute defense chilled his demeanor. He raised his fists and charged once more toward Wang Kong, unleashing a relentless barrage upon his fortified skin without a moment's hesitation. With each punch, a surge of silvery energy flowed into Wang Kang's body, and his countenance twisted further, revealing the torment he was enduring. "Do not deceive yourself. I doubt you have ever encountered those elite reincarnation teams." Wang Qianqing delivered a fierce uppercut that struck Wang Kang's jaw. "If this is what you call absolute defense, then each of them can claim their defenses as absolute defense. Their attacks are capable of shattering any semblance of invulnerability." Wang Kong was sent flying 5 meters, crashing violently against a wall, causing the entire building to tremble. Wang Qianqing approached him, and as Wang Kong sat helplessly on the ground, he unleashed another punch. A sly grin appeared on Wang Kang's bloody lips, and suddenly, excruciating pain shot through Wang Qianqing's right hand. Remarkably, from Wang Kong, still standing amidst the tempest of blows, emerged numerous iron spikes, transforming him into a creature resembling a porcupine. "How about that? I devised this during your onslaught," Wang Kong said slowly, rising to his feet and spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Wang Qianqing furrowed his brow and stepped back. Had it not been for the protection of his boxing gloves, his palm would have been punctured. "Come on, hit me," Wang Kong taunted, a menacing smile spreading across his face as he approached Wang Qianqing, his spiked fists aimed at him. Wang Qianqing barely managed to evade Wang Kang's assault, momentarily at a loss for words as he beheld the spikes adorning his opponent. After several seconds, he finally managed to utter, "You really are asking for a beating." Even with the light bullet mode of his revolver, Wang Qianqing found it impossible to penetrate Wang Kong's defenses. The power of his lightsaber was similarly ineffective. If struck by Wang Kang's fists, Wang Qianqing would surely face dire consequences. He turned his gaze towards the window, contemplating the possibility of Zhang Jun's javelin providing distant support at that moment. Suddenly, an inconspicuous object, akin to a mere pebble, was tossed through the window into the room. Wang Qianqing paused momentarily upon seeing this item, but quickly regained his composure. Wasn't this a smoke bomb from a collie? A smile crept onto his lips as he mused internally. Meanwhile, Ling Fei was signaling to a collie, for without assistance, Wang Qianqing stood no chance against this prickly adversary. He intended to have a collie test her skills using the assassin's mark. "What can you do to breach my defenses?" he taunted. "Oh, and do not expect assistance from that sniper. Our marksman has him thoroughly pinned down. A single lapse could result in a headshot." Wang Kong gestured beside his head, mimicking a gunshot, a smile betraying his amusement. At that moment, a collie was cloaked in invisibility, stealthily entering through the window and circling behind Wang Kong. After a brief moment of observation, she hurled an object resembling a shuriken towards him. The sharp shuriken pierced through the gaps between the spikes of his armored skin, leaving a distinct mark upon his forehead. In that instant, as she released the shuriken, her presence was finally revealed. Wang Kong, taken aback by Akali's sudden appearance, found her crescent blade striking his spikes, a seemingly delicate blow that unexpectedly breached his impenetrable defenses, creating a small hole. Upon witnessing Akali's sudden appearance, Wang Qianxing sprang into action. Following the explosion, he forcefully slammed his hands, radiating blinding white light, into the breach created by Akali. The formidable silver energy surged through Wang Kang's skin, assaulting his internal organs, while his skin, unprotected by the iron defense, was struck by Wang Qianxing's blow. Consequently, he suffered damage both internally and externally, propelling him backward until he crashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Having dealt with Wang Kong, Wang Qianxing and Akali swiftly ascended the stairs to provide support to Zhang Jun, who was engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 38. Narrow victory. It must be said that the battles between snipers are exceedingly exasperating, with victory hinging solely on skill, terrain, and the moment when one party falters while the other seizes the opportunity. Once the presence of an opponent is sensed, it becomes incredibly challenging for two snipers of comparable skill to determine a victor. Wang Qianxing and Akali meticulously scoured the entire building, yet remarkably failed to uncover the position of the local sniper. Meanwhile, the radio remained eerily silent, devoid of any communication from Zhang Jun, leading all equipped with radios to suspect that Zhang Jun had been eliminated and that the opposing sniper had fled. Just as Ling Fei exhaled a sigh of resignation, Zhang Jun's voice abruptly erupted through the radio. "To hell with you all. Who got eliminated? I merely took a nap." "A nap? How can one dare to rest while engaged in a firefight?" Ling Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood, incredulously asking, while Wang Qianxing remained silent, evidently equally infuriated. "Who dares to nap amidst battle? I simply discharged my last shot and was utterly exhausted. Though, that shot should have struck him, right?" Zhang Jun's voice crackled intermittently over the radio, suggesting he was still on the move. "Ling, let me have the sofa. I wish to sleep well for once." Ling Fei released the radio from his grasp, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This brief encounter with the opposing team marked a conclusion, with the Long Sky Eagle narrowly triumphing by the advantage of having eliminated one opponent. However, this experience unveiled to Ling Fei the stark disparity in strength between the two teams. They had underestimated their adversaries gravely. The bitter year pressed heavily upon Ling Fei, and had it not been for the triggering of the prerequisite for his soul lock, he would have been reduced to a soulless automaton. Were it not for Akali's assistance, Wang Qianxing would have been unable to defeat Wang Kong, the hedgehog. As for Zhang Jun, his final awakening could be attributed to sheer luck. Fortunately, Heller emerged unscathed. Had the opposing reincarnation team dispatched someone to assassinate him, his demise would have led to the failure of the Long Sky Eagle mission, resulting in annihilation at the hands of the Master God. The mission of brutalizing the original was destined to place Long Sky Eagle in a passive position, as the specific actions of Alex had not manifested within the game. Heller, the protagonist of Prototype 2, enabled the enemy to effectively track the movements and positions of Long Sky Eagle, leaving them at a disadvantage. The next step was to reorganize their personnel and continue accompanying Heller on the main quest, awaiting an opportunity to shift from a passive to an active stance. Ling Fei rubbed his temples while seated on the sofa, choosing to clear his mind and patiently await the return of his companions. The first to return was Heller, who, capable of altering his appearance and attire at will, bore little trace of blood upon his return. Given that Father Gula had been conversing with Heller throughout their journey, Ling Fei felt assured of his safety. The second to arrive was Zhang Jun, who, upon bursting through the door, collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, claiming it for himself. With the sofa occupied, Ling Fei resignedly ascended the stairs to assist the newcomers in managing the shop. The third individual to emerge shortly after Zhang Jun's return was Wang Qianxing. Akali confirmed the disappearance of the local sniper and thus requested Ling Fei to return to the League of Legends dimension, indicating that she too was quite occupied there. Currently, all the main combatants of the team found themselves in a state of profound fatigue. Upon returning to the underground chamber, Wang Qianxing settled onto the floor and fell asleep. Ling Fei, having had sufficient rest, found joy in assisting the newcomers as they attended to customers purchasing goods. During conversations with the newcomers, Ling Fei discovered that the portly Shun Yu was an unabashed military enthusiast. He spoke with fervor whenever military topics arose, showing an unwavering stance on the subject. It was likely that even a slight offense from Ling Fei regarding military matters could provoke him to retaliate. In contrast, Li Guoyu appeared relatively normal within this team, leading a life akin to an ordinary youth, working part-time, cooking, and indulging in computer games at home. Ling Fei felt himself to be at least a level above the ordinary youth, considering he had been struck by lightning and transported to the realm of the Master God while addressing physiological matters, a feat not typical of an ordinary young man. Soon, dusk descended, and Ling Fei assisted in lowering the shop's roller shutter, requesting the priest to fetch several sleeping bags. They cleared a sufficiently large space by pushing aside the shelves and settled down to sleep together with the 5 newcomers. The injured woman, with the aid of the potent bandages produced by the Master God, extracted the bullet and was healing at an astonishing pace. The next day arrived swiftly, and everyone appeared invigorated, save for Zhang Jun, who could not be roused no matter how much they called. Consequently, they postponed their tasks and waited until 1 in the afternoon for him to awaken. Before their departure, the priest shared a recently acquired revelation. The citizens' test results indicated that those infected appeared to be afflicted by a monstrous entity. Heller nodded, stating, "Indeed. The information gleaned from the minds of those scientists corroborates this, leading us to a location, the Changing Research Station. Shall we investigate?" This time, all personnel were mobilized. The complexity of the mission aside, the movements of the enemy's reincarnation team alone warranted a full-scale deployment. Ling Fei raised the rolling shutter, and blinding sunlight flooded in. The bustling street outside was alive with activity. After all, in the world of prototype, citizens tend to turn a blind eye to calamities, as such occurrences unfold daily. Within the Changing Research Station lurked a Hydra, which Heller could absorb in the game to acquire the tentacle ability. He must progressively unlock all abilities to qualify for a confrontation with Alex. Wang Qianqing exhibited great confidence in the shop he had discovered, thus enlisting Tong Sha's participation as well. The survivors from the previous reincarnation world would accompany Heller to the Changing Research Station, while the newcomers would guard the entrance. Heller was unable to utilize high-speed movement, so he and the others ambled down the street. Halfway through their journey, they noticed a peculiar shift. The number of passers-by gradually dwindled. What began as a few scattered individuals had transformed into an eerie silence, the empty street exuding a foreboding aura. Just as Ling Fei was about to speak, he spotted an individual racing against the flow of traffic, panting heavily, with a face etched in panic. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Fei discerned that the visage before him belonged to an ordinary passerby. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Qianqing, who nodded in acknowledgement and stepped boldly into the street, effectively obstructing the man's path. As the older gentleman approached Wang Qianqing, he seized the man's shoulder and assertively inquired, "What is happening ahead? Enlighten me." The man appeared thoroughly intimidated, his feet firmly planted as he attempted to extricate himself from Wang Qianqing's grip. Furrowing his brow, he exerted increasing force with his right hand, and a few audible cracks of his bones could be heard. Unable to withstand the pressure, the gentleman collapsed onto the ground, taking several deep breaths before addressing Wang Qianqing. "What are you up to, young man? Are you unaware that the area ahead has been infected?" "Infected?" The crowd echoed in unison, realizing that not far ahead lay the Changing Research Institute, a facility that, while merely a research establishment, housed crucial specimens such as the Hydra. Surely, it would be heavily guarded. The notion of such a place being compromised was unfathomable, especially since it had never been depicted in the game. The narrative had shifted. Apart from Heller, this thought flitted through the minds of all present. Ling Fei approached, crouching before the older man, and gently asked, "How did the infection occur? Isn't there a military presence stationed there?" The man spat vehemently and replied, "It's precisely those soldiers who are to blame. There are residents all around." Yet a group of suspicious individuals insisted on entering that so-called research institute and were intercepted by the soldiers. "You have no idea, it's utterly terrifying." One of the individuals delivered a powerful punch to the soldier's abdomen, sending him flying 5 meters away. Moreover, a dent was left on his belly. The elder spat as he spoke, while Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback. The first thought that crossed his mind was that the enemy's reincarnation team was taking the initiative to eliminate the Hydra. Chapter 39. The art of deceiving the tiger and leaving the mountain. The army unleashed a barrage of fire upon those peculiar beings, summoning every aircraft, tank, and artillery at their disposal, causing utter chaos. Many residents began to flee, unaware that once they departed a certain area, their bodies would explode. An elderly man flailed about, his face a mask of terror. "How did you manage to escape?" Zhang Jun inquired, scrutinizing the elderly man from head to toe. "Fortunately, my wits prevailed. the old man boasted. I discovered the cause. Each individual bears a spider-shaped mark on their neck. Simply wet your hands and rub it away. I assure you, I am the only one who managed to flee. Please, let me go quickly. Following his self-praise, the old man desperately pleaded. What became of those peculiar beings? Wang Qianqing maintained his grip on the old man's shoulder, unwilling to relent. They went in, wreaked havoc, and then emerged. Then, the virus was released, infecting all the residents who dared not flee the area. It seems our efforts were in vain. The Hydra likely remains vanquished, Ling Fei sighed. Shall we investigate? I am genuinely curious as to how they still possess combat capabilities. Wang Qiansheng released the old man's shoulder, who stumbled a few steps before dashing away. Let us proceed. Even if we cannot defeat them, we should be able to escape. Ling Fei gestured for everyone to follow as they continued towards the changing research station. It appeared the old man was indeed correct. After walking a short distance, they encountered a gruesome sight of scattered flesh. As the silhouette of the changing research station, wreathed in thick smoke, came into view, the streets were once again teeming with grotesque, mutated beings reminiscent of zombies, yet possessing a far more formidable offensive capability. To newcomers, these infected entities appeared monstrous. However, to Ling Fei and his companions, they were mere trifles. Their clumsy movements and sheer strength paled in comparison to that of the hunters, and they seemed utterly devoid of intelligence, lacking any instinct to evade attacks. With a single strike, Ling Fei dispatched one after another, while Wang Qianqing, without even activating his soul abilities, evoked a sense of nostalgia in Ling Fei, who longed to witness Wang Qianqing's seventh elemental bullet once more. With effortless synergy, Wang Qianqing and Ling Fei carved a path through the relentless horde of infected beings, ultimately arriving at the threshold of the changing research institute. The iron gate lay utterly destroyed, or rather, it had been sent hurtling away, resting against a wall a good 10 meters from the entrance, bearing the unmistakable imprint of a colossal blow. Stepping through the entrance, they were met with the sight of dismembered soldiers' corpses and the remnants of tanks, while the roof housed the wreckage of a helicopter, all engulfed in plumes of black smoke. The air was thick with the stench of blood, a scent that rivaled the foul aroma Ling Fei carried after unleashing his devastating space. Drawing upon his gaming memories, Ling Fei guided the group to a door that had once been equipped with a fingerprint scanner, yet this door too had been forcefully breached. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation. After meandering through the chaos, they indeed discovered the remains of a Hydra in a vast chamber. The Hydra is a creature reminiscent of a grotesque pillar of flesh dwelling beneath the earth. Occasionally, it emerges violently from the ground, employing its two sharp heads to assault or hurl stones at its targets. This particular Hydra-S remains lay severed in two by a formidable weapon. Ling Fei remained uncertain whether this act was perpetrated by the reincarnation team or the evolutionary army led by Alex, for both factions possessed such weaponry and strength. Alas, it appears we have missed our mark. What shall we do now? Return, perhaps? Yun Han Han anxiously sniffed the air around him. I wish to find one or two survivors to inquire about the assailant's appearance. I yearn to discern whether they were Alex or the reincarnation team. Ling Fei inspected the corpse, noting that this wound was undoubtedly a result of a singular, lethal strike. Knowing this is of little consequence, as they are all enemies anyway, Yun Han Han retorted dismissively. Ling Fei rose from the ground, suddenly chuckling and scratching his head. You have a point there. Let us return and consult the priest regarding our next course of action. Heller surveyed the surroundings, shook his head, and prepared to turn away. Unexpectedly, all their radios crackled to life simultaneously. The frantic voice of Shun Yu broke through. Ling Fei, Brother Wang Qianqing, you must hurry back. The shop has been attacked. What? Everyone wore expressions of disbelief as Ling Fei urged Shun Yu to remain calm, signaling to the others to hastily leave the area. Just moments ago, the shop had been flooded with customers, and upon entering, their hands had grotesquely morphed just like Brother Heller's. Some possessed claws, while others wield sharp blades. I had just stepped out to use the restroom, thus evading their grasp. They now seem to be coercing our people into revealing the whereabouts of an individual named Gula. What a cunning ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. Ling Fei realized the gravity of the situation. These individuals must be the evolved agents trained by Alex. Much like Heller, Alex has bestowed his Moser virus upon numerous subjects, granting them his abilities in service to him. In haste, he instructed Shinyu to remain on standby in the basement, while he exited the changing research institute, preparing to retrace his steps to support the shop. He had also uncovered the identity of the disruptor at the Changing Research Institute. It must be the reincarnation team, intent on eliminating Hydra and forcefully altering the narrative, thus precipitating the scene where Alex eliminates the priest. Ling Fei was certain that Father Gula represented a crucial subplot for both sides, as within the game. He is slain by the evolved agents dispatched by Alex. Should the Chong Kong Eagle succeed in preserving Father Gula's life, it would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards for this side quest. Conversely, the adversarial reincarnation team shares the same objective, albeit with the intent to kill him. It appears that the underground chamber of the shop has effectively concealed Father Gula's location. The newcomers would surely divulge the chamber's whereabouts, as they are inexperienced and likely to betray their team under duress. Perhaps the 3 female sales associates, due to Wang Qianqing's life-saving intervention, might delay the disclosure slightly. However, Li Guoyu is a different matter altogether. This team offers him no advantages or assistance, and it is merely a matter of time before he reveals the secrets of the basement to the opposing side. All members must act swiftly. They can return to the store within 10 minutes. Yet, Ling Fei appears to be somewhat naive. On that desolate street, 3 individuals effortlessly intercepted Ling Fei and his companions, reminiscent of Wang Qianqing's earlier confrontation with the old man. At the forefront stood a youth, flanked by 2 older individuals, a man and a woman. The young man, notably familiar to both Wang Qianqing and Ling Fei, was Wang Kong. At that time, Wang Qianqing and Akali had rushed to assist Zhang Jun, failing to deliver a fatal blow. It remained uncertain whether he had escaped with the help of the sniper. But now he bore a circle of white bandages around his abdomen. Wang Kong glared at Wang Qianqing with fierce intensity, who met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Long Sky's Eagle. The boy leading the group lowered his head, his ethereal voice emanating from his quivering lips. My brother. It was you who killed him, wasn't it, brother? The others turned their attention to Ling Fei, who solemnly nodded. Was the suffering year, whom Ling Fei had slain, truly this person's brother? There was indeed a striking resemblance in both voice and demeanor. Setting aside personal matters, you shall not pass. His voice suddenly trembled as he extended his right arm, adopting a defensive posture. I wager my status as his brother, in the honor of the Dragon Flame team. The boy abruptly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the group, causing an involuntary shiver to run through them. It seems the time for anger has come. The enchanting woman behind him suddenly covered her mouth in laughter, stepping forward with her long, alluring legs, embodying an unyielding stance. Wang Kang's unwavering gaze fixated on Wang Qianqing, radiating an unmistakable intensity. Ling Fei rubbed his temples. He was unable to abandon this place to rescue Father Gula, even if it meant forsaking a side quest and his own life. He could not bear the thought of his companions being plunged into peril. He glanced at the anxious Heller, whose feelings for the priest mirrored that of a son for his father. Should Ling Fei neglect Father Gula, he would likely forfeit Heller's trust. Reluctantly, he retrieved the summoning card, instructing Akali and Heller to rescue the priest while entrusting the situation to the remaining 5. Though they attempted to intervene, Ling Fei drew his demon-slaying sword, and Wang Qianqing released his soul state. Zhang Jun, clutching his javelin, scanned the surroundings for a suitable vantage point, ready to engage if they dared to obstruct them. After a brief silence, Akali and Heller soared away, their pace significantly outstripping that of Ling Fei and the others, likely to reach their destination in under 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere here was taut with anticipation. Chapter 40. The Waltz of Death. Though it was a matter of private concern, Ku Shi seemed to unleash all his pent-up fury regarding his brother's murder at the hands of Ling Fei upon the official business of intercepting the Long Sky Eagle, leaving Ling Fei utterly bereft of tears. The grim reality of having slain his brother weighed heavily upon him, and Ling Fei straightened his posture, positioning the Demon Slayer blade across his chest. Since he had taken the life of Ku Shi's sibling, he must now confront the Elder's wrath with utmost seriousness. In truth, Ling Fei was at a loss as to how to engage this adversary, for it was Ku Shi's first appearance. Was he to utilize the same spiritual barrier attacks as Kun Yin? If so, he merely needed to avoid contact with the man's physical form. Enchanted weapons. Ku Shi, noticing the eerie purple-black glimmer emanating from the Demon Slayer blade, paused for a moment before remarking on how it was no wonder Ling Fei could shatter Kun Yin's barrier. What? The Demon Slayer blade possesses the ability to breach Kun Yin's barrier? Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback, filled with regret over the suffering he had endured. No. At that time, I did not employ the Demon Slayer blade, he insisted, fixating intently on Ku Nian's arms. Is that so? It appears you possess remarkable capabilities as well, Ku Shi replied, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. Upon reopening them, his gaze revealed a pair of cerulean irises. He signaled to Wang Kong and the enchanting woman beside him, prompting Wang Kong to spring into action. Wang Qian, with fervor, switched to his gauntlet form to meet Wang Kang's advance. The street was rather narrow. Thus, once Wang Kong unleashed his porcupine form, he risked injuring his allies. However, he was capable of manifesting several iron spikes from his iron fists, and the consequences of striking an opponent would be all too clear. As for the enchanting woman, she stepped back a few paces, pressing her hands against her temples. Ling Fei could sense an invisible wave of energy emanating from her, suggesting she might be a psychic. While her abilities remained unknown, they were undoubtedly detrimental to the Longkong Eagle. Ling Fei furrowed his brow, feeling a psychic force behind him that rivaled the enchanting woman's energy, rushing toward the Dragon Flame team. In astonishment, he turned to see Yun Han Han, wearing a faint smile, giving him a thumbs up, saying, "It's finally my time to shine. I once regretted exchanging for this psychic enhancement." The two waves of psychic energy clashed, neither side conceding an inch, resulting in a stalemate where nothing transpired. The enchanting woman's beautiful face glared fiercely at the oddly dressed Yun Han Han, who met her gaze without flinching. Ling Fei glanced around and noticed that Zhang Jun and Tong Sha had vanished. He could understand Zhang Jun's absence, as he must have sought a better sniping position, but Tong Sha. No more futile thoughts. The battle had commenced. That familiar voice echoed in Ling Fei's ears, causing his body to shudder. This was indeed the voice of Ku Nian. Turning, he saw Ku Shi wearing an expression that was a perplexing blend of laughter and tears, sending a chill down Ling Fei's spine. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or was it due to the resemblance between the brothers? So, like your brother, you are a phantom master? Ling Fei gently swept the Demon Slayer blade through the air, the familiar sound of slicing through the atmosphere resonating in his ears. Everything around him, be it the environment or the boundless fighting spirit reflected in the eyes of Wang Qiansheng and Wang Kong, made it hard for Ling Fei to believe he was in a realm of illusion. Compared to the ephemeral nature of illusions, I much prefer the tangible strength of the body. As he chuckled, he slipped his hands into his pockets. Moments later, he suddenly leaped back, his right hand swiftly drawing an object from his pocket. The object, glowing red at its tail, shot forth with incredible speed. Even with his significantly enhanced neural reflexes, Ling Fei could not discern what it was. Instinctively, he raised the Demon Slayer blade to block its trajectory. A resounding metallic clash echoed where the blade met the mysterious object, causing Ling Fei to furrow his brow. The muscles in his right hand bulged as he felt an overwhelming force. Under the pressure, his hand trembled momentarily before he managed to send the object sprawling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be an extravagant and ostentatious scalpel, even more elaborate than the ones used in Ku Nian's operations. How peculiar were these two? Were their father perhaps a surgeon? However, when Ling Fei lifted his gaze to look for Ku Shi again, he was astonished to find that Ku Shi had vanished without a trace. Drawing upon his past combat experience, Ling Fei instinctively turned to defend himself, only to find the space behind him utterly empty. A fierce wind, emblematic of crisis, swept down from above. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and forcefully slashed the Demon Slayer's sword upwards. The blade indeed struck a gleaming surgical knife, and the oppressive force surged through Ling Fei's body, prompting him to grip the Demon Slayer's sword with his left arm in an attempt to thwart the aerial assault from Ku Shi. The laughter that emanated from Ku Shi was even more hoarse than that of Ku Nian, leaving Ling Fei momentarily dazed. As if he were still engaged in combat with Ku Nian, Ling Fei channeled chakra into his arms incessantly, causing the skin on both arms to shimmer. Yet the sensation of being suppressed remained unrelieved, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Ku Nian descended from the air, relinquishing the surgical knife that had previously targeted Ling Fei. Ling Fei stared blankly at the diminutive surgical knife. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? One could hardly conceive that such a colossal Demon Slayer sword could be restrained by such a small instrument. How does it feel to be engulfed in despair? Indeed, this illustrates the disparity in our strengths. Look at your companions. They appear quite fatigued, don't they? Ku Shi remarked with a light chuckle as he landed gracefully. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Wang Qiansheng and the cloud of ruffians behind him, who seemed to be in no better condition than he was. Zhang Jun had yet to make an appearance, and distant gunfire echoed sporadically, perhaps indicating that he had become ensnared by a sniper once more. I am well aware of the key to your soul lock, yet I possess ample confidence in my ability to subdue the you that would emerge once it is unlocked. As Kunyan spoke, he grasped a multitude of surgical blades in his hands, casting them into the sky. Miraculously, the blades suspended around his body, gently rotating. Simultaneously, his right eye began to change color slowly, reverting to its previous crimson hue. One eye was blue, the other red, creating an eerie spectacle. Come, indulge yourself. This is the waltz of death. Kunyan grinned, emitting a chilling and sinister laughter that sent shivers down Ling Fei's spine. With a flourish of his hands, the surgical blades inexplicably soared towards Ling Fei. Countless blades traced myriad crimson arcs in the air. Though they were beautiful, to Ling Fei, they represented a lethal threat, sending a prickling sensation across his scalp. He was not foolish enough to attempt to catch these blades head-on, opting instead to roll to the left. As the torrential rain of knives crashed down onto the ground he had just vacated, stirring a cloud of dust. Had they struck a person, that individual would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. Before Ling Fei could regain his composure, several blades, enveloped in a crimson glow, shot forth from the smoke. Ling Fei twitched his nose, intent on discovering the true prowess of these surgical instruments. He enveloped the entire blade in wind-style chakra and executed a swift slash from a distance. Unrestrained, the chakra flowed freely from the blade. The pure wind chakra was released in a crescent shape, a blue crescent adorned with shimmering chakra that seemed capable of distorting space itself. As the swift blade of wind surged towards the three crimson surgical knives, 3 surgical knives merged with the wind blade, their crimson brilliance dissipating in an instant. Simultaneously, the chakra within the wind blade was completely exhausted, and after flying a few more meters, it ultimately vanished into the air. The 3 surgical knives lay concealed on the ground, emitting a series of sharp thuds. Ling Fei's pupils constricted before he could revel in discovering a method of resolution. He realized that the sky around him was now densely populated with surgical knives. Each knife, with its glinting red blade, hovered silently in the air, all directed towards him.